Chapter 33-22. At the same time, the two divine pythons also looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Even Wang Changyuan was bewildered. Qin Feiyang was actually pleading for him? What did he mean? But at this moment, he did not dare to act rashly because the ice crystal arrow was hanging between his eyebrows. If he dared to move, the Alliance Master would definitely kill him without hesitation. Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Changyuan and walked to the Alliance Master. He said in a low voice, "This person is useful to me. Just crush his energy reserve." Useful? The Alliance Master looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Seeing that Qin Feiyang had no intention to explain, he shook his head and smiled. "Okay, since you saved us, I promise you." After saying that, he waved his hand and the ice crystal arrow appeared in front of Wang Changyuan's lower abdomen as if it had traveled through time. The ice crystal arrow pierced through Wang Changyuan's lower abdomen, leaving a small bloody hole. Wang Changyuan spat out a mouthful of blood and his aura quickly dissipated. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang looked at the Alliance Master and said gratefully. Then he walked to Wang Changyuan and took the divine voice-transmitting stone and the interspatial ring. Wang Changyuan stared at Qin Feiyang and said gloomily, "A warrior prefers death to humiliation. Qin Feiyang, no matter what you want to do, I will not let you down. No matter what you do, I will not let you get what you want." That may not be true. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and waved his hand to send Wang Changyuan to the soul-sealing valley. Xingde looked at Wang Changyuan, who suddenly appeared with a trace of surprise on his face. At the same time, Wang Changyuan looked at Xingde and frowned. But when he saw the soul-sealing valley below, his face turned green. When Qin Feiyang and the Blood Hall Master were communicating, he was at the side, so he knew where this place was. "Xingde, don't torture him. Let him quietly watch Pei Wanli and the others bathe below." Qin Feiyang's voice sounded in Xingde's mind. "Yes." Boss Xing secretly acknowledged and then ignored Wang Changyuan. He thought to himself that this young master was indeed powerful. Even Wang Changyuan had been captured. Seeing that Boss Xing was ignoring him, Wang Changyuan felt even more uneasy. How was Boss Xing going to deal with him? Outside, Qin Feiyang put away Wang Changyuan's Cosmos Ring and the divine voice-transmitting stone. He turned to look at the Alliance Master and the two divine pythons. The Alliance Master and the two great pythons were also sizing up Qin Feiyang. Although this was the first time they had met, and although Qin Feiyang's cultivation was only at the initial stage of the sovereign realm, when they looked at each other face to face, he actually felt a sense of oppression coming from him. Whoosh! Suddenly, the two pythons teleported and surrounded Qin Feiyang from the front and back. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He looked at the two beasts suspiciously. The two beasts remained silent, their eyes filled with killing intent. "You are the Vice Alliance Master's disciple?" the Alliance had asked. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Vice Alliance Master sent you to the Western continent?" the Alliance had asked again. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded again. This old man really doesn't give up. The two great pythons raised their eyebrows. "Doesn't give up?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. The male fire python sneered. "Didn't the Vice Alliance Master send you to the Western continent to get rid of us?" "Get rid of you?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He shook his head and said, "You really have misunderstood. Master sent me to the Western continent to rescue you." "Rescue us?" The Alliance head and the two great pythons were taken aback. Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, "Didn't the Blood Hall tell you about the current situation in the Eastern continent?" "No. We have been imprisoned. Although the Blood Hall has been polite to us, they have never told us about the situation outside. We only know that a disciple of the Vice Alliance Master has come to the Western continent." The Alliance head shook his head. "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, "Have you seen the people imprisoned next to you?" "We know of their existence, but we have never seen them face to face," the Alliance head said. Qin Feiyang came to a realization and said, "Looks like you all have been living days cut off from the world these few years. Don't talk nonsense. Just now you said that the Vice Alliance Master sent you to save us. What is going on?" the two pythons urged. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Master did do a lot of wrong things in the past, but now he has repented and turned over a new leaf." "Repented and turned over a new leaf?" The Alliance head and the two pythons were stunned. "That's right. Master knows that he has wronged you, so he asked me to save you." Qin Feiyang nodded. "You must be fooling us. He is such an ambitious person. How can he turn over a new leaf?" The two pythons didn't believe it. The human heart is made of flesh. As long as you persuade him with reason, move him with emotion and forgive him, he will be moved by you. Of course. I know that no matter what I say you won't believe me. I have a very persuasive witness here. Let him tell you personally. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, the fire dragon appeared with a thought. Huolong was in the midst of comprehending the power of laws. Seeing that he was suddenly pulled out by Qin Feiyang, he couldn't help but crawl to his feet in anger. He said, "Brother Qin, although the Black Tortoise world is your territory, can you respect me a little and inform me in advance if there's anything you need? See for yourself." Qin Feiyang pointed at the Alliance head and the two pythons. The fire dragon was slightly stunned. He looked at the two pythons and his expression froze. When he looked at the Alliance head, his expression froze again. Could it be that he was seeing things? It rubbed its eyes hard and looked at them again. Suddenly it was ecstatic and roared, "Dad, Mom, you're back." The two fire pythons looked at the fire dragon in shock. What was wrong with this little guy? Why did he blindly recognize his parents? However, why did this aura feel a little familiar? Hey, it's me, your child. Can't you recognize me? The fire dragon saw this and shouted unhappily. What? You are our child? The two pythons looked at each other. The Alliance head also looked at the fire dragon with a puzzled expression. Although the fire dragon had transformed into a divine dragon, his aura was still somewhat similar to before. Damn, what's wrong with you? How many years has it been? You can't even recognize your own child. If I knew this, I wouldn't have let Qin Feiyang save you. The fire dragon looked unhappy. It's really you? The two pythons looked at the fire dragon. Nonsense. Who else can it be? The fire dragon was speechless. What kind of parents were they? They even doubted their own son standing in front of them. Besides, although his appearance had changed greatly, he still had his previous aura. They could tell from his aura. No. When did you transform into a divine dragon? In fact, the two pythons already believed it, but the fire dragon's current appearance made it difficult for them to accept it. A few years ago. This is all thanks to Brother Qin. Huolong stood up like a human and put his arm around Qin Feiyang's shoulder. He said, "If it wasn't for Brother Qin and Little Madman's help, I would have lost my life under the heavenly tribulation." The two pythons looked at Qin Feiyang with a trace of suspicion in their eyes. At the same time there was also a trace of gratitude. "Old man, what are you still standing there for? Brother Qin is your savior. Hurry up and thank him. Don't think that just because you are the Alliance head of the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance, saving you is natural. If you really do that, even if Brother Qin agrees, I won't." The fire dragon looked at the Alliance head and shouted. The corner of the Alliance head's mouth twitched and he said speechlessly, "I can conclude that you are that little bastard." "You are the bastard. Your whole family are bastards." The fire dragon cursed. Cough cough. The fire python couple coughed and scolded, "Brat, you have already transformed into a divine dragon and you are still so rude. Do you believe that I will beat you up? Can you bear to beat me up?" The fire dragon chuckled. Looking at the fire dragon's fearless attitude, the fire python couple smiled bitterly. Then they looked at Qin Feiyang and said apologetically, "Sorry, I misunderstood you just now." "It's okay." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The Alliance head walked to Qin Feiyang and said, "Then tell me what happened during this period of time?" "You tell me." Qin Feiyang looked at the fire dragon and laughed. The fire dragon looked at Qin Feiyang, then looked at the Alliance head and the fire python couple, and immediately beamed with joy. "You guys don't know how awesome this little brother of mine is, then." The fire dragon told them everything that happened at the exchange conference in White Crane Island. After hearing this, the Alliance head and the fire python couple were all stunned. Killing the great deacon, destroying the sovereign divine weapon, forcing Old High to self-destruct. Every single one of these matters could be said to be universally shocking. Even experts of their level could not do it, but now it had happened to such a little guy? If it wasn't for the fire dragon saying it himself, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. After the fire dragon finished speaking, Qin Feiyang added, "And the Dark Guard commander a few days ago, he also died in our hands." What? The Alliance head and the fire python couple's eyes trembled. A great deacon and a Dark Guard commander, both of whom were the highest level figures in the Blood Hall, had died in the hands of this kid. Terrifying, truly terrifying. No wonder when he saw this kid come to the Western continent, the Blood Hall master acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He even put down his face and begged him to help set up a protective barrier in the Nine Dragon Mountain range. That's about the situation. I also have a presumptuous request. Qin Feiyang looked at the Alliance head and the fire python couple and said. The Alliance head thought for a moment, then asked, "It's for your master, right?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. The Alliance head pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, "Since he has repented, there's no need to be calculative. Besides, you seem to have come to save us now, which can be considered as making up for the mistakes your master has made." "Thank you." Qin Feiyang smiled gratefully. "But then again, we're still a little unconvinced. Let's not talk about the Hall Master of the Mortal Palace. He has always been a good person. But old Yi, that bastard, actually found a disciple like you. It's really unreasonable." The fire python couple said indignantly. Suddenly, they rolled their eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang, then said with a smile, "Qin Feiyang, why don't you change your master and become the Alliance head's personal disciple?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Brother Qin, that's a good idea. The Alliance head is much better than old Yi in both strength and status." The fire dragon also egged him on. The Alliance head was stunned at first, and then he began to look forward to it. Who wouldn't be tempted by such an outstanding young man? Chapter 33-23. Change my master's sect? Qin Feiyang looked at the fire dragon and the Shin Mang couple in shock. Wasn't this nonsense? They were all members of the itinerant Cultivator Alliance. Was there a need to do this? Besides, if he really changed his master's sect, how was he going to face the Deputy Alliance Master in the future? Even if the Deputy Alliance Master didn't say anything, others would definitely criticize him behind his back. He wouldn't do such a thing. Moreover, the Deputy Alliance Master changed his mind because of him and even took the initiative to ask to use the slave seal to control him. He was sincere, so he couldn't let him down. With the Alliance Master's eyesight, he was able to tell what Qin Feiyang was thinking with a single glance. Thus, he looked to the Divine Python couple and said with a smile, "Don't mess around. Old Ye's disciple is also equivalent to our disciple. There is no difference." "That may be the case, but I'm afraid that old Yi will mislead others," the Shin Mang couple said. "What do you mean mislead others? Don't talk nonsense. Although old Ye's character was indeed not good in the past, his strength is not weaker than ours. Besides, now that he has turned over a new leaf, there's no need to keep harping on him." The Alliance Master smiled. "Then he has to really turn over a new leaf. There's a good saying that you can't judge a book by its cover. Who knows what he's thinking?" The Shin Mang couple snorted coldly. "Dad, Mom, I can testify to this. He has indeed turned over a new leaf," the fire dragon said. The Shin Mang couple looked at him suspiciously. The fire dragon said, "Brother Qin has mastered a kind of control mystic technique, and back then old Yi actually took the initiative to ask Brother Qin to control him. Isn't this enough to prove it?" "What?" The Shin Mang couple was shocked that there was such a thing. They looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Did you control him?" "Since Master insists, I can only agree." Qin Feiyang smiled. The Shin Mang couple and the Alliance Master looked at each other. Didn't that mean that the life of the Vice Alliance Master was now in the hands of Qin Feiyang? Although the deputy leader was in the wrong, he was still a member of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and was in charge of all the important matters of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. If Qin Feiyang had any evil intentions, the consequences would be unimaginable. What are you guys thinking? Let me tell you, you can suspect anyone but Brother Qin. All these years he has been extremely benevolent to our Rogue Cultivator Alliance. It can even be said that if he didn't deal with the Devil Hall, our independent Cultivator Alliance would have already disappeared from the Eastern continent. The Fire Dragon looked at the Alliance Master and the Shin Mang couple with a dark expression. Cough cough. Alliance Master and Shin Mang coughed dryly and glared at Fire Dragon. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could we have any doubts?" "Tiske. Do you think I don't understand you? Even I know what you're going to do when you stick your butts out." The Fire Dragon's eyes were filled with disdain. The corners of the Alliance Master and the Shin Mang couple's mouths twitched. Qin Feiyang looked at the Fire Dragon and laughed. "They don't understand the situation, so it's normal for them to suspect my character." "Brother, you're magnanimous." The Fire Dragon gave a thumbs up, then looked at the Alliance Master and the couple and said disdainfully, "Are you guys ashamed? To actually suspect your own savior? Don't think that I can't afford to lose face, let alone knowing me." The Alliance Master and the Shin Mang couple became more and more embarrassed, and they were also extremely angry in their hearts. This little bastard, couldn't he leave them some face? Qin Feiyang also admired the Fire Dragon's mouth. Even his own biological parents were mercilessly criticized and criticized. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at the Alliance Master and said, "This disciple has a question." What question? The Alliance Master asked with a smile. Did you create the 9 Dragon Mountain Ranges barrier? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. The Alliance Master nodded. Why are you helping them? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Of course I can't help them willingly. The Alliance Master smiled, then looked at the Shin Mang couple and said, but the Blood Hall used their lives to threaten me, so I had to do this. So that's the case. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. It seemed that this person was also a person who valued friendship and righteousness. Then he said, then what's next? Are you guys going back to the Eastern Continent, or? What about you? The Alliance Master asked. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, and then a cold light flashed in his eyes and said, the trap I set up is not over yet. What do you want to do? The Alliance Master asked. 3 days later I will go to the Blood Hall to make a deal. The Blood Hall wants to take this opportunity to get rid of me, but at the same time, I am also waiting for this opportunity to get rid of them. In this battle, let's see who's stronger. Qin Feiyang's eyes surged with killing intent. Deal. The Alliance Master and the Shin Mang couple looked at him suspiciously. Fire Dragon said with a sneaky smile, you guys don't know, but now the families of the Blood Hall's big shots are in Brother Qin's hands. What? The Alliance Master and the Shin Mang couple were stunned, somewhat in disbelief. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile and said, originally these people were used to exchange for you guys, but now it seems that there is no need. Then what are you going to do with them? The Alliance Master asked. This little guy's ability was really beyond imagination. He actually kidnapped the families of the Blood Hall's big shots. Wasn't this equivalent to grabbing their throats and making them hesitate? Although there is no need to exchange for them, they are still valuable. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. So 3 days later you are going to go to war with the Blood Hall? The Alliance Master asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Go to war? The Alliance Master pondered. What's there to think about? Over the years they have been tormenting us a lot. This time it's time to settle the score with them. The Shin Mang couple sneered. The Alliance Master glanced at them and thought for a while, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, how about this? I will go back to the Eastern Continent first. I have been away for so many years, I don't know if there are any changes now. This is your freedom. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. But don't worry, 3 days later I will bring people to support you. The Alliance Master smiled. Thank you. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and thanked him. He was waiting for the Alliance Master to say this. With the help of the Alliance Master, the odds of winning were undoubtedly higher. Moreover, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance was not enough. He had to contact the Demon Palace. In short, this time if possible, he wanted to completely destroy the Blood Hall. As the Alliance Master waved his hand, a space-time passage appeared immediately. Let's go. Seeing that the Fire Dragon was still standing beside Qin Feiyang, the Shin Mang couple urged. The Fire Dragon waved his claws and said, you guys go back, I will follow Brother Qin. The Shin Mang couple was stunned. The Alliance Master glanced at the Fire Dragon and Qin Feiyang, then looked at the Shin Mang couple and said with a smile, the child has grown up and has his own judgment. As an adult, don't interfere, let's go. When the Shin Mang couple heard this, they glared fiercely at the Fire Dragon. Stinking brat, his wings had hardened and he didn't even want his own parents anymore. Besides, after not seeing each other for so many years, shouldn't they get together? Talk. But this kid didn't have that intention at all. He even had an indifferent attitude. How could he give birth to such a white-eyed wolf? After the Alliance Master and the Fire Dragon couple left, Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. He looked at the Fire Dragon and said, you should go back with them. Since he was young he had spent less time with his parents, so he understood how the Shin Mang couple felt. It wasn't easy for them to escape. They originally wanted to have a good gathering with their child, but in the end the child was unwilling to leave with an outsider. As parents they would definitely be very disappointed. It doesn't matter. Anyway, when they were in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance we were rarely together. The Fire Dragon waved his hand indifferently. Alright. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. He glanced at the sea below and brought the Fire Dragon to the sky above the Devil's Land. Old Qin, how did you break the stone room outside just now? The madman, the white-eyed wolf, and a group of secret guards immediately surrounded him. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. At that time, Qin Feiyang sent them to the Black Tortoise world and stayed outside alone. They thought that Qin Feiyang was seeking his own death, but they didn't expect that not long after he brought the Alliance Master and the Shin Mang couple to the Black Tortoise world. Borrowing force, Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and briefly explained the situation. After listening, the madman and the white-eyed wolf revealed a look of realization. So that's the case. But the group of secret guards all revealed a look of admiration. The situation at that time could be said to be extremely urgent. Under such circumstances, the young master could actually come up with such a wonderful idea? This kind of calm mentality was really scary. This time they were completely convinced. It was not unreasonable for the Blood Hall to repeatedly suffer in the hands of the young master. What about the Alliance Master and the others now? The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. Back to the eastern continent. Qin Feiyang smiled. They went back just like that? The white-eyed wolf frowned. 3 days later they will come to support us. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. That's more like it. The white-eyed wolf nodded, then looked at the fire dragon and said unhappily, "Then why are you still following us? Don't tell this big brother that you want to rely on us in the future." "So what if I rely on you? If you have the ability, kick me out." The fire dragon looked at him smugly. You still dare to be arrogant in front of this big brother?" The white-eyed wolf suddenly rubbed his hands with evil intentions. The fire dragon's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly turned around and ran. What a joke! In the black tortoise world, who could beat this wolf cub? When he thought of the 2 profound skills that it had mastered, he could not help but feel his scalp go numb. Running? The white-eyed wolf smiled disdainfully, activated instant time, and caught up with the fire dragon in an instant. With a slap of his claws, a big bump appeared on the fire dragon's head. "Big brother, let's talk nicely. Be gentle." The fire dragon looked at the white-eyed wolf with tears in his eyes. "It's no use calling me big brother." The white-eyed wolf snorted. "Then what do you want?" The fire dragon felt wronged. The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes and said indifferently, "From now on, you will be this big brother's little follower." "Little follower? Are you kidding me? Do you believe that I won't ask my parents to come and destroy you?" The fire dragon said angrily. "Then I will destroy you first." The white-eyed wolf waved his claws with a fierce look. No, no, no. Isn't it just a little follower? It is my honor." The fire dragon hurriedly waved his claws and smiled flatteringly. "That's more like it. I will give you a mission. Later, go and get the white jade Qilin, black dragon, fire Luan. In short, call all the beasts and divine beasts in the devil's land to this big brother. This big brother wants to teach them a good lesson about who is the boss here." The white-eyed wolf said proudly. "Okay." The fire dragon nodded and bowed. He really played the role of a little follower to the fullest. Chapter 33-24. The group of dark guards looked at the white-eyed wolf with envy in their eyes. They didn't know before, but now they knew that the white-eyed wolf had plundered the dark guard commander and the great deacon's law force. This kind of supernatural power was both scary and enviable. However, what made them envious the most was that the white-eyed wolf had Qin Feiyang and the madman as his brothers. Otherwise, even if he had this kind of supernatural power, he wouldn't be able to find such good prey. "White-eyed wolf, don't be in a hurry to show off. Come with me to the Soul-Sealing Valley." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he waved his hand and brought the madman, the white-eyed wolf, a group of dark guards, and the 2 dark guards whose Sea of Qi had been destroyed, to the Soul-Sealing Valley. As for the fire dragon, he didn't bring him along. Soul-Sealing Valley. Xingda stood in the sky expressionlessly. Below, Pei Wanli and the others had stopped struggling and were lying in the cesspool like dead dogs. Wang Changyuan had been standing beside Xingda. Every time he lowered his head and saw the fate of Pei Wanli and the others, he couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. Swish. Qin Feiyang and the others appeared. Looking at the Soul-Sealing Valley below, the group of dark guards couldn't help but turn pale. "Young master." Xingda immediately bowed. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, "Let me tell you a piece of good news. The Alliance leader and the Shinmang couple have been rescued." "Really?" Xingda was surprised. Qin Feiyang nodded. "That's great. As long as they are fine, the Deputy Alliance leader can rest assured." Xingda was ecstatic and then asked, "Then where are they now?" "They went back to the Eastern Continent." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Back to the Eastern Continent?" When Xingda heard this, the joy on his face disappeared and he frowned. "Are you worried that they will settle the score with Master?" Qin Feiyang asked. Xingda didn't deny it. "Don't worry, I have already explained it to them. They also said that they won't pursue it." Qin Feiyang smiled. Xingda was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. He bowed and said, "Thank you, young lord." Although Qin Feiyang was the Vice Alliance leader's disciple, the Vice Alliance leader had never done anything for Qin Feiyang. Instead, it was Qin Feiyang who had been running around tirelessly for the Vice Alliance leader. Sometimes, even he felt that the Vice Alliance leader was too lucky to have found such an outstanding disciple. We're all on the same side. Why are you thanking me? Qin Feiyang glared at him with dissatisfaction. Xingde scratched his head and laughed dryly as he looked at Qin Feiyang, appearing charmingly naive. It was rare to see such an expression on Boss Xing's face. Qin Feiyang smiled and turned to look at Wang Changyuan. Wang Changyuan's pupils shrank and his face was filled with fear. The white-eyed wolf looked at him mockingly and said, "Weren't you quite arrogant when you were outside? Why are you behaving like a kitten now?" Wang Changyuan felt bitter in his heart. How could he be arrogant in this soul-sealing valley? If he dared to be arrogant, it would be the fate of Pei Wanli and the others. He would rather die than go down to the bathtub. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, "White-eyed wolf, what do you think? Do you want to rob him of his lightning law?" "Rob me of my lightning law." Wang Changyuan's gaze trembled slightly as he looked at the white-eyed wolf in shock. The white-eyed wolf looked at Wang Changyuan and felt really conflicted. If he could rob this person of his lightning law, he would be able to break through to the initial imperishable realm and grasp the three supreme profound meanings. However, although the lightning law was very powerful, it was still not an ultimate law. If he could fuse with the power of laws infinitely, he would definitely choose to rob without hesitation. However, the problem was that he only had 6 chances to fuse with it. Every time he used it, he would have 1 less chance. Brother Wolf, don't be so greedy. It's so great to get a supreme profound for free. We want it even in our dreams. So there's no need to find an ultimate law for all of them. Frenzy advised. The group of dark guards also nodded in agreement. You can't wait for me to rob him of his lightning law, right? Otherwise, when I find 6 ultimate laws, you won't be my opponent. The white-eyed wolf glared at Frenzy. Who do you think I am? Although I am indeed a little envious, do you think I will be jealous of you? Frenzy suddenly looked unhappy. Be careful. The ingrate looked at Wang Changyuan in disdain. After sizing him up for a moment, he shook his head and said, "Forget it. I'll keep it for now. When I really can't find any other supreme laws of nature in the future, I'll plunder his thunder laws of nature." What do you mean? Are you keeping me as a lab rat? Wang Changyuan was stunned. That's right. You are a lab rat. When I'm in a bad mood, I will use you as an example. So, if you want to live, you have to perform well. The white-eyed wolf smirked. Wang Changyuan's face suddenly turned pale as he roared, "You guys should just kill me and give me a quick death." You still want a quick death? Let me tell you, if you fall into our hands, you don't even have the right to choose death. I will leave first. You guys chat. After saying that, the white-eyed wolf activated momentary time and instantly disappeared without a trace. A greedy snake swallows an elephant. Frenzy snorted coldly. I'm quite supportive of it. Since there is such an opportunity, we naturally have to choose the best. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yes. I also want to let it fuse with all of its ultimate laws. But the key is, where are we going to find so many ultimate laws for it? It has already mastered the time law and death law. As for the remaining giants of Blood Hall, Old High and Blood Hall Master, they have mastered the space-time law and the time law respectively. It already has the time law and can't fuse with it anymore. In other words, only Old High's space-time law is useful to it now. At that time, even if we help it fuse with Old High's space-time law, it will still lack 3 ultimate laws. Where are we going to find these 3? It's impossible to find Demon Hall Master and plunder her cause and effect law. As for Holy Temple and Deity's Templar, for now, they have no enmity with us. It's not good to make a move on them. Madman rubbed his forehead. In fact, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that those who possess the ultimate laws are basically giants. If you want to plunder their power, you will inevitably provoke a major force. In other words, every time you plunder an ultimate law, you will face a difficult battle. Facing Blood Hall already made you feel tired. If you provoke other forces, isn't that just asking for trouble? Let's take it slow. Besides Holy Temple, Deity's Templar, and Demon Hall, there might be others. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Others? Madman was taken aback. Have you never thought about where Ice Dragon's lair is? Qin Feiyang said. Ice Dragon? Madman muttered. Sky Cloud Realm, perhaps it isn't as simple as everyone thinks. Qin Feiyang smiled meaningfully. He looked at the 2 secret guards whose Sea of Qi had been destroyed and said with a smile, "Come here." Hearing this, the 2 hurriedly ran to Qin Feiyang. Want to go down and play? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. The two looked at Soul Sealing Valley and shook their heads. Only ghosts would want to go down and play. No. Even ghosts would feel their scalp tingle when they see this place. Qin Feiyang said, your cultivation isn't weak. I will give you a chance to submit to me and work for me. Hearing this, the two shadow guards couldn't help but look at Wang Changyuan. Don't look at him and don't worry about his threats. Here, other than me, no one can threaten you. Submit to me and I will give you good fortune. As for what good fortune, I won't reveal it for the time being, but it will definitely affect your life. As for not submitting, I believe I don't need to say it. You should know the consequences. I will give you 3 breaths of time, make your choice. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. The two looked at each other. A good fortune that could affect their life? Was there such a thing in the world? One must know that they were all great perfection dominator realm and had basically reached the peak of the sky cloud realm. Unless they were given the strongest law, supreme profound or ultimate profound, they would not be able to progress at all. However, things like law and profound divine ability were not things that others could give them. But looking at Qin Feiyang's attitude and tone, it didn't seem like he was lying to them. Wait, suddenly. They looked at the middle-aged man and the other shadow guards. Could it be that these people joined Qin Feiyang because of this mysterious good fortune? 3 breaths of time. Qin Feiyang said. We submit. The two came back to their senses and looked at each other again. At the same time, they knelt in front of Qin Feiyang and bowed. Greetings, young master. You, Wang Changyuan looked at the two of them angrily. Wang Changyuan, don't stare at them. Although we are the Blood Hall Shadow Guards, we also have the right to choose. That's right, we are not dogs but humans. Think about it. What did the big shots treat us all these years in the Blood Hall? They completely treated us as obedient dogs. But now it's different. After meeting the young master, we finally found our dignity as humans. Moreover, the young master not only gave us dignity, but also gave us hope to live and a goal to strive for. The middle-aged man and the other shadow guards looked at Wang Changyuan coldly. You have all been brainwashed by him. With his little strength, what hope can he give you? What goal can he give you? Wang Changyuan looked at the group of people in disbelief. He originally thought that these people were forced to submit, but he didn't expect that they were all willing. Brainwashed? Are you stupid? We are great perfection dominators. How can we be brainwashed by others? The group of shadow guards despised. Looking at the attitude of the group of shadow guards, the two shadow guards kneeling in front of Qin Feiyang became more and more certain that their choice was definitely not wrong. Get up. Qin Feiyang smiled. Hearing this, the two stood up. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and 2 slavery seals appeared. He smiled and said, it's impossible for me to trust you now, so don't resist. After saying this, the 2 slavery seals flew toward the top of the two's heads. Not to mention whether they had any thoughts of resisting, the middle-aged man and the others were glaring at them from the side. They didn't dare to resist, because anyone could see that these shadow guards had sincerely submitted to Qin Feiyang. If they dared to resist, he would definitely attack them without hesitation. The slavery seals were quickly completed. Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Changyuan and said with a smile, what about you? Do you choose to submit or die? I won't force you. Think about it carefully. You still have 3 breaths of time. Hearing this, Wang Changyuan immediately struggled in his heart. Chapter 33:25. If he submitted to Qin Feiyang, the Blood Hall wouldn't let him go. If he didn't submit, Qin Feiyang wouldn't let him go either. Since there was only death left and right, he might as well die. But now, he didn't even have the right to choose death. It was really sad to be in such a sullen position. 3 breaths of time. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Wang Changyuan quivered, raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. If I submit to you, then Wolf King won't deprive me of the Law of Thunder, right? I can't guarantee that because it depends on your performance. Qin Feiyang shook his head. In the end, I'll still be kept like a lab rat. Wang Changyuan whispered. If you submit, you might still be able to get rid of the fate of a lab rat. But if you don't submit, then you'll really be a lab rat. Right? There's something I haven't told you yet. The Dark Guard commander has died in our hands. The white-eyed wolf has fused with his Law of Time. Qin Feiyang chuckled. What? Wang Changyuan's eyes trembled. The Dark Guard commander was already dead? So you should be glad that you have mastered the supreme profound of the Law of Thunder and not the supreme profound of the strongest law. Otherwise you would be a corpse now. Qin Feiyang said and shouted, give me an answer immediately. Wang Changyuan closed his eyes in pain, and his hands were tightly clenched together. Just as Qin Feiyang's killing intent appeared, his tightly clenched hand slowly loosened, and at the same time he slowly opened his eyes. His expression was powerless and desperate as he lowered his head and said, "I submit." Qin Feiyang smiled. With a wave of his hand, a slave seal appeared and entered Wang Changyuan's head like lightning. After the control was completed, Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, "Don't look like you're dying. How many people want to follow me? I don't even like them." Wang Changyuan smiled disapprovingly. "You still don't believe me?" Qin Feiyang looked at the dark guards and said, "Take off your clothes." "All of them?" The middle-aged man looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. "Is there a problem?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "This?" The middle-aged man hesitated for a while, then pointed at the people beside him and said, "Young master, it's fine even if we strip naked, but these women?" "Woman?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at the group of people and saw that some of them were lowering their heads and blushing. These were all women. Sorry. Qin Feiyang patted his head and hurriedly smiled apologetically at those women. How could he forget that there were quite a few women among the dark guards? Asking them to take off their clothes in public, wouldn't that be, cough. In short, it was very awkward. Wang Changyuan and the two shadow guards looked at Qin Feiyang and the others suspiciously. Why did they ask them to take off their clothes? Cough. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and said, "Take off all the men's clothes." At that moment, the group of men directly took off their clothes. Wang Changyuan and the other two were even more puzzled. The middle-aged man said proudly, "Look clearly what's on our chests." "Chests?" The three of them were stunned and immediately looked at the chests of the group of people. Immediately the three of them were surprised. Why did they have a mark on their bodies? "Do you feel that it's very familiar?" The middle-aged man asked. "Is it familiar?" The three of them looked at each other and took a closer look. Indeed, it seemed to be somewhat familiar. "Wait a minute. This seems to be..." Suddenly, Wang Changyuan's eyes trembled. He stared at the potential marks and his face was full of disbelief. "That's right. This is the mark of the Gate of Potential. We have all opened the first 3 levels of the Gate of Potential. This is the good fortune that young master mentioned. How is it? Now tell us, is this the hope of living and the goal to strive for?" The middle-aged man sneered. Gate of Potential. The three of them were completely stunned. Although they had only opened the first 3 levels of the Gate of Potential, it was already shocking enough. How did Qin Feiyang do it? The reaction of the three of them was not beyond Qin Feiyang's expectation. Not to mention them, even a big shot like the Hall Master of Blood Hall would have the same reaction when he saw this scene. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang looked at the middle-aged man and the group of people and said with a smile, "When we were fighting outside, your performance was very good. At least you didn't abandon me and run for your lives. Later, go and find Dan Wangkai and open the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels of the Gate of Potential." "Thank you, young master." Hearing this, the group of people's faces were full of joy. Then they went down on one knee and thanked him gratefully. "What? You have a way to open the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels of the Gate of Potential?" Wang Changyuan and the other two stared at Qin Feiyang with their mouths agape. "Young master's ability is beyond your imagination. Not to mention the 6th level of the Gate of Potential, as long as he is willing, he can open all the gates of potential for us in minutes." The middle-aged man sneered. "Open all the gates of potential." The three of them looked at each other in dismay. Then they became excited. Who didn't want to open the gates of potential? Not to mention opening all the gates of potential, even if they only opened one gate of potential, there was a huge difference between them and those who didn't. This was especially true for the sovereign realm. This was because the cultivation of the sovereign realm had nothing to do with other things. It was all about comprehending the profundity of the laws. Comprehending the profundity of the laws required one's comprehension ability. The existence of the Gate of Potential could develop one's comprehension ability to the extreme. Using the simplest example, if one needed 10 minutes to comprehend something, after opening the Gate of Potential, one would only need 1 minute to comprehend it. This was the difference. They finally understood why the middle-aged man and the others said that they had found hope in Qin Feiyang and a goal to strive for. This was an opportunity for Sovereign Realm Great Perfection Realm experts like them to be reborn. "Young master, we swear that in the future, we will do our best for you until our last breath." This time even Wang Changyuan knelt down. Moreover, he knelt down willingly. Even a fool would want to grasp such a good fortune, let alone them. "Just do your best. There's no need for you to die." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. He looked at the middle-aged man and said, Tell them the 3 iron rules. Yes. The middle-aged man replied respectfully. He looked at Wang Changyuan and the others and said, Young master has 3 iron rules. You must remember them. First, you are not allowed to kill the innocent. Second, you are not allowed to bully others. Third, you are not allowed to betray your companions. If you dare to violate these 3 iron rules, you will be killed without mercy. Yes. Wang Changyuan and the others nodded respectfully. Here, you must not have the mentality of being lucky. Whoever dares to violate these 3 iron rules, even if it's the first time, will not be forgiven. Qin Feiyang said. Understood. The 3 of them nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, Get up. Later, go find Dan Wangkai and open the first 3 gates of potential. Only the first 3? The 3 of them were stunned. You guys should be content. When we first came, we only opened the first 3. The middle-aged man snorted. Yes. The 3 of them nodded and did not dare to have any objections. Being able to open the first 3 temporarily was fine. After all, there was still a chance in the future. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the group to the Devil's Land. He then looked at Pei Wanli and the others below. 57 dark guards and 1 vice commander. Our strength can be said to have increased by dozens of times overnight. Madman laughed. Isn't this because of young master's brilliant methods? Xingde laughed. You actually laughed? How rare. Madman looked at Xingde in surprise. I'm also a person with feelings, okay? Xingde was speechless. What's so strange about smiling as long as you're human? Those who can cultivate to the perfection sovereign realm are all people with extraordinary talent. As long as they open the gates of potential, they will be able to comprehend the supreme profound sooner or later. When they comprehend the supreme profound, that will be the time for them to be truly useful. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Xingde. Don't you have anything you want to ask? Xingde did not know about this before, but now he did not seem to be curious at all. Xingde said, Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, don't think about what you shouldn't think about. This is the most basic principle of being a subordinate. When young master wants to say something, he will naturally say it. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. To be honest, this Xingde was really a good person. The more he looked at him, the more satisfied he was. No wonder master trusted him so much. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang decided not to hide it anymore. He smiled and said, Actually, helping them open the gates of potential is not my own ability. I don't have this ability at all. It is because of some pills that can open the gates of potential. Pills? Xingde was stunned and said in surprise, Could it be the legendary first volume of the pill scripture? Qin Feiyang said, I don't know if it is the first volume of the pill scripture, but these pills can indeed open the gates of potential. Xingde was full of surprise. Xingde, this pill that can open the gates of potential is our biggest secret. Even the 2 old men don't know about it, but now we are telling you. Don't let us down. Madman said meaningfully. The 2 old men were naturally referring to the Vice Alliance leader and the Hall of Famers. Xingde's heart trembled. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and Madman and said with a serious expression, Don't worry, I will definitely keep this a secret. Madman laughed. He was a smart person. Qin Feiyang glanced at Xingde and said with a smile, You must be feeling bad about hiding it from master. Xingde nodded. Indeed. Although he was now under orders to protect Qin Feiyang, he was still the Vice Alliance leader's man. He would definitely feel guilty and uneasy about hiding it from the Vice Alliance leader. I will find a chance to tell master and the others in the future. As for Yi Tian, Qin Feiyang turned to look at Madman and asked, Senior brother, do you think we should also help him open the gates of potential? Is there a need to ask? Of course. Madman said without hesitation. Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously, What happened when the 2 of you went to spar? Why did your relationship suddenly become so good? It's nothing. We just had a fair fight. You know my personality. I don't like ordinary people at all. However, anyone that I like is definitely someone worth befriending. For example, you. Madman chuckled. Alright. Let's go find Yi Tian now. Also, Xingde, when you are free, go find Dan Wangkai and ask him to help you open all the gates of potential. Qin Feiyang smiled and left with Madman. Open all the gates of potential. Xingde was stunned. He felt as if a pie had fallen from the sky. When he came back to his senses, he bowed deeply to the Devil's Land and thanked the young master. Wang Changyuan and the others opened the gates of potential one by one, but he opened them all at once. From this it could be seen. Qin Feiyang's trust in him far exceeded Wang Changyuan and the others. He had never thought that one day he would be able to open the gates of potential. This kindness, this trust, he would remember it in his heart for the rest of his life. At the same time, he was also happy for Yi Tian. Yi Tian's talent was already 1 in a million. Now that he had unlocked the door to his potential and was reborn, his future could be said to be broad. Such a Yi Tian could be called the true future star of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Requesting monthly votes, recommendation votes. Chapter 33-26. Devil's Land. When Qin Feiyang found Yi Tian and heard that they were going to help him open the door of potential, Yi Tian's face was filled with disbelief. During his time in the Black Tortoise world, he had always been in closed-door cultivation and had never left the Devil's Land. No one had told him that there were potential pills in the Black Tortoise world, so one could imagine how shocked he was when he found out about this. To him it was simply a clap of thunder. When he calmed down, he did not act pretentious and calmly accepted Qin Feiyang's kindness. Humans, there was no need to be coy. Just do what you think in your heart. Otherwise, it would only make others think that you are hypocritical. Why are there so many people gathered here? Suddenly, Black Dragon passed by the ancient castle and saw Yi Tian and a group of secret guards surrounding it. His expression was slightly stunned, and then he couldn't help but curiously run in. At that moment, Black Dragon was stunned by the scene in front of him. Was this the opening of the door of potential? Bastard. Such a good thing you actually hid it from me? He angrily cursed and went to find Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang finally had a break and was preparing to cultivate their relationship with the mermaid princess. Hearing Black Dragon's clamor outside, a trace of annoyance appeared on his face. Let's go out and take a look first. There might be something big. Mermaid princess climbed up from Qin Feiyang's embrace and laughed. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly, got up and tidied his clothes. He opened the door and walked out of the attic. Looking at Black Dragon outside, he suspiciously asked, "Brother Black Dragon, who offended you?" Black Dragon coldly snorted. "Me." Qin Feiyang was stunned. "That's right." Black Dragon nodded and asked, "Let me ask you, how is our relationship?" "Very good. If you have something to say, can you just say it?" Qin Feiyang was very helpless. He was ready to sharpen his spear and fight. How could he have the mood to play games? "Since our relationship is so good, why don't you help me open the door of potential?" Black Dragon angrily said. This. Qin Feiyang suddenly smiled. "Don't laugh, I'm not messing with you." The Black Dragon glared fiercely at Qin Feiyang. All right. I won't make a fuss. Isn't it just the gate of potential? Let's go find Dan Wangkai and inform the White Jade Qilin, the Fire Dragon, and the Fire Luan. The White Jade Qilin, the Fire Dragon, and the Fire Luan would definitely come looking for him when they heard the news. Therefore, he might as well be straightforward and direct them to find Dan Wangkai so that he could have some peace and quiet. That's a good brother. The Black Dragon chuckled and immediately turned to fly away. Good brother, Qin Feiyang murmured and shook his head with a smile. Then he turned around and ran into the attic. He closed the door with a bang, rubbed his hands, looked at the mermaid princess and said with a smile, "My dear wife, prepare to face my anger." "You're not serious." The mermaid princess rolled her eyes at him and blushed. The ancient castle. Yi Tian had successfully opened all the doors of potential below the sovereign realm. This made Wang Changyuan and the group of secret guards extremely envious. As for the Black Dragon and Fire Luan, all of their potentials had been opened because they were both perfect sovereigns. However, the White Jade Qilin and the Fire Dragon were extremely depressed because they were both half-step sovereigns. Everyone knew that in order to unlock the door of potential, one had to be at the Great Perfection realm. For example, the Great Perfection Undead realm and the Great Perfection Sovereign realm. But now, the two of them were stuck at the half-step ruler level. They could only watch as the others opened the door to potential. Their hearts were filled with pain. Dan Wangkai. No. Brother Kai, is there really no other way? The two beasts looked at Dan Wangkai pitifully. No. Dan Wangkai shook his head. I don't want to live anymore. Don't stop me, the Fire Dragon roared, but it seemed that no one was going to stop it. It said angrily, "You're really not going to stop me? Can't you be a little sympathetic? No matter how powerful someone is, they can't stop a person who wants to die. But don't worry, after you die, we'll find a good place for you to bury you." Dan Wangkai looked at the Fire Dragon seriously and said, "Get lost." The Fire Dragon glared at him. What kind of person was this? Dan Wangkai shook his head and laughed. He looked at the White Jade Qilin and the Fire Dragon and thought, "Actually, I have an idea, but I don't know if it will work." "What idea?" The two beasts became spirited. The white-eyed wolf's second innate ability can permanently steal cultivation. If you let him steal one of your cultivation levels and drop to the Great Perfection Undead Realm, you might be able to unlock the door of potential. Dan Wangkai said. Hearing this, the two beasts' expressions froze. I'm just suggesting. Because I don't know if dropping one's cultivation level can unlock the door of potential. Dan Wangkai smiled. Isn't this a gamble? The fire dragon frowned. That's right. It is a gamble. If you can unlock the door of potential, even if you lose one of your cultivation levels, it will be worth it. After all, after you unlock the door of potential, both your comprehension and potential will be far better than before, and you will be able to rush up again very quickly. But if you can't unlock the door of potential, then you will lose one of your cultivation levels for nothing. In short, this is a very risky action. It's up to you to decide. After Dan Wangkai finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something and whispered, But what? The two beasts thought that there was a turning point and couldn't help but look forward to it. Dan Wangkai said, There used to be a guy beside us who destroyed his own cultivation in order to unlock the door of potential. Later he successfully opened the door of potential. Who is it? So ruthless to himself. The two looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. In order to unlock the door of potential, he actually chose to destroy his cultivation. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. A guy called Black Dragon Snake. Since it can successfully unlock the door of potential by destroying its cultivation and cultivating again, then you should be able to succeed too. Dan Wangkai said with uncertainty. Because destroying one's cultivation and depriving one's cultivation seemed to be the same, but they were two different things. Hearsay. The two beasts lowered their heads and couldn't help but struggle in their hearts. Should they gamble? The fire dragon gritted his teeth, looked at the white jade Qilin and said, Let's just gamble. Even if we can't unlock the door of potential, we will only lose one of our cultivation levels. But if we succeed, we will be reborn. Hearing this, the white jade Qilin made up his mind and nodded, Okay, let's gamble. The two beasts hit it off, turned around and ran out of the castle, running towards Madman's courtyard. Because the white-eyed wolf was now drinking at Madman's place. Under a big tree. Madman and the white-eyed wolf sat together, each holding a jar of black tortoise divine brew. The courtyard was filled with the aroma of wine. Zhuo Shaoxian sat opposite them, drinking tea angrily. I say, can you guys learn from Qin Dage and stop drinking all the time? Don't you know that drinking is bad for your health? Seeing that Madman only cared about drinking with the white-eyed wolf and completely ignored her, Zhuo Shaoxian couldn't help but be angry. This white-eyed wolf was also insensible. It wasn't easy for Madman to find time to accompany her, but this guy stayed here all the time. It was broad daylight, why did he come here to be a third wheel? Bad for our health? Madman and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. Nonsense. We are not ordinary people. With our cultivation levels, no matter how much we drink, it won't harm our bodies. Madman smiled proudly. Exactly. Don't talk about Qin Dage all the time. What's so good about him that you have to learn from him? The white-eyed wolf also wore a disdainful look. Zhuo Xiaoxian's veins bulged as she glared at Madman and said, You just don't want to listen? I don't want to listen. Come on, brother wolf, let's continue. Madman waved his hand and clinked the jar with the white-eyed wolf. Then he threw his head back and began to drink. Asshole. Zhuo Xiaoxian glared at him angrily and left. Seeing that Zhuo Xiaoxian was really angry, Madman glanced at the jar in his hand and put it down in the end. He smiled apologetically and said, Xian don't go. I was just joking. I won't drink any more. Henpecked husband. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. That's more like it. Zhuo Xiaoxian's expression softened. She went back to the stone bench and looked at Madman with her red lips seductively and said, Sit next to me. What? Madman looked at her alertly. Zhuo Xiaoxian's face darkened. She said angrily, Do you think I'll eat you? That's exactly what I'm afraid of. Madman let out an evil grin before he blinked his eyes and said, Xian there's actually a secret that I haven't told you. What secret? Zhuo Xiaoxian was curious. The white-eyed wolf looked at Madman in confusion too. Madman went closer and said in a low voice, I'm practicing a peerless martial art called the Virgin Art. The biggest taboo of this martial art is that I can't get close to women. Zhuo Xiaoxian was startled. So, you'd better stay away from me, lest you break my virginity and waste all my previous efforts. Madman chuckled. You asshole. Zhuo Xiaoxian was infuriated as she snapped, Is it fun to trick me? Of course it is. Madman let out a proud laugh. Zhuo Shaoxian clenched her teeth, but her eyes suddenly rolled as she let out a charming smile and said, "Virgin art, right? Sure, you can take your time practicing the virgin art. I'll go find another man." What? Madman's expression stiffened. He immediately rose to his feet and said, "Don't you dare. Aren't you practicing the virgin art? I can't possibly be a widow with you for the rest of my life," Zhuo Shaoxian said calmly. Madman's lips twitched. He rushed up to Zhuo Shaoxian and scooped her up in his arms before heading toward the pagoda. He said in a menacing tone, "Damned woman, are you trying to provoke me? I'll do you right now." Ugh. The white-eyed wolf was startled. Leaving just like that? These assholes, they're all hoes before bros. Not practicing the virgin art anymore? Zhuo Shaoxian blushed and teased. "Nope, I'm practicing the dual cultivation technique now." Madman chuckled and said, "Brother Wolf, we'll drink another day. I'm going to teach this damned woman a lesson now." Pervert. Zhuo Shaoxian grumbled, but she did not resist, implying that her body was still honest. Brother Wolf. However, at this moment, a loud voice was heard. The white-eyed wolf was about to leave with the jar in his hand. He raised his head after hearing the voice. Madman was startled too. He turned around and saw the white jade Qilin and the fire dragon running toward him in a hurry. Chapter 33:27. What's going on? The lunatic was confused. "Put me down at once." Zhuo Shaoxian reached out her claws and pinched the flesh on the lunatic's waist. The lunatic clenched his teeth in pain. He quickly put Zhuo Shaoxian down and said, "Woman, I'll deal with you later." "You think I'm scared of you?" Zhuo Shaoxian wore a provocative look. The lunatic raised his brows. This woman, did she really think he did not have the guts to do her on the spot? "Brother Wolf, do me a favor." The fire dragon ran up to the white-eyed wolf and said with a fawning smile, "Help." The white-eyed wolf was startled. He glanced at the two beasts suspiciously. "Here's the thing," the fire dragon quickly explained the situation. "I see." The white-eyed wolf nodded. It was about to speak when the lunatic transmitted his voice, "Brother Wolf, we're brothers, right?" "Of course." The white-eyed wolf nodded. "You have to avenge me if you're my brother." The lunatic murmured. "Avenge you?" The white-eyed wolf was confused. The lunatic glanced at the white jade Qilin. The white-eyed wolf glanced at the white jade Qilin and said with a smirk, "Not a problem. You're indeed my brother." The lunatic chuckled. He returned to the stone table and sat on the stool. He picked up the jar of wine that he had put down earlier. Cough cough. Zhuo Shaoxian let out a cough and glared at the lunatic. The lunatic frowned. He placed the jar down and glanced at the table. He picked up Zhuo Shaoxian's cup and took a sip. "Brother Wolf, I have to say this tea tastes pretty good. Why don't you try it too?" "No thanks." The man and the wolf were extremely relaxed. They did not mention anything about their cultivation being robbed. "What do you mean?" The fire dragon glanced at the lunatic and the white-eyed wolf suspiciously. Zhuo Shaoxian was confused too. Why did they have such an attitude when they had come to ask for help? However, the white jade Qilin frowned as if it understood what the lunatic and the white-eyed wolf meant. "Xianer, come. Sit down and drink some tea." Madman stood up and walked to Zhuo Shaoxian's side. He helped Zhuo Shaoxian sit down on a stool with a gentle look on his face. Zhuo Shaoxian was stunned. This damned lunatic, he must have lost his mind. What the hell was he doing? Madman said, "Xianer, look, we've been together for so long. Why don't we find some time to propose marriage to your father?" "Really?" Zhuo Shaoxian was overjoyed. Finally he was enlightened. "Of course. In this lifetime, I will marry no one but you." Madman's face was filled with tenderness. Those who didn't know him would really think that he was a romantic. However, when it came to relationships, Madman was indeed very loyal. But now, his actions were too exaggerated. Zhuo Shaoxian was so happy. She hadn't misjudged him back then. He was a good man. The white jade Qilin steeled its heart and looked at Madman angrily. "I say, can you stop acting? Besides, we're begging Brother Wolf, not you. Why are you so angry?" "Acting?" Zhuo Shaoxian was surprised. "Xianer, don't listen to its nonsense. I'm not acting." Madman hurriedly waved his hand and turned to glare at the white jade Qilin. He said angrily, "What are you up to? How dare you sow discord between us?" The white jade Qilin rolled its eyes and turned to look at the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf drank his wine and pretended not to see it. In fact, he was also a little unhappy with the white jade Qilin. Because not only to Madman but also to others, including the white-eyed wolf, the white jade Qilin also had an arrogant attitude. The white jade Qilin was annoyed. Madman, on the other hand, had a smug look on his face as if he was saying to the White Jade Qilin, "See, what do you mean by close friends? Let's see if Brother Wolf will help you or not." The White Jade Qilin sighed helplessly and looked at Madman. "Okay, I promise you. As long as Brother Wolf helps me this time, I'll follow you in the future." Madman's eyes flashed with a sinister smile when he heard this. That's right. He was deliberately provoking the White Jade Qilin. All these years, in order to make the White Jade Qilin follow him, he could be said to have done everything he could and even lowered his attitude. However, the White Jade Qilin always had an arrogant look and didn't even want to talk to him. In the past he had said ruthlessly, "Don't fall into my hands." Now that he finally had the opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let the White Jade Qilin go. "Aren't you very arrogant? Didn't you look down on others? Why are you begging me now? If I were you, I would directly cripple your cultivation. I definitely wouldn't lower my head and beg others for help." Seeing that Madman didn't say a word, the White Jade Qilin was a little angry. "I have already apologized to you and compromised. What else do you want? Did you apologize?" Madman was slightly stunned and turned to look at it suspiciously. "This isn't an apology?" The White Jade Qilin said angrily. "This is an apology?" Madman asked in return. Then he looked at the fire dragon and said, "Give it a demonstration and see what an apology is." The fire dragon was speechless. He finally understood Madman's intention. He wanted the White Jade Qilin to bow its head. In order to quickly open the door of potential, it could only collude with Madman. It turned to the White Jade Qilin and said, "Old White, the apology is like this." Then it taught him step by step. The White Jade Qilin's face was dark. "Who doesn't know how to apologize? Do you need to teach me?" But the key was that looking at this shameless person, it really couldn't lower its head or bend its back. The fire dragon thought, "Brother, we have something to ask of them now. Just bear with it." The White Jade Qilin glared at the fire dragon and bowed to Madman. "I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Will that do?" "Haha." Madman smiled proudly and looked at the White Jade Qilin. "You said that you want to follow me. I didn't force you." "You." The White Jade Qilin was burning with anger. If this wasn't forcing, what was? What kind of person was he to take advantage of others and still pretend to be innocent? "Bear with it, bear with it. A little impatience spoils great plans." The fire dragon hurriedly comforted it. The White Jade Qilin took a deep breath and said weakly, "I'm willing. You didn't force me." "Ha!" Madman laughed again. He looked at the ingrate and said with a sly smile, "Thanks, Brother Wolf. We're brothers. No need to be so polite." The white-eyed wolf grinned. Looking at the man and wolf colluding, the White Jade Qilin couldn't help but feel angry. Boom. The next moment, a golden beast appeared. The white-eyed wolf looked at the two beasts and asked, "Have you really thought it through? Don't blame me if you can't open the door of potential later." "Yes, let's begin." The fire dragon couldn't wait. Okay. The white-eyed wolf nodded and activated its innate ability. The white-eyed wolf was now an initial ruler, and the fire dragon and the White Jade Qilin were only half-step rulers. So it was very easy to deprive them of their cultivation. In an instant, the cultivation of the two beasts fell to perfection imperishable realm. The white-eyed wolf also deactivated its innate ability and put away its battle soul. Madman looked at the two beasts and asked, "Brother Wolf, now that their cultivation has fallen to perfection imperishable realm, do they still have the power of laws?" Depriving cultivation has nothing to do with the power of laws, so the power of laws is still there. Also, even if they're at perfection imperishable realm, they can still activate the fifth profound. The white-eyed wolf said. "That works?" Madman was stunned. However, although the power of laws is still there because of the deprivation, they need to comprehend 7 types of fifth profound in the future to enter perfection sovereign realm. The white-eyed wolf said. "What? There's such a thing?" The fire dragon and the White Jade Qilin were also stunned. "That's right. Because you've already comprehended a type of fifth profound when you were half-step rulers, and after your cultivation is deprived, this fifth profound will not disappear. At the same time, because your cultivation has been deprived, you need to cultivate again. In other words, on top of your current foundation, you still need to comprehend 6 types of fifth profound. In total, isn't that 7 types of fifth profound?" The white-eyed wolf said indifferently. "Others only need 6 fifth profound meanings, but now we need 7 fifth profound meanings?" The fire dragon and the White Jade Qilin looked at each other. Wasn't this increasing their difficulty? This is the consequence of having your cultivation taken away. Actually, it's not that bad. After opening the gate of potential, comprehending the power of laws won't be that difficult. Moreover, when you enter Sovereign Realm again, you'll be invincible in the same realm. That's because while others have mastered 1/5 profound, you have mastered 2. While others have mastered 2, you have mastered 3. Looking at it, it's a good thing. The white-eyed wolf said. Hearing this, the two beasts felt that it was indeed so. Madman asked again, then your third innate ability after depriving others of their power of laws, will your cultivation drop? It won't. Only the power of laws will be lost, and your cultivation will never change. Take the Grand Deacon for example. Although I have deprived him of the law of death, his cultivation is still at perfection sovereign realm. However, although he's still a perfection sovereign, his power of laws is one type less than others. Then, his strength will naturally be inferior to others. In short, the second innate ability can only deprive one's cultivation, and the third innate ability can only deprive one's power of laws. The white-eyed wolf explained. It's really mysterious. Madman muttered. Its innate ability is already ridiculous, so we can't look at it with ordinary eyes. Zhuo Shaoxian interjected. True. Madman nodded. Looking at the countless living beings in the world, only the white-eyed wolf possessed such innate abilities. Who cares? As long as it can open the gate of potential, it's a profit. Let's retreat. After the fire dragon finished speaking, he turned around and flew toward the ancient castle. Madman glanced at the fire dragon, then looked at the white jade Qilin and chuckled. Little white, don't forget to report to me later. The white jade Qilin's body stiffened. It glared fiercely at Madman, then turned around and flew toward the ancient castle. Brother Kai, quick, give me a potential pill to try. As soon as they entered the ancient castle, the two beasts looked at Dan Wangkai nervously and eagerly. You really deprived them of their cultivation? Dan Wangkai was stunned, then smiled bitterly. You guys are quite ruthless to yourselves. After speaking, he took out 2 potential pills and threw them to the two beasts. The two beasts looked at each other and swallowed the potential pills at the same time. Dan Wangkai looked at Wang Changyuan and said, release your pressure. Wang Changyuan was now incomparably respectful to Dan Wangkai. Hearing this, he immediately released his pressure and enveloped the two beasts. You must succeed. The two beasts roared in their hearts. About 10 breaths later, boom, a muffled sound came from their bodies. Then, a dazzling light bloomed between their eyebrows. Success? Dan Wangkai's expression froze. It was really possible. Then these two fellows had profited. Does this count as success? The two beasts looked at Dan Wangkai in disbelief. Dan Wangkai waved his hand and the void distorted. Soon it became like a mirror. He smiled and said, see for yourselves. The white jade Qilin immediately removed the hair between its eyebrows, and a potential imprint appeared. The fire dragon also removed a dragon scale between its eyebrows. There was an identical potential imprint on its flesh. Success. The two beasts looked at each other and cheered in unison. Chapter 33:28. All of them had opened the door to potential, so it was naturally a joyous occasion. Because in the future, their cultivation would be twice the result with half the effort. As for the white jade Qilin, it didn't pay any attention to Madman's words. After opening the gate of potential, it ran out and focused on cultivating. I can't accept this. Even someone like Xingde can open all the gates of potential, why can't I? After everyone left, Wang Changyuan stood alone outside the castle, looking at the sky, feeling very frustrated. Oh, I must perform well. Otherwise, not to mention Xingde, even those secret guards will surpass me in the future. He clenched his fists tightly, turned around and walked towards Qin Feiyang's courtyard. Seeing that the loft's door was closed, he didn't go in. He stood at the side of the door respectfully, like a guard guarding this place. Time flew by. The next morning, Qin Feiyang, who had been in the room with the mermaid princess for a day and a night, finally opened the door and walked out, looking refreshed. Taking in a breath of fresh air, Qin Feiyang suddenly noticed Wang Changyuan standing outside the door, and a trace of suspicion flashed in his eyes. Subordinate Wang Changyuan greets young lord. Wang Changyuan naturally saw Qin Feiyang, but he didn't enter the courtyard. He knelt on one knee outside the door and greeted respectfully. I know your name is Wang Changyuan, you don't have to say it again. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Subordinate is afraid that you won't remember. Wang Changyuan smiled embarrassedly. My memory isn't that bad. Qin Feiyang said, walked out of the courtyard and asked, is there anything? No. Subordinate is staying here to protect young lord, and at the same time to listen to young lord's orders. Wang Changyuan said respectfully. Protect me? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and laughed. Do you think that in this black tortoise world, there is anyone who can hurt me? Hearing this, Wang Changyuan's expression stiffened. That's right. In this black tortoise world, who can hurt young lord? This flattery hit the nail on the head. Enough. Don't try to curry favor with me all the time. Others may like it but I don't. I'm looking at your abilities. Qin Feiyang said. Wang Changyuan panicked and hurriedly bowed. This subordinate knows his mistake. Please forgive me, young lord. This subordinate will definitely perform well in the future. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. After pondering for a while, he took out the divine sound transmission stone and the cosmos bag and said, I'll return these to you. Thank you, young master. Wang Changyuan took the divine voice transmitting stone and the Qingquan bag with both hands. Qin Feiyang asked, other than that battle armor, do you have any other supreme heaven-defying artifacts? Yes. Wang Changyuan waved his hand and a black battle axe appeared. It was 1/2 meter long and looked as if it was forged from cold iron. There was a blood-red skull engraved on it, and it emitted strands of cold air. This item is called the Ghost King Battle Axe. If young lord likes it, this subordinate is willing to gift it to young lord. After saying that, Wang Changyuan handed the Ghost King tomahawk to Qin Feiyang. Give it to me? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He reached out and grabbed the battle axe, looking it up and down. When Wang Changyuan saw that Qin Feiyang had really taken away the battle axe, a trace of regret immediately crept up in his eyes. He only had 2 supreme-level heaven-defying divine tools, so why was he still acting so generous? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. What's wrong? Wang Changyuan was suspicious. I remember that the 2 supreme heaven-defying artifacts of the Dark Guard commander also had such a skull symbol. Are these 3 heaven-defying artifacts related? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. These 3 heaven-defying artifacts were found in the same place. They are the Ghost King Battle Axe, the Ghost King Battle Armor, and the Ghost King Scythe. Back then, the Palace Master gave the Ghost King Battle Armor and the Ghost King Scythe to the Dark Guard commander, and the Ghost King Battle Axe to this subordinate. Wang Changyuan replied respectfully. So it's like that. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and asked, What's the name of your armor? Wang Changyuan waved his hand and a golden armor appeared. However, it was covered with cracks like a spider web. This armor was the one that came out to protect Wang Changyuan when they ambushed him in the stone room. If not for the protection of this armor, Wang Changyuan would have been crippled by the middle-aged man at that time, and none of the things that happened later would have happened. This is the golden battle armor. If the young master likes it, this subordinate, Wang Changyuan gritted his teeth and said, I'll also give it to the young master. Haha, you're really willing to part with it? Qin Feiyang laughed. Wang Changyuan said, Now this subordinate even belongs to the young master, not to mention 2 mere holy artifact. Don't say it so ambiguously. Everyone is mine. If others hear it, they will misunderstand. Qin Feiyang was speechless, and threw the Ghost King Battle Axe to Wang Changyuan. Wang Changyuan caught it and couldn't help but look at Qin Feiyang in a daze. Giving it to me won't be of much use, you should keep it for yourself. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Useless? Wang Changyuan was taken aback, but after thinking about it carefully, he understood. He already had a sovereign-level holy artifact, so he naturally wouldn't care about a heaven-defying holy artifact. He originally wanted to curry favor with the other party, but he didn't expect the other party to not care at all, so he resentfully put it away. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered for a while, then looked at Wang Changyuan and said with a smile, Since you want to show off, I'll give you a chance now. If you can do this, I'll have Dan Wankai help you open all the doors of potential. Young master, please give the order. Wang Changyuan was shocked, he didn't expect the opportunity to come so quickly. Qin Feiyang smiled, Go back to the Blood Hall now, and wait 3 days later when I arrive at the Blood Hall, we'll work together and give the Blood Hall's Hall Master a surprise. Go back to the Blood Hall. Wang Changyuan's gaze trembled, and a trace of panic and fear appeared in his eyes. You don't have to worry, although a day has passed in the Black Tortoise world, only a little time has passed outside. Moreover, only you and I know that the Alliance Master and the others have been rescued, so you won't be in any danger if you go back now. Of course. In advance, don't let the cat out of the bag. However, if you can't even do this, then it means that you don't have the qualifications to stay by my side. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. This subordinate will definitely complete the task. Wang Changyuan was shocked, and he quickly knelt on one knee again, looking at Qin Feiyang and roaring with determination. I hope so. Qin Feiyang smiled and waved his hand, and Wang Changyuan immediately disappeared. Where did you let him go? Madman happened to pass by, and when he saw this scene, he immediately ran up to ask. Back to the blood hall. Qin Feiyang smiled. What? Letting him go back to the blood hall? Aren't you letting the tiger return to the mountain? Madman frowned. I believe he's a smart person. Besides, with the slave seal, it's easy for me to kill him. Qin Feiyang smiled and then asked, Where are you going? To find Little White. Damn it, we agreed yesterday to report here, but until now I haven't seen it. Sure enough, this bastard's words can't be trusted. Madman said angrily. Report? What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Madman briefly told him about how he joined forces with the white-eyed wolf yesterday to force the white jade Qilin. I see. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. It's a divine beast after all, so it's normal for it to be a little arrogant. Take it slow, don't force it too much. Let's go and visit the Mermaid Emperor and White Wing Emperor. If I really forced it, would it be delayed until today? I would have used force to suppress it. Madman snorted in dissatisfaction and followed Qin Feiyang to a courtyard. Eastern Continent. Kanglan Snow Mountain. Heavy snow swirled and the cold light was piercing to the bone. Suddenly, a figure descended in the sky above the barrier. Oh. Zhang Deyuan, who was guarding the barrier, immediately noticed the figure. With a loud shout, he raised his head to look. At that moment, his entire body froze in place. The person who came was a middle-aged man with a tall and straight figure and an elegant temperament. There were 2 fire pythons lying on his shoulders. Alliance leader. Zhang Deyuan shivered and quickly took out the token to open the barrier and flew towards the barrier. But before he could fly to the barrier, the alliance leader took a step forward and directly appeared inside the barrier. This barrier was set up by him, so of course it couldn't restrict him. Greetings, Lord Alliance Leader. Greetings, Lord Divine Beasts. Zhang Deyuan hurriedly knelt on the ground and bowed respectfully. You are? The alliance leader looked at him doubtfully. Zhang Deyuan hurriedly said, I am Zhang Deyuan, once the city lord of East City. Now, under the orders of the Vice Alliance Leader, I am here to guard the barrier. Zhang Deyuan, the alliance leader muttered as if searching for memories about Zhang Deyuan. After a while, he smiled and said, It's you, no wonder you look a little familiar. I didn't expect Lord Alliance Leader to still remember this lowly one. Zhang Deyuan was flattered. The Alliance Leader was puzzled. Since you are the City Lord of East City, why would the Vice Alliance Leader let you guard the barrier? I don't dare to hide it from Lord, this lowly one has made a big mistake, so. Zhang Deyuan smiled embarrassedly. So it's like that. Don't think that guarding the barrier is a shameful thing. You have to know that this barrier protects the entire Rogue Cultivator Alliance. If you guard it, then the safety of the entire Rogue Cultivator Alliance is also tied to your shoulders. This is an honor and more importantly our trust in you. The Alliance Leader said. This lowly one will follow Lord's instructions. Zhang Deyuan hurriedly bowed and said. Damn. The Alliance Leader nodded and took a step forward. But after a few steps, he stopped and looked at Zhang Deyuan. Qin Feiyang, do you know him? Of course I know him. He is the direct disciple of the Vice Alliance Leader. Zhang Deyuan nodded. There was one more thing he didn't say. He was also his master. Because Zhang Deyuan has always been controlled by the slave seal, if Qin Feiyang wanted to kill him, it would only take a single thought. Then in your opinion, what do you think of this Qin Feiyang? The Alliance Leader asked. Zhang Deyuan was silent for a while, then raised his head and looked at the Alliance Leader. To be honest, he is really good. Alright. The Alliance Leader smiled slightly and turned to leave. Zhang Deyuan also slowly got up, looking at the Alliance Leader's back with eyes full of respect. But suddenly, his expression froze. That's not right. Didn't they say that the Alliance Leader was plotted against by the Blood Hall and was now imprisoned in the Blood Hall? Why did he suddenly run back? Could it be Qin Feiyang? It must be. How terrifying. To be able to save the Alliance Leader from the Blood Hall, it seems that being controlled by Qin Feiyang and serving him as Lord may not be a bad thing. Chapter 33-29. Alliance Capital. In a courtyard, 2 old men sat opposite each other. On the table there was a black and white chessboard. Next to it was a pot of fragrant tea. They were the Vice Alliance Leader and the Hall of Famers. The 2 of them played chess while sipping tea. Their days were extremely comfortable. Old Qi, how is Zhao Xiaojin recently? The Vice Alliance leader asked with a smile. This girl is quite powerful. She has comprehended the fourth profound of the law of light and is trying to break through to the fifth. I also heard from my younger brother that she has comprehended 2 new laws. The Hall of Famers chuckled. So powerful? The Vice Alliance leader was surprised. This girl's talent is a little beyond imagination. The Hall of Famers shook his head. In fact, they did not know that Zhao Xiaojin was able to have such talent because she had opened the door of potential. Could be said that if Yi Tian did not go to the Black Tortoise world, it would not take long for Zhao Xiaojin to surpass him. After all, she was once the genius girl of the East City. She definitely deserves her reputation. The Vice Alliance leader laughed hoarsely and then sighed. Although the death of Zhao Eryong's family is not directly related to us, as the managers of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, we also have an unshirkable responsibility. So, in the future we have to take good care of Zhao Xiaojin. The Hall of Famers nodded. In public, Zhao Eryong had been responsible for guarding the barrier for many years. Now that he only had one son left, they naturally had to take good care of him. In private, Zhao Xiaojin had a very good relationship with Yi Tian, Qin Feiyang and Frenzy. Now that the 3 of them were not in the Eastern continent as her elders, they had the responsibility to take good care of Zhao Xiaojin. Of course, this was the current Vice Alliance leader. If it was the previous Vice Alliance leader who would care about your life and death. Not bad, you know how to take responsibility. It seems that you have changed a lot. Suddenly, a calm voice sounded outside the courtyard. The Vice Alliance leader and the Hall of Famers were stunned. Why did this voice sound so familiar? It seemed like the 2 of them suddenly stood up and looked outside the courtyard. They saw an elegant middle-aged man standing under a big tree outside the courtyard. Alliance leader. Their eyes trembled. Was this a dream? The Alliance leader walked into the courtyard step by step. The Shinmeng couple on his shoulders stared at the Vice Alliance leader with cold eyes. The Alliance master walked into the courtyard, looked around and said indifferently, "After so many years, your place hasn't changed at all." Is it really the Alliance master? The deputy leader and the Hall of Famers looked at each other in disbelief. What is it? You don't want to see me back? The Alliance master walked over and sat on the stone bench, looking at the 2 of them indifferently. The Vice Alliance master sized up the Alliance master and said in a low voice, "Old Chi, give me a slap and see if I'm dreaming." Bah. The Hall of Famers really did raise his hand and smacked the Vice leader on the head. You're really fighting? The Vice Alliance master glared at him. Nonsense. You're the one who requested it. Besides, it would be a waste not to fight. How about it? Does it hurt? The Hall of Famers asked. The Vice leader's face darkened. He said angrily, "Let me try. Let me see if it hurts." Since it hurts, it's not a dream. The Hall of Famers murmured. You 2 old men, how much do you not want us to come back? Looking at the 2 of them, Shin Mang and his wife were both angry and amused. The 2 of them looked at each other and bowed at the same time. Greetings, Alliance Master. Their expressions were full of excitement. Finally, they were finally back. The Alliance Master glanced at the 2 of them, pointed to the stone bench next to him, and said indifferently, "Sit down." The Hall of Fame Master sat down. However, the Vice Alliance Master walked to the stone bench and hesitated. Suddenly, he knelt in front of the Alliance Master, lowered his head and said, "I'm guilty. Please punish me." "What are you guilty of?" The Alliance Master looked down at him indifferently. "I was blinded by greed. I lost my mind and was instigated by the Hall of Blood. I'm really sorry. I'm willing to pay for it with my life." The Vice Alliance Master's face was full of regret. The Hall of Famers sat at the side and wanted to say something. However, after thinking about it, she chose to remain silent. Although the Vice Alliance Master had turned over a new leaf, the damage he had done to the Alliance Master and the 2 great pythons could not be erased in a lifetime. Therefore, the decision of the Alliance Master and the 2 great pythons had to be respected. The Alliance Master and the 2 great pythons did not say anything. They just looked at the Vice Alliance Master. The Vice Alliance Master felt more and more ashamed. He suddenly raised his arm and shouted, "Alliance Master, it's not my family's fault. Now, I only have one grandson, Yi Tian. After I die, please let him live." After saying that, he slapped the space between his eyebrows. "Pay for it with your life." The Hall of Famers could not sit still and was about to stop him. However, at this moment, the Alliance Master got up and grabbed the Vice Alliance Master's wrist. The Vice Alliance Master looked up at the Alliance Master with a trace of doubt on his face. "Get up." The Alliance Master smiled slightly. His previous indifference was gone. He personally helped the Vice Alliance Master up. Seeing this, the Hall of Famers breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Alliance Master had forgiven the Vice Alliance Master. The Alliance Master returned to the stone bench and smiled. You know my personality. I'm a wild crane. If you die, who will manage the Rogue Cultivator Alliance? Hearing this, the Vice Alliance Master was slightly stunned. Then he blamed himself even more and felt even more guilty. Enough. Qin Feiyang and the Fire Dragon have already told us about your matter. It's great that you know your mistakes and can change. Let's just pretend that the past never happened. The Alliance Master smiled. Thank you, Alliance Master. The Vice Alliance Master was ashamed. Qin Feiyang had always repaid evil with good. Now the Alliance Master was also doing the same. This made him want to blame himself even more. What kind of stupid things did he do in the past? Although we've forgiven you, you have to remember that this is the only time. The Fire Dragon couple said. Thank you. The Vice Alliance Master looked at them gratefully. He wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and asked, how are Feiyang and the others now? They're doing well. 3 days later, they will officially declare war on the Blood Hall. The Alliance Master smiled. Official declaration of war? The Vice Alliance Master was shocked and hurriedly said, isn't this too impulsive? No. On the contrary, I support him. It's indeed time to eradicate the Blood Hall. All of you get ready. 3 days later, follow me to the Western continent to support them. Also, make a trip to the Demon Hall and inform the Demon Hall Master. If we want to eradicate the Blood Hall completely, we must have the help of the Demon Hall. Also, send an order to the people lurking in the northern and southern continents. Tell them to pay attention to the movements of the Divine Halls and the Sacred Halls. I won't allow anyone to interfere at the crucial moment. The Alliance Master said with a cold glint in his eyes. Yes. The Vice Alliance Master replied respectfully. Blood Hall. Conference Hall. A group of big shots sat inside in silence. Outside, Wang Changyuan flew through the air and landed in front of the door. The big shots immediately looked up at him. Wang Changyuan secretly clenched his fists and then strode into the hall. He walked to the Blood Hall Master and bowed. Sir, I've asked clearly. Very good. Immediately go and inform the 5 people who disguised themselves. Also, tell them not to reveal any flaws when facing Qin Feiyang 3 days later. The Blood Hall Master ordered. Yes. Wang Changyuan replied respectfully and then turned to leave. After watching Wang Changyuan leave, the Blood Hall Master looked at Old Hai and said, your divine soul and physical body haven't been reconstructed yet. Don't show yourself 3 days later. I don't want to accidentally hurt you. Old Hai frowned. But you, don't worry. This plan is flawless. We can definitely catch Qin Feiyang off guard. As long as Qin Feiyang is dead, how can the remaining ancient castles be a match for the Ice Dragon's Sacred Sword and the Horsetail Whisk? The Blood Hall Master smiled confidently. All right. Old Hai nodded. One of the deacons said, Hall Master, I have another suggestion. It's best to secretly evacuate all the disciples and the resources of our Blood Hall. That's necessary. When the Sovereign Divine Weapons start fighting, the entire 9 Dragon Mountain range will be destroyed. Even the people in the nearby cities will have to evacuate. The Blood Hall Master looked at the 9 deacons and ordered, you guys are responsible for secretly evacuating the disciples. As for the resources of our Blood Hall, speaking of this, the Blood Hall Master looked at Old Hai and said, you will temporarily take care of the resources. These are the foundation of our Blood Hall. Nothing must happen to them. Doesn't that mean I have to evacuate with the disciples? Old Hai frowned. That's right. Your task is to protect these resources. However, you can't evacuate with the disciples. You have to hide yourself to avoid being caught. After all, Qin Feiyang is not someone to be trifled with. Perhaps he's watching our Blood Hall from somewhere. The Blood Hall Master said in a low voice. But I want to kill Qin Feiyang with my own hands. Old Hai roared. His eyes were filled with hatred. Don't worry, if there's a chance, I'll leave him alive for you to deal with. The Blood Hall Master smiled sinisterly. Old Hai took a deep breath and nodded. All right, I'll listen to you. Then, let's get moving. As soon as the Blood Hall Master gave the order, the entire Blood Hall became busy. What? The Blood Hall is secretly evacuating their disciples? Inside a stone chamber, Wang Dufu held the transmission godly stone in his hand and looked at a woman in her 30s in front of him with a frown. That's right. The woman nodded. It seems like the Blood Hall has decided to go head-to-head with Qin Feiyang. But why so sudden? Could it be that Qin Feiyang has succeeded and kidnapped the family members of the Blood Hall's authorities? Wang Dafu frowned. Isn't he with you? Don't you know? The woman was suspicious. They were indeed with me before, but they left without saying anything. Moreover, he also said that he wouldn't do anything to pay Wanli and the others for the time being. It seems that something happened during this period that we don't know about. Wang Dafu pondered for a while, then looked at the woman and said, "How about this? I'll send them a message first and ask them. I'll contact you later." Okay. The woman nodded. Chapter 33:30. Soul Sealing Valley. After opening the Gate of Potential, Xingde returned to Soul Sealing Valley and continued to watch over Pei Wanli and the others. Although he knew that these people would not encounter any accidents in the Black Tortoise world, he was a responsible person. Since Qin Feiyang ordered him to watch over these people, he had to do it. At the same time, after opening the Gate of Potential, he could clearly feel that both his talent and comprehension had improved by leaps and bounds. The most obvious change was the power of law. The things that he couldn't understand before were now as clear as day. He could even feel that the bottleneck of the fifth profound that he had been stuck at for many years was slowly loosening. But suddenly, a sound came from the Divine Sound Stone. He took out the Divine Sound Stone and lowered his head to check it. A trace of a smile appeared on his face. He then activated the Divine Sound Stone and Wang Dafu's image appeared. "Xingde, why did you leave without saying a word? Did I not treat you well?" Wang Dafu seemed to be a little dissatisfied with Qin Feiyang and the others leaving without saying goodbye. "No. Didn't we have to deal with some things?" Xingde quickly waved his hand. "I see." Wang Dafu nodded and smiled. "I just received a message from Dong Xiaoyun, saying that the Blood Hall is secretly transferring their disciples. This should be related to you." "Transfer?" Xingde was stunned. "Yes. And it's a complete transfer. I guess that it should be related to you, so I sent a message to ask." Wang Dafu said. "This is indeed related to us." Xingde explained the situation in detail. Since Wang Dafu wasn't an outsider, there was no harm in telling him. Wang Dafu was stunned. The Dark Guard commander was dead? Wang Changyuan and all the Dark Guards had surrendered? Pei Wanli and the others were also captured? Even the Alliance Master and the others had been rescued? This action was too fast. Not to mention the Blood Hall, even he felt that he couldn't adapt. Wang Dafu shook his head with a bitter smile and sighed, "My junior nephew is quite powerful. Isn't young master a little powerful? Let's not talk about strength first. Let's talk about brains. Us, the older generation, can't compare to him. The Blood Hall is courting death by going against him." Xingde sneered. Wang Dafu nodded and asked, "Then it looks like we're going to have an all-out war this time?" "Yes." The Alliance Chief also said that he would come to provide reinforcements at that time. "The people from the Demon Royal Halls will probably come as well." Xingde nodded. "Sure. I can finally get rid of this tumor. You guys are responsible for dealing with the Blood Hall's leaders. As for the Blood Hall's disciples, Dong Xiaoyun and I will send people to track them down." Wang Dafu smiled coldly. "All right." Xingde nodded and said, "That's all for now. I'll report this matter to the young master." "Yes." Wang Dafu answered and turned off the Divine Sound Transmission Stone. Xingde immediately returned to the Devil's Land. In a courtyard, the Mermaid Emperor, White-Winged Emperor, Black-Winged Emperor, Sword Emperor, Qin Feiyang, and the mad scientist sat around a table. There was a teapot on the table and the aroma of tea filled the air. "I really didn't expect the Black Tortoise world to change so quickly." The Mermaid Emperor took a sip of tea and looked around with a smile. "Yeah." The White-Winged Emperor nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang asking, "The Black Tortoise world is now 3 times bigger than the Divine Lands, right?" "More or less. After all, there's a 1 day and 1,000 years time array. The growth is definitely fast." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Not only the Black Tortoise world, the growth of the two of you is also terrifying. This time it's really been hard on you guys." The Mermaid Emperor sighed. Qin Feiyang smiled, "As long as you guys are fine, it's worth the trouble." "Good boy." The Mermaid Emperor grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand and nodded in relief. Whoosh! Xingde flew over and landed behind Qin Feiyang. He bowed and said, "Greetings, young master." "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang turned and looked at him suspiciously. Xingde said honestly, "Just now your martial uncle Wang Dafu sent a message saying that the Blood Hall is transferring their disciples." "Martial uncle?" "Wang Dafu." The Mermaid Emperor and White-Winged Emperor were suspicious. "It's a long story. I'll tell you guys in the future." Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Xingde. It seems like Wang Changyuan has succeeded. Then should we get rid of the Blood Hall's disciples? Xingde asked. These disciples aren't much of a threat. The main problem is the Blood Hall's sovereigns. Especially Old Hai. A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. Old Hai? Xingde was stunned. That's right. Old Hai's physical body and divine soul haven't been reconstructed yet. The Blood Hall's Hall Master will definitely not let him participate in the battle. It's very likely that he will be transferred. Therefore we have to track his movements. No matter what, this person must die. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with killing intent. Understood. I'll go and inform Wang Dafu now. Xingde nodded and turned to leave. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while before raising his head to look at the Mermaid Emperor and the others. He smiled and said, "Now you don't have to think about anything. Just stay here and enjoy your remaining years." Enjoy my remaining years? The four were slightly stunned. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "You guys have worked hard for most of your lives. It's time for you to have a good rest. Leave the future matters to us." The four shook their heads and smiled bitterly. That's true. Right now they were only in the imperishable realm. They couldn't help much at all. Therefore it was better for them to rest and not cause trouble for Qin Feiyang. Then we'll go and do our work. Qin Feiyang smiled and got up to leave with Madman. The Blood Hall has transferred their disciples. It seems like they're preparing to fight us to the death in 3 days. Madman chuckled. Isn't this what we're waiting for? However, just in case, I still need to gather enough blood to open the slaughter domain. 3 days outside and 3,000 years in the Black Tortoise world. If the beings in the Black Tortoise world are willing to help, it should be enough. Qin Feiyang said. If they all help, then there's definitely no problem. But you also have to think about how to repay them. Madman said. Yes. I owe them too much over the years. I feel like I can't repay them in this lifetime. I can only do my best to protect their safety and improve the cultivation environment of the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang sighed. It's fine as long as you have the heart. Maybe they're donating blood because they value your character and don't want anything in return. Madman patted his shoulder. Qin Feiyang smiled. With a thought, Pai Lupi and Theta Wang appeared. Sir. The two bowed. Qin Feiyang said, the battle with the Blood Hall in 3 days may require us to open the slaughter domain. You two go and prepare. We promise to complete the task. The two of them made a promise, turned around and flew away like lightning. Madman looked at their backs and said with a smile, these two are also loyal to you. Yes. So I can't betray their trust. I have to cherish everything in the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang nodded. Qin Dage, suddenly. Yueqing flew over. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked at her suspiciously. Yueqing asked doubtfully, I heard that the Alliance Master and the others have been rescued, but why don't I see Miao Miao? Wang Changyuan didn't bring Yi Miao to the Sea of Heavenly Clouds, so she must still be imprisoned in the Blood Hall. But don't worry, we will find a way to save her in 3 days. Qin Feiyang smiled. Thank you. Yueqing smiled gratefully. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, then looked at Yueqing and said, how about I send you back to the Eastern Continent first? Miao Miao is not out of danger, I don't want to go back. Yueqing shook her head and asked, can you bring me along to the Blood Hall in 3 days? What are you going for? To cause trouble? Madman raised his eyebrows. Yueqing hurriedly said, don't worry, I definitely won't cause you any trouble. Your existence itself is a problem. Madman shut up. Yueqing immediately said in displeasure, Big Brother Mo, I don't like what you're saying. Look at me, I've been in the Black Tortoise world for so long, have I ever caused you any trouble? Madman frowned. Enough, is there a need for you to be angry with a woman? Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly, looked at Yueqing and said, all right, when the time comes, just follow us and don't run around. Thank you, Qin Dage. Yueqing smiled happily, then looked at Madman and snorted, Qin Dage is the best. Some people only know how to bully women. This old man has a bad temper. When did this old man bully you? Madman immediately frowned. You did. Yueqing stuck out her tongue, turned around and ran away. She's quite cute. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. She's cute? Old Qin, your eyesight doesn't seem to be working well. Madman's face was full of disdain. In a flash, 3 days had passed. In the middle of the night, the sky was covered with dark clouds as if a storm was coming. The entire Western continent seemed to be shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere. What's going on tonight? It feels especially stuffy, especially oppressive, and there's even an inexplicable irritation in my heart. In a certain border town, several young men walked out of a restaurant and looked at the dark night sky, their eyes full of suspicion. It feels like something big is about to happen. At this moment, many people looked at the sky, and there was an ominous premonition in their hearts. Blood Hall. There was dead silence. Inside the hall. It's almost dawn, why isn't he here yet? Is he playing with us? The Blood Hall Master and the 9 deacons were sitting around the table. The 9 deacons were frowning. The deal was said to be in 3 days, and it was almost the 4th day, but he still hadn't appeared. They couldn't wait in vain. What's the hurry? Since he said 3 days later, we naturally have to wait until the 4th day. Besides, the Mermaid Emperor and the White Wing Emperor are still in our hands. It's impossible for him not to come. Let's wait patiently. The Blood Hall Master glanced at the 9 deacons and said. Little did they know that the Mermaid Emperor and the others had already been rescued. Time passed quietly. Dawn arrived. Clang. Accompanied by a loud noise, an ancient door appeared in the sky above the Blood Hall. It was the space-time gate. The Blood Hall Master and the others who were sitting in the hall immediately got up and walked out of the hall when they heard the loud noise. They looked up and immediately saw 3 people and 1 wolf striding out of the space-time gate. Chapter 33-31. They're finally here. The Blood Hall Master's eyes lit up because the newcomers were Qin Feiyang, the Madman, the White-Eyed Wolf, and Yueqing. Whoosh. The Blood Hall Masters flew above the hall and looked at Qin Feiyang from afar. Where's our family? Qin Feiyang remained silent as he scanned the void. Suddenly he waved his hand and a divine power shot down. Buzz. A giant barrier suddenly appeared in the void. Is this your sincerity? You didn't even close the barrier. Qin Feiyang said. That's not the point. The Blood Hall Master said in a deep voice. He couldn't close the barrier even if he wanted to because it was set up by the Alliance Master. The madman sneered. Then tell me, how are we going to exchange hostages with this barrier between us? The Blood Hall Master glanced at the 3 people and the wolf and said, meet at the entrance. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Just break it with your sovereign weapon. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Break it? The Blood Hall Master raised his eyebrows. Of course. We'll have to use the sovereign weapon sooner or later anyway. When the sovereign weapon appears, won't the barrier still collapse? Qin Feiyang said faintly. That makes sense. The Blood Hall Master nodded and smiled. With a loud clang, the Ice Dragon's sacred sword appeared and slashed at the barrier. With a loud crack, the barrier shattered on the spot. At the same time, on the coast of the eastern continent's heavenly cloud ocean, the Alliance Master was slightly stunned. Then a smile appeared on his face. Next to him, the Vice Alliance Master, the Hall of Famers, and the 2 Divine Pythons were all there. The Demon Hall Master, Elder Hua, and Chu Yun were also there. Behind Elder Hua and the other 2 there were 10 people. There were men and women, old and young. The aura they emitted was unfathomable. Although there were only a dozen people, this lineup was enough to make anyone tremble in fear. This was because this was the peak strength of the Eastern Continent. What's wrong? The Demon Hall Master looked at the Alliance Master. The barrier has been broken. The Alliance Master smiled. The Demon Palace's Hall Master smiled and said, that means that Qin Feiyang has already made his move. Let's hurry over. The Vice Alliance Master urged, his eyes filled with worry. There's no rush. Qin Feiyang probably still wants to negotiate. Give him some more time. The Alliance Master waved his hand. Blood Hall. A hint of a smile also flashed through Qin Feiyang's eyes. The destruction of the barrier was equivalent to a signal. Because the barrier was set up by the Alliance Master, the moment the barrier shattered, the Alliance Master would sense it immediately. You may leave. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and led the mad scientist, White-Eyed Wolf, and Yueqing towards the Blood Hall's group of heavyweights. Where is Miao Miao? Yueqing immediately asked when she saw the group of giants. What about our families? One of the deacons said gloomily. Qin Feiyang said, they are all in the Black Tortoise world and can come out at any time, so there's no need to be too anxious. Bring the Mermaid Emperor and the Alliance Master here first. Then you'd better not play any tricks. The Blood Hall Master stared at Qin Feiyang with a bone-chilling gaze. Don't worry. I'm not as despicable as you. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Wang Changyuan. The Blood Hall Master roared. A figure immediately appeared in one of the halls below. It was Wang Changyuan. Beside him, Yi Miao and the 5 impostors were overjoyed when they saw Qin Feiyang and the others. Miao Miao. Yueqing was also overjoyed and immediately ran towards Yi Miao. What are you doing? The mad scientist grabbed her and said angrily. Sorry, I was too happy and couldn't hold back. Yueqing was stunned and quickly apologized. Feyang. Mad scientist. White-eyed wolf. The fake mermaid emperor and the white-winged emperor also began to shout at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf from afar. Moreover, their expressions were full of self-blame. They seemed to be saying that they had implicated them. Their acting is really good. The mad scientist transmitted his voice. So we can't lose to them in acting. Qin Feiyang smiled secretly and then glared at the group of giants of the Blood Hall angrily. Then he looked at the mermaid emperor and the white-winged emperor and said, "Don't be afraid, we'll come to save you right away." Okay. The two of them nodded. Wang Changyuan led 4 people and 2 beasts and landed beside the Blood Hall master. The fake alliance master looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "You're Qin Feiyang, the disciple of Old Man Yi?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "This person also started to act? You came to the Blood Hall alone to save people. You're indeed a young hero." The fake alliance master praised. "Alliance master, you flatter me. I just want to help master make up for his mistake." Qin Feiyang sighed. "Let bygones be bygones." The fake alliance master waved his hand. He was really good at acting. If they hadn't rescued the alliance master in advance, Qin Feiyang and the others would really believe that the person in front of them was the alliance master. "The people you want have been brought here. Hurry up and release our family members." A deacon roared. "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. As he waved his hand, Xingde, Pei Wanli, and the others immediately appeared in the void next to him. But it was worth mentioning. Although these people were covered in wounds and blood, especially on their lower abdomens, there were many bloody holes, there was no stench on them at all. "Father, Grandpa." When the group of people saw the Blood Hall master and the others, they immediately called for help. "Didn't you promise us that you won't torture them anymore?" The Blood Hall master and the 9 deacons looked at Pei Wanli and the others and were instantly furious. They were obviously just released from a cesspool. "Did I?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He turned to look at Xingde and asked, "Did I say that?" "No." Xingde shook his head. "That's good. I thought my memory was failing me." Qin Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the two of them echoing each other, the Blood Hall master clenched his hands tightly. His eyes were extremely fierce. He said angrily, "They are covered in wounds and blood. Isn't that torture?" "You're talking about this. I thought you were talking about rolling in the cesspool." "Yes, I promised you. But I didn't say that I wouldn't torture them in other ways. Actually, you should be thanking me. At least I did keep my promise and didn't let them continue rolling in the cesspool. Otherwise, they would have already collapsed in the Black Tortoise world 3,000 years ago." Qin Feiyang laughed. "Then let them go quickly." The Blood Hall master's face was gloomy. They had already been tortured to this extent. What was the point of saying more? It was better to quickly exchange. As long as the exchange was successful, he could attack without any worries. "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Xingde. "Exchange the hostages." "Yes." Xingde nodded and flew to the opposite side with a group of people. At the same time, Wang Changyuan also flew to Qin Feiyang with Yi Miao and the 5 impostors. Soon, Xingde and Wang Changyuan met. "Xingde, what's going on?" Pei Wanli and the others saw with their own eyes that I submitted to the young master in the Soul-Sealing Valley. Why didn't these people mention it now? Wang Changyuan transmitted his voice. Moreover, these people didn't have any stench on them. This was too abnormal. Because he knew that Pei Wanli and the others had been soaking in the cesspool all this time. If you can think of it, how can the young master not think of it? They are on our side. Listen to his orders later. Xingde said secretly. On our side? Wang Changyuan was stunned. Could it be that these people were also imposters? Xingde didn't say anything else. With an extremely vigilant look, he stared at Wang Changyuan and said, "Don't play tricks. Let's exchange." "It's you who shouldn't play tricks." Wang Changyuan snorted coldly. The two of them released the people around them almost at the same time. Then, with the people they wanted to save, they returned to Qin Feiyang and the Blood Hall Master respectively. "Father, kill them quickly." Pei Dason roared immediately. "Grandfather, you have to uphold justice for us. You can't let them leave alive." Pei Wanli also roared furiously. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the others, his eyes were full of resentment. The Blood Hall Master and the 9 deacons looked at each other. A cold light flashed in their eyes. At the same time, Qin Feiyang, White-Eyed Wolf, Frenzy, Xingde, and Yueqing also looked at Yi Miao and the 5 impostors with joy. "Miao Miao. Sorry for making you suffer." Yueqing took out the Divine Life pill and handed it to Yi Miao. "It's okay. Isn't there a saying? One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. Yi Miao took the pill and put it into her mouth. Yes, yes, yes. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. Yueqing nodded repeatedly. Yi Miao turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said apologetically, Qin Dage, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. It's okay. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Do it. At the moment when Qin Feiyang and the others were celebrating, the Blood Hall Master suddenly roared. The 5 impostors who were originally without any aura, suddenly burst out with a terrifying aura. Obviously, their sea of qi was destroyed. It was all an act. In their eyes there was also a shocking murderous intent. At the same time, the Blood Hall Master and the 9 deacons also revealed a sinister smile in their eyes. In such a situation where they were unprepared, even overlords like them would not be able to react, let alone this group of ants who had not even reached the peak sovereign realm. They would definitely die. However, they did not notice that the moment the 5 impostors released their auras, Qin Feiyang and the others had a hint of mockery in their eyes. Then, without waiting for the 5 impostors to attack, Xing Dong stretched out his hands and threw a punch at the 2 fire pythons. At the same time, 2 light figures shot out from Qin Feiyang's sleeves like lightning and went straight for the Mermaid Emperor and Black Wing Emperor's foreheads. It was the Black Dragon and the Fire Luan. Clang. Accompanied by a loud sound, a halberd appeared from Qin Feiyang's body and quickly attacked the Alliance Master. This halberd was the supreme-level divine artifact that Old Hai had given to Nieziang, the dragon-subduing halberd. The Black Dragon, Fire Luan, and the dragon-subduing halberd. The former was hidden in Qin Feiyang's sleeves, while the latter was hidden in Qin Feiyang's body. How would the 5 impostors know that Qin Feiyang still had this hidden move? They were originally full of confidence, but when this sudden change occurred, they immediately panicked. Previously, in order to kill with one blow, they deliberately got close to Qin Feiyang and the others. Now they were standing together with Qin Feiyang and the others. It could be described as zero distance. It was so sudden, and with such a distance and panic, how could they react? Chapter 33-32. Not to mention the 5 impostors, even the big shots of the Blood Hall were caught off guard. Almost at the same time, the 5 impostors screamed in pain. The heads of the 2 fire pythons burst open on the spot. The Mermaid Emperor and White-Winged Emperor were the same. The Black Dragon and Fire Luan grabbed their heads with their claws and crushed them on the spot. The fake Alliance Master was even more miserable. The dragon-subduing halberd slashed down furiously and split him in half. Blood flowed everywhere. The 5 impostors were all perfect sovereigns, but before they could unleash their true strength, their blood splattered everywhere. The Blood Hall Master and the 9 deacons were dumbfounded. Their meticulous plan was broken just like that? Not to mention killing these impostors, they didn't even suffer any injuries. Was this what they thought was flawless? What a joke, what a joke. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? The white-eyed wolf glanced at the group of big shots with a mocking look in his eyes. Xingde, the Black Dragon, Fire Lotus, Qin Feiyang, and Frenzy also had mocking looks on their faces. Only Yueqing and Yi Miao were stunned. Yi Miao had been imprisoned in the Blood Hall, so it was impossible for her to know about Qin Feiyang's plan. As for Yueqing, although she had stayed in the Black Tortoise world during this period, she didn't participate in the plan. Therefore she didn't know much. When she came back to her senses, she immediately cast an admiring look at Qin Feiyang and the others. The Blood Hall's meticulous plan didn't succeed. Instead, Qin Feiyang and the others seized the opportunity to beat them at their own game, catching them off guard. Who could you find to reason with? This plan was simply hair-raising. Why did it become like this? The Blood Hall Master and the others muttered, unable to accept this fact. Sorry, I won another round by luck. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Luck. That's right, this is luck. Blood Hall's Hall Master and the others mumbled. Ever since Qin Feiyang came to the Western continent, the 9 Dragon Mountain Range had been in a state of lockdown. All information was blocked, so it was impossible for these people to know about their plan in advance. But that's not right. The dragon-subduing halberd, the Black Dragon, the Fire Luan, and Xingde were clearly prepared. What exactly went wrong? Victory or defeat depends not only on strength but also on brains. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Since you've given me such a big surprise, I'll return the favor. Qin Feiyang chuckled and looked at Wang Changyuan, Pei Wanli, and the others. Surprise? The Blood Hall Master and the 9 deacons were taken aback. Boom. The next moment, dozens of terrifying auras erupted behind them. Wang Changyuan, who had been lurking for a long time, finally revealed his sharp fangs. The originally bloody and miserable appearance of Pei Wanli and the rest instantly disappeared without a trace. Moreover, the aura that erupted from most of them was much weaker than Wang Changyuan's. In an instant, all sorts of profound meanings appeared. More than half of them had comprehended the fifth profound, and only a small portion had comprehended the fourth. What's going on? The Blood Hall Master and the 9 deacons were shocked and hurriedly turned around. Just as they turned around, various profound meanings and super skills arrived. One must know. The reason why Qin Feiyang and the others could kill the 5 impostors was because they knew beforehand. However, the Blood Hall Master and the 9 deacons had no idea beforehand and were not mentally prepared. Moreover, Wang Changyuan and the rest were standing right behind them and there was almost no distance between them. With such a sudden change in such a short distance, even if they were giants with powerful means, it was impossible for them to react in time. Boom. Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, dozens of profound meanings shot out and drowned the 10 of them in an instant. Although the Blood Hall Master and the 9 deacons had comprehended the supreme profound, their cultivation was only at the sovereign realm after all. If they activated their ultimate profound meanings, they would definitely be able to crush their opponents like crushing dry weeds. However, they had no time to activate it now. All sorts of profound meanings turned into storms and ravaged their bodies crazily. In an instant, they were drenched in blood. Qin Feiyang looked at the Blood Hall Master and the other 9 deacons silently. Although the sneak attack was successful, it was obviously wishful thinking to kill the 10 of them or cripple their sea of qi. Because all 10 of them definitely had a supreme-level heaven-defying divine artifact protecting them. Moreover, the Blood Hall Master still had 2 sovereign divine weapons. As expected, clang. Accompanied by loud noises, a set of armor appeared on the Blood Hall Master and the other 9 deacons. Divine power surged and blocked the storm that swept over. However, it was only a supreme weapon after all and not a sovereign weapon. The profound meanings and super skills that Wang Changyuan and the rest had derived were mostly the 5th profound and only a portion of them were the 4th profound. Naturally, the armor couldn't last for too long. With a series of cracking sounds, it kept shattering. However, at this moment, the Blood Hall Master and the 9 deacons finally reacted and their chaotic minds calmed down. Immediately, the Blood Hall Master unleashed a monstrous aura. Oh no! Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. He looked at Wang Changyuan and the rest and shouted, "Come over quickly." Wang Changyuan and the rest immediately teleported and rushed to Qin Feiyang's side at lightning speed. Clang. At the same time, the Blood Hall Master waved his hand and the Ice Dragon's sacred sword appeared again. The sharpness tore through the surroundings and the storm formed by the profound meanings was annihilated on the spot without any resistance. A sovereign weapon is indeed not to be trifled with. Wang Changyuan and the rest trembled and their faces turned pale. Just this pressure alone was enough to make their scalps go numb. The Blood Hall Master held the Ice Dragon's sacred sword and slowly turned to look at Wang Changyuan and the rest. The 9 deacons also took a divine life pill and stared at Wang Changyuan and the rest gloomily. "Reveal your true identities." Qin Feiyang smiled. Hearing this, Pei Wanli and the rest looked at each other and took out a facial restoration pill and threw it into their mouths. In just a short while, everyone's appearance had changed greatly. They were not Pei Wanli and the rest, but the middle-aged man and the rest of the 57 Dark Guards, as well as Xia Yuan and the rest. Because the overlords had too many family members, 57 Dark Guards were not enough, so Qin Feiyang let some of the divine generals make up the numbers. As for the original body of Pei Wanli and the rest, there was no doubt that they were still soaking in the soul-sealing valley. The 9 deacons looked at Wang Changyuan and the 57 Dark Guards in disbelief. "Sorry, we have forsaken the darkness for the light." Wang Changyuan smiled coldly. Forsaken the darkness for the light. The 9 deacons clenched their hands and finally knew what went wrong. It turned out that Wang Changyuan had betrayed them. The Blood Hall Master said gloomily, "What about the Alliance Master and the rest? Do you still need to ask?" Wang Changyuan smiled mockingly. "You deserve to die." The Blood Hall Master was furious. "You deserve to die." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. "You are an overlord of the Sky Cloud realm, but you used such despicable means to deal with us juniors. The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit." The Blood Hall Master said. "Well said. But the reality is that I have won another round." "How is it?" "The feeling of being schemed against is not bad, right? In fact, I am just giving you a taste of your own medicine." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The Blood Hall's Hall Master had used a fake to scheme against him, so he could also use a fake to scheme against the Blood Hall's Hall Master. In any case, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. After saying that, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Xia Yuan and the other divine generals to the Black Tortoise realm. Their strength was still too weak, and they wouldn't be of much use in the battle. But Wang Changyuan and the 57 Dark Guards were different. They were all perfect sovereigns. Not to mention other things, they could at least put up a fight. The Blood Hall Master took a deep breath, and then with a thought, a horsetail whisk appeared and a terrifying divine aura shook the surroundings. Pay the price for what you have done. Following the Blood Hall Master's roar, the two divine weapons of the sovereigns were fully awakened. They shattered the heavens and the earth and charged toward Qin Feiyang and the others. The 9-dragon mountain range below was reduced to ashes in an instant. Even the nearby cities were razed to the ground. Fortunately, the living beings in the area had moved away in advance. Otherwise, it would have been a scene of misery and suffering with blood flowing like a river. Clang. Just as the two divine weapons of the sovereigns were awakened, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The ancient castle appeared out of thin air and its divine aura filled the sky. It shouted, "All of you back off." The white-eyed wolf waved its claws and swept up Qin Feiyang and the others. Then, it activated the moment of time and retreated to the edge of the 9-dragon mountain range in an instant. This is the moment of time. The Blood Hall Master and the 9 deacons were stunned. The news was true. This wolf cub had mastered the supreme profundity of the law of time. But what exactly was going on? The supreme profundity of the law of death and now the supreme profundity of the law of time. Was its talent so heaven-defying? Because they didn't know the white-eyed wolf's talent yet, they were all in disbelief. Clang. Rumble. The ancient castle and the two divine weapons of the sovereigns had already clashed. The battle between the divine weapons of the sovereigns was not something that Qin Feiyang and the others could interfere with. Just the aura alone was enough to kill them. Therefore, not only Qin Feiyang and the others, but even the Blood Hall Master and the 9 deacons also hid far away. Why haven't the Alliance Master and the others arrived yet? Are they messing with us? The madman raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown. If the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the Demonic Palace didn't come, then even if he activated the Slaughter Zone, they wouldn't have any chance of winning this battle. This was because he and the ancient castle had to deal with the Ice Dragon Sacred Sword and the Horsetail Whisk. The remaining madman, the White-Eyed Wolf, Xingde, Wang Changyuan, and a group of secret guards were no match for the Blood Hall and the 9 deacons. Not to mention, Xingde also said that the Blood Hall had at least a few thousand sovereigns. These people must be hiding somewhere and waiting for an opportunity to strike. Therefore, he had to see the Demonic Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance arrive before he could activate the Slaughter Zone. Otherwise, it would be a waste of blood. One had to know. In the past 3,000 years in the Black Tortoise world, in order to gather enough blood for him to activate the Slaughter Zone, Pai Lupi and Theta Wang had mobilized almost all the living beings in the Black Tortoise world. Whether it was the elderly or the children, whether it was humans or beasts, they all donated blood. This wasn't just a token of goodwill. It was everyone's support and trust in him. He couldn't squander it casually. Chapter 33-33. Hall Master, even with the 2 sovereign divine weapons, it will take some time to destroy the ancient castle. We can't wait for them to finish their battle. One of them looked at the 3 sovereign divine weapons and said in a deep voice, "That's right. What if Qin Feiyang and the others inform the Devil Hall and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance? At that time, those 2 forces will rush over to reinforce us. So now we have to end the battle quickly and get rid of them." The other deacons spoke one after another. The Blood Hall Master's eyes darkened. He looked at the Ice Dragon Sacred Sword and the Horsetail Whisk and shouted, "Go to the Star River." The 2 sovereign divine weapons immediately joined forces and forcibly lifted the ancient castle and rushed toward the Star River. Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, your end is here. The Blood Hall Master laughed and immediately activated the supreme profundity of the law of time, charging toward Qin Feiyang and the others. Not good. They're coming. Wang Changyuan's expression changed. This seems to be the instant time. The white-eyed wolf said in a deep voice. The instant time was extremely fast. The 10 of them would soon arrive. If the Demon Hall and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance did not arrive, they would be in a very bad situation. Retreat. Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and decisively ordered, taking out the space-time gate. As for the ancient castle that entered the Star River, as long as it wanted to leave, the Horsetail Whisk and the Ice Dragon Sacred Sword would not be able to stop it. Want to leave? The Hall Master of the Blood Hall sneered and shouted, "Everyone come out." His voice was like a bell reverberating in all directions. Immediately, terrifying auras erupted around the Nine-Dragon Mountain range. Following closely, figures continued to rush out from the ground, each of them with unfathomable cultivation. This, Wang Changyuan and the 57 secret guards' expressions changed. Yueqing and Yi Miao also turned pale. Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf's eyes darkened slightly. These people were all sovereigns of the Great Perfection realm. There were more than 5,000 of them, all wearing black robes and emitting a murderous aura. They were indeed hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Kill? As soon as the Blood Hall Master gave the order, the 5,000 paramount sovereigns immediately charged over and activated their profundities. A Great Perfection Sovereign Realm expert had already grasped 6/5 profound meanings. There were more than 5,000 perfect sovereigns, which meant that there were more than 30,000 types of fifth profound. What kind of scene was this? Even Wang Changyuan broke out in cold sweat when faced with such a lineup. Although he had grasped the supreme profundity of the law of lightning and could instantly kill other perfect sovereigns, there was still a limit. You can kill 10 or 20 of them in an instant, but what about 1,000 or 2? Although numbers weren't an advantage, if there were too many of them, you wouldn't be able to hold on. Unless it was the supreme profundity of a supreme law. However, in this place only the white-eyed wolf had grasped the ultimate profundity of the ultimate law, but his cultivation level was far from enough. Let's go to the Black Tortoise world first. Qin Feiyang's gaze was gloomy. Just as he was about to lead the group into the Black Tortoise world, powerful auras suddenly descended. Qin Feiyang and the others raised their heads and saw more than 10 people appear in the void above them. They were led by the Demon Hall Master and the Alliance Master. They're finally here. Xingda and the others couldn't help but feel excited. However, the faces of the people from the Blood Hall sank. They were worried that it would happen. It's quite lively. The Alliance Master smiled. Let's join in as well. Elder Hua and the Hall of Famers chuckled. They activated the instant time at the same time and brought the Alliance Master and the others to the side of Qin Feiyang and the others. Boom. The power of the laws exploded as the group of people activated their supreme profundities. The Vice Alliance Master waved his hand, and the law of death surged out. A dark red waning moon rose and illuminated the world. The Alliance Master waved his hand, and the surrounding void collapsed, turning into countless ice crystals and sharp arrows. The Demon Hall Master, Chu Yun, also activated the supreme profundities of the law of karma and the law of spacetime. The other 10 people from the Demon Hall, who were the 10 elders of the Demon Hall, also activated their respective supreme profundities. There was the supreme profundities of the law of fire, the supreme profundities of the law of water, and the supreme profundities of the law of lightning like Wang Changyuan. In just an instant, more than 10 supreme profundities appeared around Qin Feiyang and the others. The world trembled and the void collapsed. It was like the end of the world. Wang Changyuan looked at these people and was shocked. He immediately activated the supreme profundities of the law of lightning. I'm late. The Alliance Master smiled at Qin Feiyang. You're not late. You're just in time. Qin Feiyang smiled. Ha! The Alliance Master laughed and exchanged glances with the Demon Hall Master and the others. The supreme profundities instantly shattered the sky and attacked the profundities in all directions. Boom! Crack! Accompanied by a series of loud rumbles, the world was directly smashed into chaos. In front of the supreme profundities of the law of karma, the law of spacetime, and the law of death, the fifth profundities were completely useless. They shattered one after another. So powerful. Qin Feiyang muttered as his gaze locked onto the sky on the left. There were 10 golden lotuses in the sky. Each golden lotus was only the size of a palm. They looked like they were made of gold and emitted a dazzling divine light. The power was even more shocking. Before the fifth profundities could get close, they were crushed by the power of the 10 golden lotuses. This was the supreme profundities of the law of karma. These 10 golden lotuses were formed by the power of karma. They seemed to be surrounded by golden flames. They looked exceptionally beautiful, but they also contained a monstrous murderous aura. This was the first time he had seen the supreme profundities of the law of karma. He yearned for it. Elder Hua looked at the Hall of Famers and laughed hoarsely. Let's attack too. Alright, let's compete and see who can kill more. The Hall of Famers nodded. Whoosh. The two of them activated the moment of time at the same time. They stepped on the river of time and instantly appeared behind the 2 secret guards. They raised their hands and slapped them. The 2 secret guards spat out mouthfuls of blood as their sea of chi shattered on the spot. Following that, the 2 of them activated the moment of time and attacked their next target. Although the moment of time did not have powerful killing power, its speed was unparalleled. The two of them merged with the river of time and were like two rulers of time. Before the secret guards could react, they had already been severely injured. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen secret guards had fallen. They are all so powerful. The mad scientist clenched his fists. Yeah. Qin Feiyang nodded. If they did not have the ancient castle and the kill symbol art, they would not even have a chance to fight back in front of these giants. Kill. Xing De Huoluan Heilong and the 57 secret guards could not help but feel their blood boil when they saw this scene. They activated their fifth profundities and displayed their abilities. Although they were not as powerful as the Demon Hall Masters, they could at least be of some help. On the other hand, the mad scientist and the white-eyed wolf did not know what to do. They wanted to make a move, but they were not strong enough. They felt that it was too embarrassing to just watch. In short, they were a little unhappy. The white-eyed wolf even had an impulse. Why don't I just stop being picky and merge with a few different laws to raise my cultivation to the perfected sovereign realm? Then, with 2 supreme profundities of the law of karma, wouldn't I be able to kill gods and demons in my way? However, I can't bear to waste my chances. After all, I can only merge 6 times. No, I have already merged twice. Now I only have 4 left. On one hand, I am envious of the strength of the Alliance Master and the others. On the other hand, I don't want to make up the numbers. Chapter 33-34. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening sound came from within the Milky Way. Not good. Qin Feiyang's expression changed slightly. He was too happy and forgot that the ancient castle was still fighting alone in the Star River. He quickly looked at the Demon Hall Master and asked, "Hall Master, can I borrow your sovereign divine weapon?" The Demon Hall's Hall Master smiled. He waved his hand and a scarlet sword appeared. Its sharpness immediately swept across the sky. Not good. Seeing the appearance of the sovereign divine weapon, the people from the Blood Hall felt like they were in the abyss. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang thanked him and grabbed the scarlet sword. He looked at Xing De, Wang Changyuan, Frenzy, White-Eyed Wolf, and the 57 secret guards and said, "I have a mission for you." The group stopped and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, "We are enough here. Go and contact Wang Dafu. You must find Old Hai." "Why do you want to find him?" The white-eyed wolf was puzzled. "Didn't you see? All the resources of the Blood Hall have disappeared. They are most likely with him. Because the Blood Hall Master and the 9 great deacons are going to fight with us, the possibility of them having the resources is not high. There is one more important thing. Old Hai has grasped the space-time law." Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf and smiled meaningfully. "Space-time law." The white-eyed wolf became spirited and roared, "If you didn't remind me, I would have forgotten about it." His original plan was to capture the Blood Hall Master and snatch his space-time law. However, his plan couldn't keep up with the changes. A secret guard commander appeared midway. After snatching the space-time law from the secret guard commander, the Blood Hall Master was no longer valuable to him. Therefore, finding Old Hai was the most important thing now. As long as he could find Old Hai and snatch his space-time law, he would be able to break through to the sovereign realm. At that time, even a perfect sovereign realm expert wouldn't be a match for the 3 supreme laws. At the thought of this, white-eyed wolf couldn't control the excitement in his heart. He roared, "Xing De, hurry up. Contact Wang Dafu and see if he has found Old Hai's whereabouts." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He summoned Snowflake and said, "Follow them." "All right." Snowflake replied. "Go." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Snowflake immediately opened a space-time tunnel. Under the lead of White-Eyed Wolf, a group of people immediately rushed into the space-time tunnel. Madman glanced at the space-time tunnel, then turned to Qin Feiyang and said, "Be careful. Although we have the advantage now, don't forget that Ice Dragon is behind the Blood Hall." "Ice Dragon," Qin Feiyang murmured. He nodded and said, "I will. The same goes for your side. We must not let Old Hai escape. This old thing deserved to be killed more than anyone else." At that time, if Old Hua hadn't intercepted him, the situation that Mermaid Princess would have faced was unimaginable. At that time in the Great Qin Empire, if the Mermaid Princess hadn't taken the initiative to follow Old Hai and pay Wanli, his family and friends would have died in their hands. From the moment he entered the Sky Cloud realm, he had already put Old Hai on his must-kill list. Now that he had this opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let it go. "Don't worry." Madman laughed and entered the space-time tunnel without looking back. Snowflake also rushed in. Everyone from the Blood Hall saw this scene. Although they didn't know what Qin Feiyang was planning, They didn't need to think to know that he was plotting something against their blood hall by letting Madman and the others leave at this time. But even if they could think of it, they were powerless to stop it. After the space-time tunnel closed, Qin Feiyang withdrew his gaze and looked at the Blood Hall Master and the 9 deacons. The 10 of them had already stopped. Looking at Qin Feiyang, the Alliance Master, and the others, their expressions were extremely ugly. There was only one thought in their minds now, and that was to escape. However, facing the Alliance Master, Vice Alliance Master, Hall of the Exalted Hall Master, Old Hua and Chu Yun, it wasn't easy for them to escape. Although he had the instant time, which was a heaven-defying supreme ultimacy, Elder Hua and the Master of the Hall of Exalted had also mastered this supreme ultimacy. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the Alliance Master and the Hall Master and said, "I'll leave this to you." He wanted to personally destroy the Ice Dragon's sacred sword. Of course. If the Ice Dragon's sacred sword could be used by him, then he could let bygones be bygones. Whoosh. With a wave of his hand, he sent Yueqing and Yi Miao to the Black Tortoise realm. Then he took a step forward and rushed into the sky. Fortunately, he's not coming for us. Seeing Qin Feiyang rushing toward the galaxy with the red long sword, the 9 deacons couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. They originally thought that Qin Feiyang was going to kill them. Wouldn't it be child's play for a sovereign divine weapon to kill them? Are you okay? Are you all stupid? If Qin Feiyang didn't go to the galaxy, then the Ice Dragon's sacred sword and the other 2 sovereign divine weapons would definitely win. As long as we can delay them for a while and wait for them to destroy the ancient castle and come to our aid, then we still have hope. But now, Qin Feiyang is going to help the ancient castle with the Demon Hall's sovereign divine weapon. You should know that Qin Feiyang still hasn't opened the slaughter zone. At that time, the Ice Dragon's sacred sword and our sovereign divine weapon won't be a match for them. When the Ice Dragon's sacred sword and the other 2 are destroyed, then it will be the end of the Blood Hall. The Blood Hall Master shouted angrily. Hearing this, the 10 deacons' expressions froze. Their hearts, which had just calmed down, were in their throats again. Escape? We can't escape anymore. It's best to prepare for a fight to the death. The Blood Hall Master said gloomily. He looked at the 6 leaders of the Demon Hall and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and shouted, "What did Qin Feiyang give you to make you work so hard for him? Work hard? Saying something like that only shows that you are still too narrow-minded. Qin Feiyang is the disciple of the vice leader of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Madman Mo is the disciple of the Hall of Famers of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Most importantly, they saved us. This is no longer a matter of who is working hard for whom. It's a matter of a family helping a family." The Alliance Master sneered. The eyes of the Shinmang couple on his shoulder were also full of mockery. The Blood Hall Master looked at the Alliance Master gloomily, then looked at the Demon Hall Master and said angrily, "What about your Demon Hall? The relationship between my Devil Hall and Qin Feiyang's group is not shallow. But then again we have to thank your Blood Hall for helping us." The Demon Hall Master smiled. "What do you mean?" The Blood Hall Master raised his eyebrows. "Do you still remember when Old Hai and your grandson, Pei Wanli, went to the lower realm to capture Qin Feiyang's lover? At that time I didn't know what was going on. I was purely curious, so I asked Old Hua to take a look. But I didn't expect to meet Old Hai and Pei Wanli. In the end, because of Old Hua's help, Qin Feiyang saved his lover from Old Hai and Pei Wanli. Since then, our Demon Hall has established a friendly relationship with Qin Feiyang. What's more, he came to our eastern continent. Look, they didn't go anywhere in the 4 continents of the Sky Cloud realm. They just had to come to our eastern continent. Sometimes we have to admit that fate does exist." The Demon Hall Master chuckled. The Blood Hall Master clenched his fists. He should have sent more people to the lower realm. With more people, even if Old Hua came to mess things up, he would definitely be able to successfully bring that woman back to the Blood Hall. It could be said that Qin Feiyang's woman was more valuable than anyone else. Unfortunately, it was useless to regret it now. Of course. You might think that we are cooperating with Qin Feiyang and Little Lunatic purely for benefits, but that's not the case. Because not only are they disciples of our Demon Hall, Qin Feiyang's sister is also Old Hua's direct disciple. By the way, let me tell you a secret. Old Hua's disciple also grasps the time law. So I agree with what the Alliance Master said just now. This is no longer a matter of who is working for who, but a family helping a family. The Demon Hall Master smiled. Time law. The Blood Hall Master's eyes trembled. Qin Feiyang grasped the cause and effect law, Lunatic grasped the death law, and that wolf cub was even more ridiculous. He grasped the 2 supreme profundities of the supreme laws. Now there was a woman who grasped the time law. What kind of monsters were this group of people? The most hateful thing was, the Demon Hall and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance were originally enemies, but because of Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo, the two forces turned from enemies to friends and joined forces to deal with the Blood Hall. If there was only one side, they would still be confident. Because without the sovereign divine weapon, the strength of the giants of the various forces was about the same. But now the two forces had joined forces. This was a completely overwhelming situation for the Blood Hall. If the Grand Deacon is not dead, the Dark Guard Commander and Old High are both here, we might be able to hold on for a while, but now, where did the Dark Guard Commander go? The 9 deacons were extremely annoyed. Qin Feiyang hasn't told us about the Dark Guard Commander yet? The Alliance Master was slightly taken aback and looked at the 9 deacons suspiciously. The 9 deacons were stunned. Looking at the Alliance Master's expression, an uneasy premonition suddenly rose in their hearts. It seems that Qin Feiyang really hasn't told you. Well, I'll tell you out of kindness. The Dark Guard Commander has already died in the hands of Qin Feiyang. The Alliance Master chuckled. What? The eyes of the Blood Hall Master and the 9 deacons trembled. He was already dead. This damn little bastard killed the Grand Deacon, forced Old High to self-destruct, and now killed the Dark Guard Commander, causing the Blood Hall to lose 3 generals. Although Old High was not dead, his body and divine soul had not been reconstructed, so he had no combat power at all. This was no different from being dead. The Blood Hall Master closed his eyes in pain. They had never imagined that the Blood Hall, the dignified overlord of the Western continent, who ruled over a region, would actually be forced by Qin Feiyang to such an extent that they would suffer heavy casualties. This little bastard must die, even if it means perishing together with him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a blood-red murderous aura soared into the sky like a god of death. He roared, "Today either you die or I die. Kill." He activated the moment of time and instantly landed in front of the Alliance Master. The power of law rolled out and punched at the Alliance Master. The 9 deacons looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They activated the power of law and attacked crazily. Now they had no choice but to fight to the death. Chapter 33-35. Clang. Clang. The 3 sovereign divine weapons had already reached the depths of the Star River. They were nowhere to be seen and only deafening collisions could be heard. When Qin Feiyang entered the Star River, all he saw was chaos, as if it was the beginning of the world. Terrifying fluctuations turned into hurricanes that roared in the chaos. Please? Qin Feiyang looked at the crimson sword in his hand. The crimson sword buzzed and waves of sword chi appeared, forming a sword chi barrier that protected Qin Feiyang inside. Clang. Following that, the crimson sword slashed through the air, and a sword light tore through the chaos, heading straight for the depths of the Star River, opening a safe passage. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he took a step forward, following the passage, rushing into the depths of the Star River. Deep inside, the ancient castle's situation was extremely bad. Under the suppression of the Ice Dragon's sacred sword and the horsetail whisk, its entire body had been shattered, and its divine light had dimmed. In the end, you will still die in my hands. The artifact spirit of the Ice Dragon's sacred sword laughed loudly. Without holding back, it crazily attacked the ancient castle. Every time it attacked, the ancient castle would shatter. Isn't it too early to discuss the outcome of the battle? The ancient castle snorted coldly, and its tone was already weak. Too early? Don't tell me you're still thinking that Qin Feiyang will come and save you. Stop dreaming. Right now he probably can't even protect himself. The Ice Dragon's sacred sword sneered, and terrifying sword chi tore through the surroundings, causing another fatal blow to the ancient castle. The horsetail whisk did not say a word throughout the entire process, but its attack speed was even faster and more ruthless than the Ice Dragon's sacred sword. This was because it did not have any enmity with the ancient castle. They were on completely different sides, each serving their own master. The Ice Dragon's sacred sword was different. From the time in the ancient world, the grudge had already begun. Most importantly, the Ice Dragon was like a mountain that it could not resist. Last time in the ancient realm, it had failed to protect the dragons, and the Ice Dragon was already very angry. Now, with such a good opportunity, if it couldn't destroy the ancient castle and kill Qin Feiyang, then not to mention Qin Feiyang, even the Ice Dragon might not let it off. Although it was a sovereign weapon, the strongest weapon in the world, there were still things it was afraid of. Clang. However, at this moment, a sword chi tore through the sky and charged over. The Ice Dragon's sacred sword was startled. This is the sovereign divine weapon of the Devil Palace. Why is it here? Could it be that the people from the Devil Palace are here as well? The horsetail Whisk was bewildered. What did I just say? It's still too early to talk about victory and defeat. Gucho sneered. It was because it was very clear about Qin Feiyang's plan. The demonic royal hall was not the only one who had come to provide reinforcements. There was also the loose cultivator alliance. Similarly, the appearance of the Devil Hall's sovereign divine weapon meant that Qin Feiyang had also come. As expected, the next moment, a figure walked out of the primal chaos and appeared in front of the three divine weapons. Qin Feiyang. The ice dragon's sacred sword exclaimed in disbelief. He actually had the time to come up and provide support? Could it be that the battle below had it already ended? Qin Feiyang stepped on the storm and arrived. The crimson sword in his hand was so sharp that it could destroy the world. He swept his gaze across the two sovereign divine weapons and said coldly, "You have all personally witnessed the fate of the dragon god sword. Now, I will give you all a chance to submit to me and serve me loyally." Submit to you? The ice dragon's sacred sword mocked. Are you as powerful as the ice dragon? You still want me to submit to you? You must be dreaming. The ice dragon is very powerful. But I believe that one day I will definitely surpass it. Qin Feiyang spoke word by word. Surpass it? Haha, this is the funniest joke this sovereign has ever heard. Do you know its cultivation? Do you know the backer behind it? You actually want to surpass it? Are you still dreaming? The ice dragon's sacred sword laughed out loud. This was the first time it had seen such a naive human. Cut the crap. I'll ask you one last time, do you want to submit? If you want to submit after I open the slaughter domain, I won't give you the chance again. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. In your dreams. The ice dragon's sacred sword roared and crazily rushed towards the ancient castle. The horsetail Whisk was the same. They knew how powerful Qin Feiyang's slaughter domain was, so they wanted to get rid of the ancient castle first. Only then would they have the ability to fight against Qin Feiyang and the Crimson Sword. However, how difficult would it be to destroy a sovereign divine weapon? For example, last time Qin Feiyang and Little Wimp worked together to destroy the Dragon God Sword. Not only did they consume a large amount of source energy, they also spent a very long time to destroy the Dragon God Sword God. At this moment, they would at most be able to heavily damage the ancient castle. However, Qin Feiyang had already killed his way over, so he naturally wouldn't give them the chance. Since that's the case, I can only send you to hell. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the crimson sword in his hand instantly recovered. The surrounding galaxy instantly turned into nothingness, and then he slashed towards the two sovereign divine weapons. Slaughter domain open. At the same time, Qin Feiyang descended above the western region's blood sea, and with a loud roar, the slaughter domain opened. The blood of the entire sea of blood immediately turned into a torrent, surging towards the slaughter domain from all directions. The entire sky was dyed blood red. It's the aura of the slaughter domain. I really want to see who exactly the Lord Ruler is fighting with. If you want to see, just tell the Lord Ruler. He will definitely satisfy us. Right. Lord Ruler, let us see the battle outside. The aura of the slaughter domain was too strong, and it instantly alarmed the creatures around the sea of blood. There were humans and berserk beasts. Their eyes were filled with curiosity and anticipation. Somewhere in the blood sea, Pai Lupi and Theta Wang stood side by side. They had been calling for everyone to donate blood, and when they heard everyone's cries, they were slightly stunned. Should we inform the Lord Ruler? Theta Wang asked with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Pai Lupi pondered for a moment and nodded. Everyone is willing to donate blood without asking for anything in return. I personally feel that we should satisfy their small wish. However, the Lord Ruler is fighting, so let's not disturb him. Let's go find Miss Fire Lotus. Okay. Theta Wang immediately took out the Divine Voice Stone. Fire Lotus was currently meditating in a mountain somewhere. When she received Pai Lupi's message, she pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Then she took a step into the sky and pointed her jade-like hand in the air. For a moment, not only around the Blood Sea but also in the eastern region, northern region, southern region, central region, and the Devil's Land, huge images constantly appeared. Look, it's the battle outside. It looks like the Milky Way. That looks like the Lord Ruler's divine weapon, the ancient castle. What? The ancient castle was actually damaged? Are those three divine weapons also Lord Ruler's divine weapons? Fortunately, that crimson sword seems to be the Lord Ruler's ally. Not only the Lord Ruler's divine weapon and the ancient castle, but it also points to disaster. Living beings everywhere immediately raised their heads and stared at the images in the sky. In short, at this moment, every living being in the Black Tortoise world was watching the battle. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the blood in the blood sea of the western region had disappeared. Qin Feiyang's Crimson Sword's aura also became more and more terrifying. However, he suppressed its sharpness so that it would not hurt the living beings around the blood sea. Outside, with the Crimson Sword's help, the pressure on the ancient castle was greatly reduced. However, the ancient castle was still damaged and could not display its peak strength. Therefore, the Crimson Sword was also suppressed by the Ice Dragon's Sacred Sword and the Horsetail Whisk. However, it was still the same saying. It was difficult to damage a Lord Ruler's divine weapon, but it was even more difficult to destroy one. Not only did it require time, but it also required overwhelming battle strength. Faster, faster, when Qin Feiyang opens the slaughter domain, it will be the end of us. The Ice Dragon's Sacred Sword roared. Although the Ice Dragon's Sacred Sword and the Horsetail Whisk had the upper hand, they were more anxious than the ancient castle and the Crimson Sword. Because Qin Feiyang could come out at any time. They had already experienced the power of the slaughter domain. When Qin Feiyang came out with the ancient castle and the Crimson Sword, the situation would be reversed in an instant. At that time they would only be able to escape. However, the Crimson Sword was not easy to deal with. It did not want to clash with the Ice Dragon's Sacred Sword and the Horsetail Whisk. Because now there was no need for it to risk its life. If it risked its life now, not only would it not be able to defeat the Ice Dragon God Sword and the Horsetail Whisk, it would also be heavily injured. As a Lord Ruler's divine weapon, it would definitely not do such a stupid thing. Therefore, its current mission was to stall and maintain its peak strength until Qin Feiyang came out. Then, they would join forces to counterattack. What does this have to do with you? Why are you interfering? The Horsetail Whisk was also burning with anxiety, and couldn't help but roar at the Crimson Sword. Everyone has their own master. The Crimson Sword replied indifferently. Demon Palace, Qin Feiyang? Are they worth you working so hard for? Why don't you come to us? The Horsetail Whisk said. Hearing this, the Ice Dragon's Sacred Sword's heart moved and also said, That's right, if you come to us, we will introduce you to the Ice Dragon. The strength of the Ice Dragon has already reached the peak of perfection, not to mention a mere Qin Feiyang, even the big shots of the Sky Cloud realm are not his match. Sounds quite tempting. The Crimson Sword sneered and then said, However, since the Ice Dragon is so powerful, then why didn't it just kill Qin Feiyang? The Ice Dragon's Sacred Sword was stunned, not knowing how to answer. Let this lord tell you, why didn't the Ice Dragon kill Qin Feiyang? Although this lord doesn't know much about Qin Feiyang and the Ice Dragon, this lord knows that there must be a big shot behind Qin Feiyang. And this big shot is even feared by the Ice Dragon, so it didn't dare to personally make a move. In other words, you are just pawns in the Ice Dragon's hands. The Crimson Sword sneered. Finally, I met someone who understands. Gu Bao chuckled. When the Ice Dragon's Sacred Sword and the Horsetail Whisk heard this, their hearts couldn't help but sink. Was that really the case? Don't say it. There really was such a possibility. Otherwise, how could the Ice Dragon's actions be explained? Because with the Ice Dragon's strength, it was too easy to kill Qin Feiyang. It could even be said that it was as easy as waving its hand, but it was unwilling to personally make a move. Even when the dragons were destroyed by Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the others, the Ice Dragon didn't make a move. What kind of mystery was hidden in this? Chapter 33-36. Although the Crimson Sword said that to stall for time, it made sense. The Ice Dragon's Sacred Sword and the Horsetail Whisk couldn't help but ponder in their hearts. They had always believed that the Ice Dragon would kill Qin Feiyang sooner or later, which was why they followed the Ice Dragon loyally. But now there was a trace of doubt. Clang. It was also at this moment. Accompanied by an earth-shaking sword howl, a monstrous killing intent surged out of thin air. The river of stars immediately trembled as if a god of death was shattering the river of time and space and stepping into the world. The Ice Dragon's Sacred Sword and the Horsetail Whisk were also shocked. Swish. In the next moment, a blood-red figure descended in the void in front of them. It was Qin Feiyang. Within the slaughter domain, blood surged. Qin Feiyang's entire body was bathed in blood. The blood-red sword in his hand was formed by killing intent. It was terrifying beyond compare. Qin Feiyang looked at the ancient castle and said with a smile, You rest for a while. The castle responded and disappeared into thin air without a trace. Qin Feiyang looked at the Ice Dragon's Sacred Sword and the Horsetail Whisk. His eyes emitted a fiery killing intent as he said coldly, Let's begin. Clang. As soon as his voice fell, Qin Feiyang took a step forward and attacked the Ice Dragon's sacred sword. The grudge between him and the Ice Dragon's sacred sword had been going on for more than a day or two. Today he would completely end it. What kind of blood does the Black Tortoise world have? Why are you able to open the slaughter domain every time? The Ice Dragon's sacred sword roared, and the sword chi that could shatter heaven and earth turned into a torrent that charged towards Qin Feiyang. There are some things that you will never understand. Qin Feiyang smiled indifferently and waved the blood-red sword in his hand. A wave of sword chi roared out. Boom. The two waves of sword chi collided and the starry sky within 100 million miles collapsed. The scene of the end of the world was nothing more than this. You don't understand? Do you think this sovereign is a 3-year-old child? When I roamed the world, you weren't even born yet. The Ice Dragon Holy Sword roared, and layers of frost appeared. In an instant, it swept through the sky and the collapsed galaxy turned into a world of ice and snow. The cold wind was bone-piercing as if it wanted to freeze the entire galaxy. Qin Feiyang's body and the surging blood in the slaughter domain also showed signs of being frozen. A bone-piercing cold current swept through his entire body. Even the blood-red longsword was quickly covered in a layer of frost. One had to know that the power of the blood-colored longsword had reached the level of a sovereign divine weapon. To be able to freeze even the blood-colored longsword, one could imagine that this was definitely not an ordinary attack from the Ice Dragon's sacred sword. Die for this sovereign. The Ice Dragon Holy Sword laughed sinisterly, and huge ice dragons appeared out of thin air. Their bodies were all tens of thousands of meters long, and they were like majestic mountain ridges, overflowing with ferocious might. Ding. It was unknown just how many there were. They were densely packed and occupied a large area of the starry sky. Crush him. Following the Ice Dragon Holy Sword's words, countless ice dragons immediately roared into the sky and pounced towards Qin Feiyang. Clang. At the same time, the blood-colored longsword that was about to be frozen suddenly trembled. A blood-colored flame rose up, and the frost on it began to rapidly melt. This flame was not fire. It did not even have the temperature of fire. This was murderous intent. A substantial murderous intent. After the blood-red flame melted the frost on the blood-colored longsword, it rushed towards Qin Feiyang. The frost on Qin Feiyang's body also immediately melted. Immediately after, the flame surged towards the entire slaughter domain. At this moment, the frozen blood seemed to be burning. The stronger the flame, the more terrifying the murderous intent. Ding. Suddenly, accompanied by a dragon's roar, the flame turned into a huge blood dragon that constantly rushed out of the slaughter domain. It was also densely packed. Those blood dragons were all condensed from murderous intent. The moment the blood dragons appeared, the murderous intent was earth-shattering, flooding in all directions. Crack. The frost that filled the sky immediately began to crack and collapse crazily. Kill. Qin Feiyang also roared angrily. Accompanied by a series of dragons' roars, the blood dragons carried monstrous power and charged towards the ice dragons opposite them. Rumble. They met in an instant. Whether it was the blood dragons or the ice dragons, they were like comets that constantly collided with each other. A terrifying destructive aura rolled out in all directions like a tsunami in the sea. The distant stars seemed to be trembling. If this happened on the ground, it would definitely be a disaster. Not to mention anything else, just at this moment, this wave rushed out from the entrance of the Star River and directly shattered the sky. Even super experts like the Blood Hall Master, the Demon Hall Master, and the Alliance Master of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance could not help but shudder when they saw this scene. It was too terrifying. In the entire sky cloud boundary, except for the Sovereign Divine Weapon, there was probably no one who could block this wave. From this, one could see how intense the battle in the Star River was. We can't interfere in the battle in the Star River. But we can't lose the battle here. The Demon Hall Master said coldly. Of course. The Alliance Master smiled. Their opponent was the Blood Hall's Palace Master. The Demon Hall and the Blood Hall had been fighting openly and secretly for many years and had long become enemies. Now that there was an opportunity, the Demon Hall Master would naturally not be polite. As for the Alliance Master, although he did not have much enmity with the Blood Hall in the past, this time he and the Shinmang couple had been imprisoned by the Blood Hall for so many years, so he was already angry. Besides, at this time there was no morality to speak of. Therefore, when the battle began, the two giants directly chose to join forces. Whether it was the Demon Hall Master or the Alliance Master, they were not weaker than the Blood Hall Master. When the two of them joined forces, the result was obvious. The Blood Hall Master was forced to retreat and was now seriously injured. Elder Hua, the Hall of Famers, and the Shinmeng couple were all dealing with the 5,000 secret guards. Although Elder Hua and the other three were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, Elder Hua and the Hall of Famers were at the same level as the Alliance Master and the Demon Hall Master. They had mastered the ultimate laws. The Shinmeng couple was trusted by the Alliance Master, so they were naturally not weak. They had also mastered the ultimate laws. Although it was not the ultimate laws, it was still far beyond those secret guards. Every moment there would be the secret guard screaming. And every time there was a secret guard would fall in a pool of blood. As for the Vice Alliance Master and Chu Yun, they led the Demon Hall's 10 Great Elders to kill the 9 Great Deacons. This was also a crushing situation. Let's talk about numbers first. The Vice Alliance Master, Chu Yun, and the 10 Great Elders, this was a total of 12 people. The 9 Great Deacons, there were only 9 of them. Let's talk about strength. Who didn't know the Vice Alliance Master and Chu Yun's strength? One had mastered the ultimate laws of death, and the other had mastered the ultimate laws of space. They were existences standing at the top of the pyramid in the sky cloud realm. Without a sovereign weapon they were invincible. The Demon Hall's 10 Great Elders and the Blood Hall's 10 Great Deacons had the same status. Therefore, the strength of any one of them was not inferior to the 9 Great Deacons. Especially the Demon Hall's Grand Elder, he was an existence on the same level as the Great Deacons. He was a supreme existence who had mastered the ultimate laws. Not to mention the other elders, even if it was only the Demon Hall's Grand Elder, Chu Yun, and the Vice Alliance Master, it was enough to crush the 9 Great Deacons. Because the Blood Hall's 9 Great Deacons only mastered the ultimate laws of ordinary laws. As everyone knew, the power of the various strongest laws could crush the power of other laws, so they were not on the same level at all. Because of this, the 9 Great Deacons' situation was even worse. They were already at the end of their rope. At the same time, in the north of the western continent, there was an undulating mountain range. On the peak of a mountain, a group of people stood side by side, looking in the direction of the Blood Hall. It was Madman's group. However, at this moment there was one more person. This person was Wang Dafu. Although they were separated by half of the western continent, they could still sense the battle fluctuations from the Blood Hall. Madman, there shouldn't be any problems, right? There was a trace of worry in White-Eyed Wolf's eyes. Shut your crow's beak. Madman glared at him and looked in the direction of the Blood Hall again. With the help of the Demon Hall and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, as long as the Ice Dragon doesn't appear, there will definitely be no problems. I'm afraid it's the Ice Dragon. White-Eyed Wolf sighed. It's useless to be afraid. If it really comes, we have to face it. Madman shook his head and turned to look at Wang Dafu. He frowned and said, "Why hasn't your subordinate sent back any news? Can they do it? It's useless for you to be anxious. Although Old Hai's cultivation is gone, he's a cunning old fox. As long as he leaves the Blood Hall, finding him is basically like finding a needle in a haystack." Wang Dafu said. White-Eyed Wolf asked, "Then when they retreated, did your people see him at the entrance?" "No. He's now in a soul state, so there are many possibilities. The most secretive way is to hide in a disciple's body and find an opportunity to slip away after leaving the Blood Hall. In any case, it's difficult to find him." Wang Dafu sighed. "No matter how difficult it is, we have to find him. This is what old Qin told us. If we can't even do this, not only will my reputation be ruined, I will also be laughed at by old Qin." Madman snorted. Wang Dafu shook his head helplessly. He also wanted to find Old Hai, but there was really no way. Buzz. Suddenly, the sound transmission god stone rang. Wang Dafu was stunned and hurriedly took it out. Madman and the others also quickly looked over. "Who is it?" White-Eyed Wolf asked. "Dong Xiaoyan." After Wang Dafu said that, he activated the sound transmission god stone. A woman in her 30s appeared in the void in front of them. "Is there any news of Old Hai?" Madman hurriedly asked. Dong Xiaoyun had also been leading people to search for Old Hai. Hearing Madman's words, she shook her head and said, "No." Madman's brows suddenly twitched. Dong Xiaoyun said again, "However, the disciples of the Blood Hall have been found." Madman was slightly stunned and hurriedly asked, "Where are they?" "At the junction of the western and southern continent, the heavy region." Dong Xiaoyun said. "Heavy region? Why does it sound a little familiar?" Madman was suspicious. Xingde reminded, "It's one of the 4 forbidden lands of the sky cloud boundary. So it's here." Madman nodded in realization. Although they went to the heavy region, they didn't dare to rashly step in. They are now hiding in a valley outside the heavy region. "How about it?" Do you want to go and take a look? Dong Xiaoyun asked. Why should I look at them? Our target is Old Hai. White-eyed Wolf's face was full of disdain. No. It's necessary to go and take a look. Madman's eyes flickered. Looking at the suspicious White-eyed Wolf, he said, if it's as we guessed and Old Hai is hiding in a disciple's body, then he might be in that valley right now. No way. Although I was guarding Yi Miao when they were moving and didn't participate, I don't know how Old Hai left the Blood Hall, but the Blood Hall Lord said that Old Hai should leave alone and not stay with the disciples. Wang Changyuan shook his head. What if Old Hai thinks that it's safe to hide in the disciples' bodies and doesn't leave? In short, as long as there's a possibility, we can't let it go. Madman said. That's right. It's better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go. Xing De nodded in support of Madman. Wang Dafu glanced at Madman and said to Dong Xiaoyun, then give us the coordinates, we'll go there immediately. Dong Xiaoyun nodded and gave Madman and the others the coordinates before turning off the sound transmission god stone. Snowflake. Madman looked at Snowflake beside him. Snowflake immediately opened a space-time tunnel. Madman raised his head again and looked in the direction of the Blood Hall. He waved his hand and led a group of people into the space-time tunnel without looking back. Chapter 33-37. The battle in the Star River had reached its climax. Qin Feiyang's body was riddled with wounds, and the Ice Dragon's sacred sword was also full of cracks. At the same time, the battle between the Red Longsword and the Horsetail Whisk was also very intense. The strength of the two Dominator divine weapons was equally matched, and it was destined to be a long battle. However, the battle between the Alliance Master and the others below was almost over. After all, the disparity was too great. It was already very impressive that the Blood Hall could hold on for so long. The land of the Heavy Region. It was a desert that stretched as far as the eye could see. But the strange thing was that this desert was black. That's right. Every grain of sand was as black as ink. Not to mention walking into the land of the Heavy Region, even looking at it from afar, it gave off a strange atmosphere. Moreover, in the land of the Heavy Region, there didn't seem to be any living creatures. The deeper regions were unknown, but in the border regions, there wasn't a single trace of living creatures, as if it was a land of death. At this moment, not far from the land of the Heavy Region, there was a small valley. Inside the valley there were 50 to 60 figures. Most of them were secret guards, and there were only a dozen of them wearing ordinary clothes. There were men and women, old and young, and their temperaments were all quite extraordinary. But without exception they all restrained their auras. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, you wouldn't know that there were still people here. At this moment, they were also looking up in the direction of the Blood Hall, their faces full of worry. At the same time, on the other side there was a giant mountain that was thousands of feet high. At the top of the mountain there was also a figure standing there. This was a woman in white, about 30 years old. She also restrained her aura to the extreme, like a ghost silently standing at the edge of the cliff, looking at the people in the valley. Suddenly, there was a trace of fluctuation in the void behind the woman. Following closely, a space-time tunnel appeared. The woman felt something and turned her head to look, only to see a group of people coming out of the space-time tunnel. Dong Xiaoyun. As soon as he walked out of the space-time tunnel, Wang Dafu waved at the woman and smiled. Dong Xiaoyun smiled and nodded, then glanced at them one by one. Finally, her gaze fell on the madman and the white-eyed wolf and said with a smile, "Your names are like thunder." The madman was not in the mood to be polite with Dong Xiaoyun, and asked directly, "Where are they?" Dong Xiaoyun was taken aback, then shook her head with a smile and pointed at the valley. Madman walked to the woman's side and looked down. His eyes lit up. Those secret guards are very strong. They are all perfect sovereigns. There are also a dozen or so other people. They can also be considered upper echelons of the Blood Hall. It's just that their statuses aren't as high as Old Seas. However, their cultivations are all perfection sovereigns. Furthermore, they're close to comprehending the Supreme Profound. Dong Xiaoyun explained. Why is it only them? Where are the disciples of the Blood Hall? The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. Dong Xiaoyun said in a low voice, "There are too many disciples in the Blood Palace. If they were all outside they would be too conspicuous. Therefore, I'm guessing that they are inside these people's spatial divine items." When the white-eyed wolf heard this, he raised his head and looked at the Heavy Region again. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. A black desert? This was the first time he had seen it. You can't enter the Heavy Regions and you can't go too deep. Wang Dafu warned. This madman and the white-eyed wolf were both fearless. He was worried that the man and the wolf would be impulsive and run into the heavy domain. There should be a supreme treasure hidden in such a place, right? The white-eyed wolf mumbled, apparently not listening to Wang Dafu's words. Supreme treasure? Wang Dafu was stunned and bitterly smiled. It seemed like he had wasted his breath. Let's not care about the heavy region first. The madman's eyes flashed coldly. He took a step forward and his aura erupted as he directly descended above the valley. Wang Changyuan, the white-eyed wolf, Xingda, Snowflake, the middle-aged man, and the other 57 secret guards followed closely behind the madman. Dong Xiaoyun was about to follow as well, but she was suddenly stopped by Wang Dafu. What's wrong? Dong Xiaoyun looked at Wang Dafu suspiciously. Wang Dafu said inwardly, the blood hall hasn't been destroyed yet. It's best if we don't expose ourselves. After all, no one knows what will happen next. Dong Xiaoyun was slightly stunned. She shook her head and said with a smile, You are really careful. I have to be careful. After all, we are not facing a small force or a small clan. We are facing the blood hall that rules the Western continent. If something unexpected happens, as long as our identities are not exposed, we can continue to hide in the Western continent. Wang Dafu said inwardly. That makes sense. Dong Xiaoyun thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. In the valley. Who is it? Just as the madman and the others descended above the valley, the dozens of people from the blood hall couldn't help but be startled. They quickly looked up. Why are you guys here? When they saw the madman and the others, their expressions changed. Although we are old friends with the blood hall, you don't have to be so surprised. The white-eyed wolf sneered. Aren't you guys fighting in the blood hall? Why are you here? Could it be that the hall master and the others? The group of people was extremely surprised. One had to know that they had left the blood hall to make room for the hall master, the 9 deacons, and the 2 sovereign divine weapons to fight without any worries. Moreover, as the secret guards and managers of the blood hall, they knew a thing or two about the blood hall master's plan. They also thought that there was no problem with the plan. This time they would definitely succeed in killing Qin Feiyang and the others. But they never thought that this group of people would actually chase them here. Did this mean that not only did the hall master's plan fail, but it had also fallen into the hands of Qin Feiyang and the others? Yes. Your hall master and the 9 deacons have already died in our hands. The white-eyed wolf sneered. Anyway, these people didn't see it with their own eyes, and they couldn't feel the fluctuations of the battle here, so they could say whatever they wanted. Impossible. The group of people shook their heads. Impossible? Don't you have brains? Can't you think for yourself? If the hall master and the 9 deacons didn't die, would we have left to chase you guys? The white-eyed wolf looked at the group of people with a playful expression. Hearing this, the group of people felt like they were struck by lightning. Their minds rumbled and their faces turned pale. Deputy Commander? Secret guards. Why are you with them? Suddenly, the group of people saw Wang Changyuan and the 57 secret guards standing behind the madman, and their eyes were filled with surprise. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in, Wang Changyuan said. What? You betrayed us and joined Qin Feiyang? The group of people was dumbfounded. Wang Changyuan sighed, the hall master and the 9 deacons have already died. What's the use of struggling? You bastard. The group of people was furious. Hearing Wang Changyuan say so, they really believed that the hall master and the 9 deacons had already died. You call me a bastard? When we were fighting with Qin Feiyang, what were you guys doing? You guys don't know how powerful Qin Feiyang is. Following him is the wisest choice. Now I'll give you guys a chance. Give up resistance and follow the young master. I'll give you guys a supreme fortune. Wang Changyuan said. The white-eyed wolf, the madman, and Xingda looked at Wang Changyuan in surprise. Wang Changyuan secretly said, since we've already scared them, we might as well take advantage of the victory to pursue and subdue them. As long as we subdue them, the disciples of the blood hall will have nowhere to run. At that time the entire blood hall will be in our hands. You're quite cunning. The white-eyed wolf snickered. I learned it from you guys. Wang Changyuan laughed flatteringly. Don't talk nonsense, we're all pure and kind children. The white-eyed wolf glared at him. Pure? Kind? Good children? Wang Changyuan was speechless. With your morals you guys are pure and kind? Can you be more shameless? However, he only dared to think about this in his heart. He definitely didn't dare to say it out loud. Then he looked at the group of people in the valley and said, I've already pleaded with the young master. As long as you guys sincerely submit, we won't hurt a single hair on your heads. The group of people looked at each other and fell silent for a moment. The hall master and the 9 deacons had died, and Wang Changyuan had also joined Qin Feiyang. Now only Old Hai and the Dark Guard commander were left. Old Hai's body and soul had yet to be rebuilt, so he couldn't bear such a heavy burden. The Dark Guard commander had been missing for so long, so he was probably dead. All the big shots were either dead or injured. It seemed that the Blood Hall was really done for. Don't think about Old Hai and the commander. The commander has already died in the young master's hands. As for Old Hai, even if he's still alive, even if he has rebuilt his body and soul, it's impossible for him to protect you. Because his strength is not the young master's opponent at all. Let me tell you another piece of news. The 2 sovereign divine weapons, the Ice Dragon's Sacred Sword, have now submitted to the young master. The Ice Dragon's Sacred Sword, the Horsetail Whisk, the Ancient Castle, and the Slaughter Domain. The young master now has 4 sovereign divine weapons. Is this strength something you can resist? Wang Changyuan shouted. What? Even the 2 sovereign divine weapons have submitted? The group of people trembled both physically and mentally, and their faces became paler. Deep in their hearts, an uncontrollable fear emerged uncontrollably. With 4 sovereign divine weapons, even in the entire Sky Cloud realm, there was no force that dared to compete with Qin Feiyang, let alone the Blood Palace, which was now in ruins. Old Wang, I didn't expect you to be so good at bragging. The white-eyed wolf looked at Wang Changyuan strangely. Wang Changyuan smiled embarrassedly, but on the surface, there was no change. He looked at the group of people in the valley and shouted, "There's only one chance. What are you hesitating for? Do you really want to die?" Boom. The Law of Thunder rolled out, and the Eye of Thunder formed by the Supreme Profound emitted an aura that could destroy the world. It pressed down on the group of people below, making it hard for them to breathe. Coercion and temptation. Sometimes, it wasn't enough to blindly tempt them. Coercion was also needed. Only in this way could one put pressure on their body and mind, forcing them to make a choice. Sure enough, when they saw the Supreme Profound, the Eye of Thunder, and saw Wang Changyuan's cold eyes, the group of people immediately knelt on the ground powerlessly. Their faces were ashen as they muttered, "We submit." Wang Changyuan, madman, and the others looked at each other with a smile in their eyes. "I didn't hear you." Louder. Wang Changyuan shouted again. "We submit." The group of people clenched their hands, looked up at Wang Changyuan and shouted. Chapter 33-38. It can't be. On top of the mountain. Dong Xiaoyun and Wang Dafu looked at this scene with shock in their eyes. Even these people had submitted to Madman and the others? Didn't that mean that Blood Hall had almost fallen into the hands of Qin Feiyang? Terrifying. If Qin Feiyang really took over these people, it would be tantamount to ruling the Western continent. After this battle, I'm afraid the situation of the Sky Cloud realm will change. Wang Dafu shook his head. Yeah. Qin Feiyang, Madman, White-Eyed Wolf? These little guys have become overlords that can't be ignored. Dong Xiaoyun nodded. At this moment they couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, the Demon Hall had chosen to befriend Qin Feiyang's group over the past few years. Fortunately, the Vice Alliance Master had realized his mistake and turned over a new leaf. Otherwise, the loose Cultivator Alliance and the Demon Hall would have ended up like the Blood Hall sooner or later. However, just as Dong Xiaoyun and Madman were sighing, Madman and White-Eyed Wolf were in a bit of a dilemma. Although these people had bowed their heads and submitted, they weren't willing to submit after all. There were many variables in this. If they betrayed them at the critical moment, it would be impossible to guard against. But now, Qin Feiyang wasn't here and he couldn't control them. What should they do to avoid future worries? Suddenly, White-Eyed Wolf and Madman looked at Snow at the same time. "What are you looking at me for?" Snow was suspicious. "Blood Oath." Madman transmitted his voice. "Blood Oath?" Snow was slightly taken aback, and then she suddenly realized that since Qin Feiyang wasn't here, they could only use a blood oath to bind these people. In fact, a blood oath was more useful than an enslavement seal. Because as long as the other party made a blood oath, you didn't need to pay attention to it. If the other party dared to betray you, they would be punished by the heavens. Snow's weapon spirit appeared, looking at the group of people below, and said, "It's useless to just say that you want to submit. Swear I'll teach you how to swear." Swear. Hearing Snow's words, the group of people's reaction was the same as when Qin Feiyang made the 3 Blood Hall disciples swear in Jinyuan City. They were full of confusion and confusion. Who doesn't know how to swear? Do I need you to teach me? Do as I say. Take out a drop of blood essence. After Snowflake said that, the group of people looked at each other and took out their essence blood. Following closely. Snowflake began to teach him. The blood oath was completed quickly. As soon as the oath was made, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. The group of people was immediately bewildered. What was going on? Don't say that I didn't warn you all in advance. This oath is not child's play. If you all dare to violate the oath, you will really be struck by lightning. Snowflower said. Will he really be struck by lightning? The group of people looked up at the sky. Are you trying to scare a child? Even though the phenomenon earlier was indeed a little bizarre, it was ultimately just an oath. As the saying goes, the most untrustworthy thing in the world is an oath. Did he really think that they would be scared? Therefore they did not take it seriously at all. Snowflake didn't want to talk anymore. The artifact spirit returned to its body and disappeared into Madman's body. Madman took a step forward and landed before the group of people. He said, Now let me ask all of you. Are all the disciples of the Blood Hall in your spatial artifacts? Yes. One of them nodded. What about Old High? Madman asked. I don't know. The group of people shook their heads. You really don't know, or are you pretending not to know? Madman raised his eyebrows. I really don't know. When we were moving, we didn't see him at all. The group of people hurriedly said. Madman's brows suddenly tightened. After pondering for a while, he turned to look at Wang Changyuan and said, You should have established a contract bridge with him, right? Of course. But when he self-destructed in the Eastern continent, the sound transmission god stone also shattered, so the contract bridge was naturally gone. As for now, his divine soul and body have not been reconstructed, so he can't use the sound transmission god stone. So now we can forget about using the sound transmission god stone to contact him. Wang Changyuan said. Madman pondered for a while and said, Even without the sound transmission god stone, he still doesn't know that you have joined us. This might be an opportunity. I was exposed just now, and he had already left the Blood Hall 3 days ago. He indeed doesn't know that I have joined you. Wang Changyuan nodded. Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf seemed to have thought of something and asked, Madman, do you think he might have run to the Eastern continent? The Eastern continent? Madman was stunned. The most dangerous place is the safest place. At this time, the Eastern continent is undoubtedly the most dangerous place for him. The white-eyed wolf said. Makes sense. At this time, none of us would have thought that he would run to the Eastern continent. Maybe he's taking advantage of this and doing the opposite, hiding somewhere in the Eastern continent. Xingda nodded. So, we still have to go to the Eastern continent to find him? Madman frowned. If he is really hiding in the Eastern continent, then it won't be difficult to find him. Wang Changyuan's eyes flashed. What do you mean? Madman looked at him suspiciously. If he really ran to the Eastern continent, then he will definitely contact the spies there. And I also know some of the Blood Hall spies in the Eastern continent. As long as we find them, even if we have to wait for them, we can still find Old High. Wang Changyuan said. Madman pondered for a moment and nodded. This method was indeed feasible. But now we can't be sure whether he is in the Eastern continent or not. Maybe he didn't go there at all and is hiding somewhere in the Western continent. Or maybe he went to the Southern continent or the Northern continent. In short, before we act, we must first determine his whereabouts. Otherwise we will be like a headless fly. Not only will we not gain anything, but we will also alert the enemy. Wang Changyuan said. Old Wang is right. We have to figure out where he is going first. The white-eyed wolf nodded in agreement. Madman rubbed his forehead. It seemed that this matter was more difficult than he had imagined. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he looked at the group of people in the valley and said, Call out all the disciples for me. If Old High really hid in a disciple's body and left the Blood Hall, then that disciple might know his whereabouts. What do you want to do? The group of people stared at Madman in surprise. Could it be that he wanted to kill all the disciples? Just do what I tell you to do. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Madman's forehead was suddenly filled with hostility. Seeing this, the group of people shrunk their necks. The dozen or so managers soared into the sky and waved their hands. The sky immediately became a sea of people. There were at least tens of millions of people piled up in the sky, forming a black mass. Not only were there disciples, but there were also many middle-level and low-level managers. After all, such a large blood hall definitely needed a large number of middle-level and low-level managers. And there were many familiar faces among them. These people were the core disciples who went to Sky Cloud Island to participate in the exchange. So many? Madman was stunned. This is inevitable. After all, the Blood Hall has been in the Western continent for so many years. Xingda said in a low voice. Why did they come out? Could it be that the battle is already over and Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo are both dead? As soon as the Blood Hall disciples came out, they scanned the surroundings and began to discuss. Look below. Suddenly, a cry of alarm sounded. Everyone immediately looked down at the valley below. When they saw Madman and the others, their faces changed. What's going on? Why are Madman and the others here? And Wang Changyuan, the shadow guards, why are they standing behind Madman? What's going on? In front of the crowd, a group of middle-level and low-level managers looked at the dozen or so high-level managers suspiciously. The dozen or so high-level managers lowered their heads, their faces full of shame. Say something. Someone shouted. Our Blood Hall has lost. The Hall Master and the 9 deacons are all dead. Even the Sovereign Divine Weapon has joined Qin Feiyang. We have also joined Qin Feiyang. The dozen or so high-level managers sighed. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Everyone's face was full of disbelief. Madman glanced at the group of people and shouted, Wang Changyuan, tell them to shut up. Wang Changyuan nodded and took a step into the sky. A terrifying divine aura rolled out and enveloped everyone in an instant. The vice commander of the Shadow Guards has really joined Qin Feiyang and Madman. Our Blood Hall has really lost. Seeing that Wang Changyuan was so obedient to the Madman, everyone in the Blood Hall despaired at once. Shua. Madman also took a step and landed in front of Wang Changyuan. He smiled cruelly and said, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Which one of you brought Old Hai out of the Blood Hall? Come out immediately. Old Hai? Old Hai also left the Blood Hall. The group of people looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion. White-Eyed Wolf, Xingda, and the group of shadow guards all soared into the sky and glanced at those people. However, there were too many people and they couldn't see all of them. No one wants to come out? Madman glanced at the crowd. What are you so arrogant for? If you have the ability, let's fight one-on-one. Suddenly someone roared. Madman's gaze swept over and saw a purple-clothed youth with an overbearing and arrogant aura. He said indifferently, I've seen you before. Back then you participated in the exchange. That's right. However, things are different now. Back then I was just a small success sovereign. Now I'm a large success sovereign. As for you, you're just a small success sovereign. The purple-clothed youth sneered. So what if you're a large success sovereign? White-Eyed Wolf roared and activated instant time. He instantly landed in front of the purple-clothed youth. Then he activated the supreme profundity of the law of death. The purple-clothed youth screamed miserably as his body and soul were destroyed. Even the surrounding disciples were affected. A large number of them died. This is instant time in the dusk of the gods. He actually grasped the supreme profundities of 2 supreme laws. A group of middle-level and low-level managers were shocked when they saw this scene. Even the higher-level managers couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. What kind of talent was this? There were so many living beings in the Sky Cloud realm, but to be able to comprehend a single supreme law was already extremely rare, let alone 2 supreme laws. What was even more outrageous was that he had actually comprehended the supreme profundities of these 2 supreme laws. Monster, he was definitely a monster. Chapter 33-39. As soon as the White-Eyed Wolf made his move, everyone was shocked. It was no wonder that the Blood Hall's people were so weak. The White-Eyed Wolf's methods were too shocking. Because even the Demonic Hall, Divine Hall, Blood Hall, and Sacred Hall, these 4 superpowers, did not have anyone who had comprehended 2 supreme laws. The White-Eyed Wolf looked disdainfully at everyone and sneered. I heard that the Blood Hall also has a few monstrous disciples who have comprehended supreme laws. Now step forward and let me take a look. But in the end, no one stepped forward. Is this all the Blood Hall's disciples have? Cowards like you dare to say that you can defeat little Qinzi and little lunatic? How laughable. The White-Eyed Wolf's face was full of disdain. Don't be presumptuous. A middle-level manager stepped forward, his eyes full of anger. Although he was a middle-level manager, he was also a perfected dominator. You still dare to jump? The White-Eyed Wolf raised his eyebrows and shouted, Old Wang, kill him. Boom. Wang Changyuan waved his hand, and the Eye of Thunder appeared. A bolt of destructive lightning struck down and killed the middle-level manager on the spot. His blood dyed the sky red. Wang Changyuan. You bastard, you betrayed your friends for glory and killed your own people. Another few managers roared. What are you afraid of? Qin Feiyang isn't here. The strongest is Wang Changyuan. If we join forces, even if we can't defeat him, we can fight for a chance for our disciples to escape. Is it really like what Lunatic said? Is this all you have? With cowardly managers like you, it's hard for the blood hall not to be finished. With someone taking the lead, there were bound to be others who responded. Many middle-level and low-level managers stepped forward and roared angrily at the dozen or so high-level managers and the Dark Guards. The Blood Hall's disciples were also talking at the same time, cursing non-stop. The faces of the 10 or so upper management and the secret guards were extremely ugly. Of course, the Dark Guards mentioned here did not include the 57 Dark Guards who had opened the gate of potential. These 57 Dark Guards had already sincerely submitted. Now they were talking about the Dark Guards who had taken the blood oath. There were about 30 of them. Bring out your backbone and your guts. As long as we work together, even if we can't kill Wang Changyuan, we can make them pay the price. The middle-level managers roared angrily. Rise up and fight. Fight your way out. One of the high-level managers roared and charged towards Lunatic. But looking at this scene, the madman and ingrate's eyes were filled with mockery. Crack. In the next instant, a bolt of heavenly lightning descended from the sky, its aura firmly locked onto the high-ranking manager. What? The lunatic was turned lunatic. Lunatic they lunatic and lunatic and lunatic and lunatic and died lunatic. They lunatic they were lunatic had lunatic lun wolf lunas there. Even Wang Changyuan, Wang Dafu, Dong Xiaoyin, and the 57 Dark Guards could not help but break out in cold sweat. It was because this was the first time they saw something like this. They really were struck by lightning. Just now, Snowflake said that if you break the oath, you will be struck by lightning. You didn't believe me. So what? Do you believe me now? The madman and the white-eyed wolf had mocking expressions on their faces. Boss Xing's face was also filled with mockery. People these days wouldn't shed tears until they saw the coffin. Needless to say, the rest of the higher-ups and the 30-odd shadow guards all became well-behaved. In the face of divine retribution, who would dare to play around with their own lives? However, they were extremely puzzled. What kind of oath was this? How could it come true? This was the first time he had encountered something like this. Madman retracted his gaze and looked at the middle and low-level managers who were causing trouble. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he shouted, "Kill them all!" Seeing the blood oath come true, Wang Changyuan worked even harder. Although he did not swear a blood oath, he was still afraid. Whether it was Qin Feiyang, the madman, or the white-eyed wolf, they were all demons. Streaks of world-destroying lightning constantly swept out, and the terrifying aura shook all directions. Those managers who were causing trouble also panicked. They hurriedly knelt in the void and shouted, "Spare our lives, we also surrender." If those higher-ups and shadow guards were willing to come out, they might still have a chance. But now, in front of the madman, these people were as obedient as sheep. Not to mention making a move, their fawning eyes were eager to kneel in front of the madman. So they were all scared and panicked. Needless to say, those disciples were so scared that they were trembling. However, in the face of those managers begging for mercy, the madman turned a deaf ear and ignored them. His expression was extremely cold. Seeing that the madman had no intention of taking back his order, Wang Changyuan decisively attacked. Following a series of screams, about 20 or so managers lost their lives. Who else is not convinced? The white-eyed wolf smiled contemptuously, retracted his gaze, and glanced at the remaining managers and Blood Hall disciples. Although there were tens of millions of people present at this moment, no one uttered a word. It was dead silent. Many people didn't even have the courage to look at the white-eyed wolf. "I won't feel good if I don't beat you up." The white-eyed wolf shook his head, turned around and activated momentary time, and landed next to the madman. One last time, the person who took Old Hai out of the Blood Hall, come out immediately. In fact, the madman wasn't sure. Because it had always been their guess that Old Hai left the Blood Hall, so they couldn't be sure whether someone took Old Hai out or not. In other words, the madman was bluffing. He wanted everyone to think that he had already confirmed this point, but they didn't know who this person was. He also believed that as long as someone really took Old Hai out of the Blood Hall, then as long as his methods were ruthless enough, he would definitely be able to force that person out. No one answered, right? All right. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Seeing that no one answered, the madman's body suddenly emitted a monstrous murderous aura, and a third eye suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. Blood eye. It was as if it was condensed from blood, giving people a fear that came from the depths of their souls. All of you petrify me? The madman roared, and the blood eye scanned the crowd. Anyone who was looked at by the blood eye, those whose cultivation was weaker than the madman, or those who were on the same level as the madman, immediately began to petrify from head to toe. At first, everyone thought that it was just the skin that had petrified and they wanted to dig it out and break it, but in the end they found that it wasn't the skin that had petrified but the flesh and blood. Even the bones in their bodies were petrified. What kind of talent is this? At this moment, everyone's expression changed. You're all finished. The blood eye has opened. Even if the heavens come down, they won't be able to save you. The white-eyed wolf laughed gloatingly. Hearing the white-eyed wolf's words, those who were petrified became even more panicked. And those who weren't petrified yet were also afraid. The white-eyed wolf grasped two of the most powerful laws. If even he said so, then this blood eye must be very terrifying. My body is also starting to petrify. Suddenly, a terrified roar rang out. It was a black-robed youth. His cultivation was a minor realm higher than the madman's, a late-stage ruler. He looked at his petrified feet and panicked. He used his godly power to expel them, but it didn't have any effect. I'm also starting to petrify. Don't. The other sovereign's disciples also began to roar in succession. As for those late-stage and late-stage rulers, although they weren't petrified, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Soon, all the disciples below the early-stage ruler level had their bodies petrified. Only their heads remained. Their faces were filled with fear and despair. They shouted hysterically and begged for mercy. But the madman was expressionless the entire time. He just coldly watched as those people petrified one by one. Because of their struggles before petrification, they all looked like bearing fangs and brandishing claws. The madman's eyes flashed coldly. A wave of death energy swept out and blasted at the dozen or so stone statues. With a boom, the dozen or so stone statues shattered. They didn't turn back into flesh and blood. Instead, they turned into ashes and disappeared. What? Seeing this scene, apart from the white-eyed wolf, everyone's expression changed. They died just like that? That was too ridiculous. They were clearly flesh and blood. Even if they were petrified, they should have recovered after death, right? This was the first time Xingde had seen the madman's battle soul. He couldn't help but feel apprehensive. It was no wonder that during the exchange on Sky Cloud Island, Old Hai had forbidden the madman and Qin Feiyang from activating their battle souls. So it was that terrifying. Little madman, if someone really brought Old Hai out of the blood hall, then I think that person shouldn't be among those petrified people. The white-eyed wolf swept his gaze over the stone statues and said with a frown. And? The madman nodded. If this person was hiding among those people, then he would have definitely revealed himself before being petrified. In other words, if this person really existed, then he would definitely be among those late-stage rulers and late-stage rulers who hadn't been petrified. The madman's gaze swept over those who hadn't been petrified. There were disciples and managers, but who exactly was it? Although the blood eye was heaven-defying and could even petrify late-stage rulers who were a stage higher than the madman, he still couldn't petrify late-stage and late-stage rulers. After all, the difference in cultivation was too great. But if he couldn't threaten their lives, then they wouldn't have taken the initiative to reveal themselves. Suddenly, the madman's lips curled up slightly and a cold smile appeared. Do you think that I can't petrify you just because you're late-stage and late-stage rulers? Brother Wolf, activate your second war soul and strip them of their cultivation. The white-eyed wolf was stunned, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. The golden beast figure roared out, and when it opened its mouth, a violent gale swept through the area. Although the war soul had little effect on late-stage and late-stage rulers, as long as the white-eyed wolf had enough time, it wouldn't be a problem. What? Strip their cultivation? Everyone was shocked once more. How many heaven-defying methods did this man and wolf have? At first, some people didn't believe it, but soon they felt their blood and cultivation flowing away. Although it was very slow, it was indeed there. I confess, it's me. It's me who brought Old Hai out of the blood hall. A short while later, a roar filled with fear sounded from the crowd. There really is someone who brought Old Hai out? The madman and the white-eyed wolf were stunned, and they immediately looked toward the source of the voice. They saw a middle-aged man shivering in the crowd. He looked at the madman and the white-eyed wolf with extreme fear. A low-level manager? The madman frowned and then he sneered. Continue hiding. Let's see if your bones are harder or my methods are harder. Chapter 3340. At the same time, Wang Changyuan and Xingde looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. They had finally figured it out. Come here. Madman waved at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man panicked and carefully walked in front of Madman. Madman said indifferently, "Don't be nervous, I am not a devil. As long as you answer my question truthfully, I won't kill you. Where is Old Hai now?" But he didn't know that in the eyes of these people, he was a devil. "I don't know." The middle-aged man shook his head. "You don't know?" Madman raised his eyebrows. "You know what kind of person Old Hai is. How could he tell me where he is? Moreover, I don't dare to ask such a big shot like him." The middle-aged man quickly explained. "Really?" Madman frowned. "It's true, I swear." The middle-aged man nodded. Wang Changyuan looked at the middle-aged man and suddenly thought of something. He transmitted his voice, "Madman, no, he should know." "What do you mean?" Madman was suspicious. Wang Changyuan thought, "I suddenly remembered that he has some relationship with Old Hai." "What relationship?" Madman's heart trembled. Wang Changyuan thought for a moment and transmitted his voice. "He is Li Qinghai, I think he is a distant cousin of Old Hai." "Cousin?" Madman's lips curled into a playful smile. He looked at Li Qinghai and nodded, "Okay, swear to me." With that, Madman waved his hand and Snowflake appeared. "Make him swear a blood oath." "Blood oath?" The middle-aged man was startled. He wasn't outside when the dark guards and the upper management swore, so he didn't know what a blood oath was. And Madman had no choice now. He didn't have the slave seal to see what the other party was thinking. He also didn't have the puppet technique to read the other party's memory, so he could only rely on the blood oath. Once the blood oath was made, if this person dared to lie, he would be punished by the heavens. Under Snowflake's guidance, the blood oath was quickly completed. The playful look in Madman's eyes became stronger. "Did you see that person who was struck by lightning? He was struck by lightning because he swore a blood oath and went against it. So you'd better behave yourself." The middle-aged man's face turned pale. So it was because of the blood oath that he was struck by lightning. He became nervous. "Now answer me again. Do you know where Old Hai went?" Madman chuckled. Li Qinghai remained silent. "Wang Changyuan." Madman coldly shouted. Wang Changyuan's eyes flashed with killing intent as a world-exterminating thunder light shot towards Li Qinghai. The middle-aged man's face changed as he roared, I know. He is indeed lying." Madman's eyes flashed coldly. "I'm sorry, I didn't dare to say it because I was afraid that he would come after me." Li Qinghai immediately knelt on the ground, his face full of horror. "Then aren't you afraid that I'll settle the score with you?" Madman shouted. Scared. Li Qinghai nodded repeatedly. Madman took a deep breath and said, "Then tell me, where did he go?" Li Qinghai said, "He didn't go anywhere. He's hiding near the blood hall." "What?" The madman and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. They were hiding near the blood palace? That old fox was really cunning. If Li Qinghai hadn't mentioned it, they would never have thought of it. The most dangerous place was the safest place. Previously, their thoughts were on the eastern continent, thinking that the eastern continent was the most dangerous place. But in fact, the blood palace was the most dangerous place. Originally, after we left the blood palace, I suggested to let him hide in other places, such as the southern continent or the northern continent. But he told me that there was another place that was the safest, and that was near the blood palace. Because at this time, no one would have thought that he would still be near the blood palace. Li Qinghai said. "The older the ginger, the spicier it is." "Admirable." Madman shook his head. Sometimes, one had to admit that an old antique like Old Hai who had lived for countless years was indeed very shrewd. The white-eyed wolf looked at Li Qinghai and asked, "Then, did he tell you the exact location of his hiding place?" "No, he didn't." "He is a very careful person. He won't tell anyone the exact location." Li Qinghai shook his head. "Don't keep saying he. We all know that you are his cousin." Madman sneered. Li Qinghai's face turned pale. He just wanted to distance himself from Old Hai. Because in his opinion, if Madman and the white-eyed wolf knew that he was related to Old Hai, they would definitely vent their anger on him. But he didn't expect that the other party already knew. Inwardly he panicked. "Don't be so nervous. Even if you are his cousin, I won't kill you for the time being." Madman patted Li Qinghai's shoulder and revealed a kind smile. But looking at this smile, Li Qinghai became even more nervous. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Madman didn't pay attention to him anymore. He looked at the dozen or so senior managers and said, "Send these disciples to the spatial divine item first." After saying that, with a thought, the petrified state of those disciples was immediately removed. The dozen or so senior managers looked at each other and waved their hands. The tens of millions of disciples suddenly disappeared as if they had evaporated from the world. Give me all your spatial divine items. Madman stretched out his hand. This. The faces of the dozen or so senior managers stiffened. These were all the disciples of the Blood Palace. They were the foundation of the Blood Palace. As long as they were here, even if the giants fell, there was still hope. But if they fell into the hands of madmen, then the Blood Palace would be completely finished. What's wrong? Want to taste the taste of heaven's wrath? Madman looked at the group of people with ridicule. Hearing this, the eyes of the group of people flashed. They quickly took out their spatial divine items, erased the blood contract and respectfully handed them to Madman. There were a total of 13 spatial divine items. They were of different shapes. Some were like ancient castles and some were like stone towers. After Madman dripped his blood on them, he stored them in his sea of chi. Now, even if the Blood Palace Master and the 9 deacons were rescued by Ice Dragon, the Blood Palace would no longer exist. With the disciples of the Blood Palace in his hands, the next thing was naturally the resources of the Blood Palace. Madman looked at the group of senior managers and said with a smile, "Do you know who has the resources of the Blood Palace? The first one to tell me will be heavily rewarded." "I know." Before the group of senior managers could speak, Li Qinghai roared first. Madman was slightly taken aback. He turned to look at Li Qinghai and asked with a smile, "Where?" "All the resources of the Blood Palace are in the hands of my cousin." Li Qinghai smiled flatteringly. "Bootlicker, you even sold out your cousin." The group of senior managers couldn't help but secretly sneer. But Li Qinghai didn't take it seriously at all. He looked at Madman and begged, "I don't want any rewards. I just beg you to spare my life. This is a small matter. As long as you play your part, everything can be discussed." Madman chuckled, but his eyes flashed. The resources of the Blood Palace were indeed in the hands of this old thing. He must find him. As long as these resources were in his hands, the Blood Palace would have no chance to make a comeback. Madman looked at the middle and low-level managers and said indifferently, "Snowflake, make them swear a blood oath to be loyal to us forever." "A small matter." Snowflake chuckled. Wang Changyuan glanced at the middle and low-level managers before looking at Madman and said, "Although we know where Old Hai went, it won't be easy to find him." "I agree. After all, the vicinity of the Blood Palace is too big." Xingda nodded. "Then start a carpet search from the outside to the inside. In short, we must find him even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground." Madman sneered. Hearing this, Wang Changyuan pondered for a moment and frowned. "If that's the case, I'm afraid we won't have enough manpower." "How can it not be enough? Don't forget, we still have 2 helpers, Wang Dafu and Dong Xiaoyun. Old Wang, Xingda, the 2 of you stay here and watch. If anyone dares to act rashly, just kill them." Madman instructed Wang Changyuan and then rushed towards the mountain peak where Wang Dafu and Dong Xiaoyun were at with White-Eyed Wolf. Wang Dafu and Dong Xiaoyun had developed in the western continent for so many years and had countless people under them. As long as the 2 of them helped, there would definitely be no problem. In the depths of the Star River. At this moment, the Star River that could be seen was trembling and collapsing. On one side, Qin Feiyang and the Ice Dragon's sacred sword were fighting fiercely. It was hard to tell who would win. On the other side, the Red Longsword and the Horsetail Whisk were also fighting to the death. It could be said that the battle this time was even more intense than the last time on White Crane Island. Because there was no help from Little Brat this time, Qin Feiyang was fighting the Ice Dragon's sacred sword alone. It was naturally more difficult and dangerous. The blood in the area of slaughter was boiling. Cracks had already appeared on the blood-colored longsword several times, but they were repaired by a large amount of blood each time. As long as there was an endless amount of blood, the blood-colored longsword could continue to be repaired. Of course, if the other party crushed the blood-colored longsword with an unstoppable force, then no amount of blood would be of any use. However, the Ice Dragon's sacred sword did not seem to have the strength to do so. The sharpness of the 2 sovereign divine weapons turned into destructive storms that swept through the starry sky. "I refuse to accept this." "What?" The Ice Dragon's sacred sword roared again and again. It was a genuine sovereign divine weapon, while the blood-colored longsword was only evolved from a divine weapon. What did it have to fight against it? Frost rolled, freezing everything within 100 million miles. Huge ice dragons appeared one after another, and their ferocious might shook the world as they charged madly towards Qin Feiyang. "This is not the first time we have fought, but think carefully. When have you ever had the upper hand? So you should know your own limits." Qin Feiyang's body was covered in blood. The blood-colored longsword released a monstrous murderous aura that turned into blood-colored dragons that roared in all directions. The river of stars here was dyed blood red, and it was like purgatory. Rumble. Crack. Even though Qin Feiyang was riddled with wounds, there wasn't the slightest bit of fatigue or weakness between his brows. Because he had already activated the battle character art. Not only had he activated the battle character art, but he had also activated the law of war. Although his battle character art was only at the peak of the heaven-defying divine weapon art, and his law of war had only comprehended the third profound, activating both at the same time was enough to greatly increase his spirit and fighting spirit. At this moment he was like a combination of the god of slaughter and the god of war. As long as his fighting spirit was not extinguished, his body would not fall. Chapter 33:41. After hundreds of exchanges, Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood. But as soon as the blood appeared, it was absorbed by the blood-colored longsword. At the same time, the ice dragon sacred sword was also sent flying, and another crack appeared on its body. It wasn't that easy to repair its damaged body, because it couldn't absorb blood to repair its body like the blood-colored longsword. It could only wait for the battle to end and slowly repair itself. So for Qin Feiyang this could be considered an advantage. Although there wasn't much blood left in the blood sea, he knew that the creatures of the Black Tortoise realm were still donating blood for him. In other words, the Ice Dragon Holy Sword was alone, but behind him, there were tens of thousands of creatures. So strong. Yeah, it's not just the ruler's weapon. The ruler's slaughter domain is also very strong. I originally thought that after breaking through to the half-step Undying Realm, even if I went outside I would be able to dominate a region. But now I know how naive and laughable that thought was. Just a wisp of the ruler's weapon and slaughter domain's aura is enough to instantly kill me. The Black Tortoise Realm. Looking at the battle on the screen, both humans and ferocious beasts were shocked and fascinated. When would they be able to reach this height? Don't think about it. Hurry up and donate blood. It'll be difficult for the ruler to win this battle. That's right, blood can repair the blood-colored longsword. We can't let the blood sea dry up. The ruler improved our lives and created such a good cultivation environment for us. If it weren't for the ruler, how could we have our current cultivation? That's only secondary. The most important thing is that the peaceful and worry-free lives we have are all bestowed by the ruler. We can't help the ruler in battle, but we can be the ruler's backing. Yes. As long as we're here, the ruler won't lose. Immediately. Whether it was humans or ferocious beasts, they all rushed towards the western region in groups. Every face was filled with sincerity and determination. This was also the reason why Qin Feiyang dared to fight the Ice Dragon Sacred Sword to the death. He had thousands of creatures as his backing, but what did the Ice Dragon Sacred Sword have? Although the Ice Dragon Holy Sword also had a backer, and this backer was the Ice Dragon never personally made a move. Clang. The two weapons collided once again. The frost from the Ice Dragon Sacred Sword and the blood-colored longsword's killing intent turned into a huge storm that swept in all directions. If it was on the ground, the land of land below, the land of the land, the land, the land of the world. This was the destructive power of a sovereign weapon. Normally, when sovereign weapons fought, they would come to the Milky Way to avoid harming the innocent. Just wait. After I've killed you, I'll personally head to the Black Tortoise world and slaughter every living being there. I'll make those ants regret going against me. The Ice Dragon Sacred Sword roared. If he wasn't from the Black Tortoise world, how could Qin Feiyang open the slaughter domain every time? Without being able to open the slaughter domain, Qin Feiyang would have already died countless times. It's all the fault of these ants. You still want to slaughter us? Brothers, let's go and donate blood. Let the ruler kill it. Originally, there were many creatures who did not donate blood because they felt that it would be enough. But when they heard the Ice Dragon Sacred Sword's words, they were all angry and rushed to the western region. Many of them even dragged their families to donate blood. So, the sky above the western region was bustling. Adults, old people, women, children, and fierce beasts of all sizes occupied the sky above the western region. Looking at the north, south, and east region, there was not a single shadow. They had all gone to the western region. Fortunately, the western region was much bigger than the other three regions. Otherwise, it would not be able to accommodate so many creatures. As for the blood, it was needless to say. The sea of blood, which had already dried up, immediately swelled up like a rising tide. Qin Feiyang could feel the situation in the Black Tortoise world and was moved. They couldn't afford to lose this battle. Not for himself, not for others, but for the creatures of the Black Tortoise world. Clang. The blood-colored sword also seemed to feel Qin Feiyang's will and made a clanging sound. With a thought from Qin Feiyang, a large amount of blood appeared and was instantly absorbed by the blood-colored sword. The cracks on it were repaired in the blink of an eye. Come. Qin Feiyang roared with an imposing aura. At this moment, the Ice Dragon's sacred sword actually had an illusion. Behind Qin Feiyang, it seemed to see the shadows of countless creatures. Moreover, these creatures were staring at it with eyes full of anger and killing intent. It understood that this human was not fighting alone from the beginning to the end. It was obviously a little scared and panicked. Qin Feiyang also saw it and shouted, "Don't make me look down on you in the future. What are you so arrogant for?" The Ice Dragon's sacred sword flew into a rage and slashed at Qin Feiyang. "Yes, that's it." Qin Feiyang laughed, grabbed the blood-colored sword and slashed out angrily. With a loud clang, endless sparks shot out, illuminating the starry sky. It was still a situation where both sides were injured. However, Qin Feiyang stabilized his body and attacked again. The battle intent on his body became more and more terrifying, as if a god of war had returned. The damaged blood-colored sword was also repaired in an instant. The Ice Dragon's sacred sword couldn't do it, the damage to its body was getting worse and worse. Clang. One man and one sword continued to exchange blows. Gradually, the Ice Dragon's sacred sword began to be suppressed. Although Qin Feiyang was injured again and again, his aura became stronger and stronger. Because at this moment he had already thrown everything aside. He only had one thought, and that was to defeat the Ice Dragon's sacred sword and live up to the expectations of the countless creatures of the Black Tortoise world. Clang. About a few hundred breaths passed. The body of the Ice Dragon's sacred sword was already in pieces. "Shatter for me." Qin Feiyang grabbed the blood-colored sky with both hands and slashed with all his might with a roar. "In your dreams." The Ice Dragon's sacred sword also roared endlessly. Although they had exchanged blows a few times, they were always evenly matched. However, this time it was actually suppressed. This anger and humiliation made it hysterical and mad. Clang. One man and one sword collided again. The blood-colored sword immediately began to crack like a layer of spider web. However, Qin Feiyang didn't show any signs of stopping. His hands tightly grabbed the sword hilt. Because he used all his strength, the veins all over his body were popping out. Blood surged out and merged with the blood-colored sword. Shatter. Qin Feiyang bared his teeth and let out a furious roar. Immediately, accompanied by a loud kacha sound, the Ice Dragon Holy Sword's body broke in half and flew out horizontally. The artifact spirit also let out a terrified shriek. Defeated, it was actually defeated by a human. Moreover, it was only a human at the sovereign realm. Its self-esteem, its confidence, and its arrogance were all shattered in an instant. However, was it over? Obviously not. Clang clang. Accompanied by a heaven-shaking sound, the ancient castle rushed out. In an instant, its body expanded to more than 10,000 feet, like a towering mountain, bringing with it a monstrous divine might as it smashed towards the two halves of the Ice Dragon's sacred sword. Qin Feiyang Ancient Castle. The Ice Dragon's sacred sword roared in fear. Boom. As the ancient castle descended, the Ice Dragon's sacred sword's weapon spirit let out another miserable scream. Following that, its body shattered into pieces on the spot. Qin Feiyang looked at the ancient castle and discovered that the ancient castle's wounds had already mostly healed. How could it be so fast? Not only can the origin energy allow the heaven-defying divine artifact to evolve, it can also repair the damaged body of the heaven-defying divine artifact. After saying that, the ancient castle once again charged towards the Ice Dragon's sacred sword. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang nodded his head in realization. Previously, the ancient castle should have used its origin energy to repair its wounds. Clang. Following that, he swallowed a life divine pill, held the blood-colored sword, and charged towards the Ice Dragon's sacred sword. The Ice Dragon's sacred sword had already shattered. Pieces of debris floated in the Star River, dim and lifeless. "Don't kill me, I will submit to you." Seeing the ancient castle and Qin Feiyang charging over, it panicked on the spot. As it roared, it fled towards the depths of the Star River. "Submit now." Qin Feiyang laughed coldly and said, "I said it before, as long as I open the slaughter domain, even if you want to submit, you won't have the chance." As the sound of his voice faded, he slashed at a piece of debris with his sword. With a loud clang, the fragment turned into ashes on the spot. At the same time, the ancient castle also smashed towards a piece of debris. That piece of debris was also completely shattered, turning into fine powder. Quickly stop. If you have something to say, let's talk about it. With my help, not to mention taking revenge on the Ice Dragon, you will definitely have the qualifications to dominate the Sky Cloud realm in the future. The Ice Dragon's sacred sword's weapon spirit roared again and again, filled with fear. Without you, one day I will still be able to dominate the Sky Cloud realm. Qin Feiyang's face was cold and indifferent as he shattered another piece of debris. Don't, I beg you, if I follow you it will only be good for you. Take the ancient castle for example. You can't control it at all, but I'm different. As long as you give me a way out, I will help you unconditionally in the future. At that time, you won't have to open the slaughter domain and let the creatures of the Black Tortoise realm donate blood to you. Really, believe me? I sincerely submit to you. The weapon spirit was burning with anxiety. If this continued, its main body would be completely gone. Qin Feiyang's heart stirred. He stopped and looked at the weapon spirit. You really submit to me? Really? The Ice Dragon's sacred sword's weapon spirit was a white figure. Its body was filled with a cold current, and at the same time, it carried a bit of a sacred aura. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the weapon spirit nodded repeatedly. All right. If you make a blood oath, I will believe you. Qin Feiyang nodded. Hearing the blood oath, the ancient castle also stopped. If the Ice Dragon's sacred sword really made a blood oath, then it could be used for its own use. However, could this blood oath threaten the sovereign divine weapon? Although the blood oath would come true and its power was terrifying, it was still a sovereign divine weapon after all. Blood oath? The Ice Dragon's sacred sword's weapon spirit looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. You still don't know about the blood oath? I thought you knew. Qin Feiyang said. The weapon spirit said, then tell me, what is this blood oath? Don't worry about that, I will teach you. Qin Feiyang said. In fact, it was easier for a divine weapon to make a blood oath. Last time, Snowflake said that divine weapons didn't have flesh and blood, so there was no need to extract blood essence. They only needed to make an oath in the name of the weapon spirit. Chapter 33:42. I, Sacred Ice Sword, hereby swear a blood oath. From now on, I will be loyal to Qin Feiyang. If I betray him, my soul and body will be destroyed. As the artifact spirit finished speaking, a blood cloud appeared above the Star River. A blood mark descended from the sky and quickly merged with the artifact spirit. The blood oath was complete. The castle transmitted, Feiyang, you still have to be careful. I know. I'm just trying to see if this blood oath can threaten a sovereign weapon. If it can, it will be of great help to us in the future. Qin Feiyang thought to himself. The reason why he had never thought of subduing a sovereign weapon was because he couldn't control it. Not to mention him, even a peak dominator couldn't control it. This was because even a heaven-defying divine artifact could directly erase the master's blood contract, let alone a sovereign weapon. Thus, keeping an enemy sovereign weapon by his side was tantamount to keeping a ticking time bomb. Not only would he not be able to use it, but he would also have to be on guard against the enemy. However, if the blood oath really worked, then he could use it to bind sovereign weapons in the future, including those unruly heaven-defying divine artifacts. This way he would have no worries. Although this gamble was very risky, it was worth a try. What is this? He looked at the artifact spirit again. Seeing the blood oath merge with him, he was quite surprised. Don't say I didn't tell you in advance. A blood oath isn't an ordinary oath. If you dare to go against it, you will really suffer the wrath of the heavens. Qin Feiyang looked at the artifact spirit and said, really suffer the wrath of the heavens? What a joke. I am a sovereign weapon. Don't say such ridiculous words. Even if there is the wrath of the heavens, can it do anything to me? The artifact spirit didn't care. Little bastard, just you wait. Wait until I repair my body, then I will immediately kill you. It sneered in its heart. It seemed that this person's temperament wasn't very good. He was tempted by a few words. Do you really think that I will follow you and work for you? Naive. Crack. However, just as this thought appeared in its mind, a blood cloud suddenly appeared in the sky above the Star River. Immediately after, a bolt of lightning tore through the clouds, carrying with it an apocalyptic aura, and struck toward the artifact spirit. You are indeed dishonest. Qin Feiyang sneered as he retreated with the speed of lightning. After that, he stared at the sky lightning and the weapon spirit. At the same time, the weapon spirit fell into a state of shock when it saw the heavenly lightning descending from the sky. This little bastard wasn't joking. Would it really be punished by the heavens? What was even more outrageous was that this blood oath could actually peek into his inner thoughts. Heaven's wrath. the weapon spirit murmured. Looking at the heavenly thunder, its eyes were filled with disdain. It didn't even have the slightest intention of dodging. Boom. The heavenly lightning struck the artifact spirit. Not good. Immediately, it realized that something was wrong. This heavenly thunder seemed to be different from other heavenly tribulations. At the same time, the oath inside its body shattered into pieces and transformed into a terrifying destructive force. It cooperated with the heavenly thunder and drowned it. Ah! The artifact spirit let out a miserable shriek. At this moment, it truly felt the threat of death. On the other side of the battlefield, the Crimson Longsword and Horsetail Whisk also stopped fighting at the same time and looked over. When the Ice Dragon's sacred sword made the blood oath, they had already seen it. However, just like the Ice Dragon's sacred sword, they did not take it seriously. But they never thought that the heaven's wrath would really descend. Furthermore, looking at the Ice Dragon's sacred sword's current state, this blood oath could really threaten their sovereign divine weapons. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? Qin Feiyang, hurry up and help me, the artifact spirit roared, its voice filled with an undispellable fear. Whether it was the destructive force of the oath or the lethality of the heavenly thunder, they were all frantically destroying its intelligence. Help you. I told you that the blood oath will come true, but you didn't believe me. Now that the heaven's wrath has appeared, even you can't withstand it. How can I help you? Qin Feiyang's face was filled with a cold smile, but there was a trace of anticipation in his eyes. Although it was a pity to destroy a sovereign divine weapon, as long as the blood oath was useful, then he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to obtain other sovereign divine weapons in the future. For example, right now, wasn't there still a sovereign divine weapon beside him? If the heaven's wrath could really kill the Ice Dragon's sacred sword and the Horsetail Whisk witnessed this scene, then it definitely wouldn't dare to act rashly. As long as it was forced to make a blood oath, it would be a nail in the coffin and would never be able to escape. Help me. I don't want to die. More than half of the artifact spirit's roar had been destroyed, and its voice had become weak and weak. Time passed breath by breath. Qin Feiyang, you bastard, I curse you to die a horrible death. I can't accept this. After about 100 breaths of time, the artifact spirit let out a roar. The last bit of its intelligence was finally destroyed, leaving behind only a roar that echoed in the galaxy for a long time. But it wasn't over yet. The heavenly lightning turned into a thunderous force that surged toward the fragments of the Ice Dragon's sacred sword. The thunderous force didn't dissipate until all the fragments were destroyed. The blood clouds in the sky also dissipated at this time. It's not enough to kill the artifact spirit, it still has to destroy the main body before it is willing to stop. This is really the destruction of both the body and the soul. The ancient castle exclaimed. Even a sovereign divine weapon could be destroyed. This blood oath was indeed terrifying. Qin Feiyang's face was full of excitement. The power of the blood oath was completely beyond his imagination. In the future, subduing a sovereign divine weapon was no longer a dream. Swoosh. Immediately, he turned around and looked at the Horsetail Whisk, his eyes burning with passion. This was his first goal. Stepping out of the spacetime step, he rushed toward the Horsetail Whisk like a hungry wolf. Looking at Qin Feiyang's burning eyes, the Horsetail Whisk couldn't help but tremble. It turned around and fled toward the entrance of the galaxy. The Ice Dragon's sacred sword had already fallen, and now it was alone. Facing the red longsword, the ancient castle, and Qin Feiyang, it had no chance of winning at all. Escape. The red longsword sneered and directly attacked. If only the red longsword was there, it definitely wouldn't be able to stop the Horsetail Whisk. But it was different now. There were Qin Feiyang and the ancient castle. As long as the red longsword could entangle the Horsetail Whisk, even if only for a short while, it would be a turtle in a jar. The red longsword attacked. Although the Horsetail Whisk wanted to escape, in the face of a sovereign divine weapon that was not weaker than it definitely had to defend or counterattack. This was equivalent to holding it back. Clang. The ancient castle also surged with divine power, shattering a large part of the galaxy and rushing toward the battlefield like lightning. The ancient castle's speed was faster than Qin Feiyang's. Although Qin Feiyang's blood-red longsword was comparable to a sovereign divine weapon after activating the slaughter domain, speed had always been Qin Feiyang's weakness. Therefore, compared to the speed of a sovereign divine weapon, he was too far behind. The Horsetail Whisk didn't dare to fight at all. After repelling the red longsword, it immediately turned around and continued to flee. Don't even think about it. The red longsword roared and slashed again with sword chi. Why do you have to kill me? The Horsetail Whisk roared. Humph. The red longsword coldly snorted and ignored the horsetail whisk. Flames rushed out, turning into one after another fire dragon, roaring in the sky and carrying the power to destroy the world, pouncing on the horsetail whisk. The horsetail whisk was forced to counterattack again. In a few pauses, the ancient castle had already arrived. As if crossing through time and space, it directly blocked the horsetail whisk's escape route. After the horsetail whisk shattered the fire dragon, it saw the ancient castle in front of it and Qin Feiyang, who was also halfway there. Suddenly its heart sank. Give up resisting. 1 against 1, the outcome is hard to predict. But now it's 1 against 3. You have no chance. The ancient castle said. The horsetail whisk was silent. You don't have to work so hard for the blood hall. After all, you're a sovereign divine weapon. Is it worth sacrificing yourself for a mere blood hall? Qin Feiyang also finally arrived. He looked at the horsetail whisk and said, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the Demon Palace have joined forces. The Blood Hall Master and the others can't even protect themselves. Even if you escape now, they can't help you. So why don't you follow me? Trust me, you won't regret following me. The horsetail whisk was still silent. You may be afraid of the ice dragon. In fact, I'm also very afraid. But do we have to be afraid for the rest of our lives? Do we have to live under their feet forever? No. That's not what I want. I believe that a sovereign divine weapon like you definitely doesn't want to be trampled by others. So, we have to work hard and fight to surpass them, defeat them, and trample them under our feet to take back our dignity and glory. Qin Feiyang shouted. The horsetail whisk trembled slightly, as if it was moved by Qin Feiyang's courage. The Blood Hall's destruction is already destined. Even if I let you go now, you only have one path, and that is to follow the ice dragon. No one knows the ice dragon better than I do. You'll only be cannon fodder and slave if you follow him. You won't have any dignity. The Dragon God Sword and the Ice Dragon Sacred Sword are the best examples. Did you see the Ice Dragon care about them? No. But I'm different. Although I'm not as strong as the Ice Dragon, I have a clear conscience towards my companions. Think about it carefully. Who's the best choice for you? Qin Feiyang said and didn't say anything else. He silently looked at the horsetail whisk, waiting for the horsetail whisk's decision. Outside. The Blood Hall. The battle was coming to an end. The 5,000 Sovereign Realm secret guards had all fallen. They were either missing an arm or a leg or their bodies were crippled. Their blood dyed the ground red. However, without exception, all of them had their Sea of Qi destroyed. Even their divine souls were severely injured. They couldn't fight anymore. The 9 deacons had also lost their ability to fight. There was a bloody hole in their lower abdomens and blood was flowing out. They lay in the void, looking at the people from the Demon Hall and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance with despair in their eyes. The only one who was still fighting was the Blood Hall's Hall Master. However, he was facing 2 super experts, the Demon Hall's Hall Master and the Alliance Master. He was already at the end of his road. His body was riddled with holes and blood was spurting out from his body. Although the Demon Hall's Hall Master and the Alliance Master were injured, they were much better off than the Blood Hall's Hall Master. The Vice Alliance Master, the Hall of Famers, Elder Hua Chu-yun, and the 10 elders of the Demon Hall stood at the side and watched coldly. They didn't interfere in the battle between the 3. This was because the Demon Hall's Hall Master and the Alliance Master had ordered them not to interfere. They wanted to personally deal with the Blood Hall's Hall Master and end the grudge that had lasted for so many years. Chapter 33-43. The 3 figures intertwined with each other, creating a deafening rumble. Various profundities of laws collided, destroying everything in their path. The Blood Hall Master spurted blood from his mouth, dyeing the sky red. Almost every time they collided, his injuries would worsen by a bit. They've all fallen. He looked at the 9 deacons and the thousands of secret guards, his eyes filled with despair. The Blood Hall had been in the Western mainland for countless years, but this was the first time they had faced such a serious situation. The most despicable thing was that the Demonic Hall and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance were going to kill them all. He was unwilling to give up. He looked up at the galaxy and placed his hopes on the Ice Dragon Sacred Sword and the Horsetail Whisk. He shouted, "Come and help me." However, he didn't know that the battle in the galaxy had already ended. Due to the strong aftershocks, people thought that Qin Feiyang and the 3 sovereign divine weapons were still fighting. Facing Qin Feiyang's slaughter zone, the ancient castle and the Demonic Hall's sovereign divine weapons, the Ice Dragon Sacred Sword and your sovereign divine weapons can't even protect themselves. Do you still hope that they can help you? The Demonic Hall Master sneered. 10 golden lotuses appeared and shone brightly like 10 golden suns, illuminating the sky. Today is the end of the Blood Hall. The Alliance Master also smiled coldly. He grabbed at the air, and the void within a radius of a few 100 million miles collapsed, turning into ice crystals and sharp blades. They filled the entire world and emitted a destructive sharpness. The Karma Law and the Spacetime Law, the two supreme profundities, locked onto the Blood Hall Master. Don't get carried away. You'll pay the price sooner or later. The Blood Hall Master roared. He activated the moment of time and flew away. Whoosh. However, at the same time, Elder Hua and the Vice Alliance Master activated the moment of time and stood in front of the Blood Hall Master. Get lost. The Blood Hall Master roared and threw a punch at the two of them. The power of laws intertwined with each other, filled with a destructive aura. Elder Hua and the Vice Alliance Master looked at each other and snorted at the same time. They threw a punch without backing down. The power of laws intertwined around their bodies, and their terrifying aura was destructive. After all, both the Vice Alliance Master and Elder Hua were not weaker than the Blood Hall Master. Moreover, the Hall Master of Blood Hall was severely injured. How could he possibly be a match for them? Faced with the combined attack of the two, the Blood Hall Master was sent flying on the spot. His arm was crushed and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. It's over. The Alliance Master and the Demon Hall Master looked at each other with smiles on their faces. With a wave of their hands, the 10 golden lotuses and the ice crystal blades that filled the sky immediately charged toward the Blood Hall Master. No, the Hall Master of the Blood Hall roared helplessly. But no one present sympathized with him. In the blink of an eye, the Blood Hall Master was drowned by the 10 golden lotuses and countless ice crystal blades. His physical body was immediately riddled with holes. His chi-si had also been pierced by a few ice crystal blades and blood was gushing out. His aura quickly dissipated, and he fell weakly to the ground. It's not hopeless yet. I beg you, please come and save us. He looked at the Milky Way with a final glimmer of hope in his eyes. Clang. Accompanied by a loud bang, a divine light swept out of the galaxy and appeared in his line of sight. I'm finally out, the Blood Hall Master murmured, and he could not help but cry. The appearance of the horsetail whisk meant that Qin Feiyang had been defeated. At the same time, the Demon Hall Master and the others also looked up at the horsetail whisk. Why was only the horsetail whisk out? Where were Qin Feiyang and the others? Could it be that the Slaughter Zone, the Ancient Castle, and the Crimson Longsword combined could not defeat the horsetail whisk and the Ice Dragon Sacred Sword? They also became nervous. Although they were basically still in peak condition and the horsetail whisk looked damaged, it was still a sovereign divine weapon no matter how badly it was injured. To put it bluntly, even if the horsetail whisk was not in good condition, it could still kill them in a matter of minutes. Ha! The Blood Hall Master crawled to his feet in a sorry state, and his face was extremely ferocious. He looked at the Alliance Master and the others and laughed. All of you are going to die. Despair, scream and be afraid. The Alliance Master and the others looked at each other and gathered together. Their expressions were extremely grave. They did not expect that Qin Feiyang, the Ancient Castle, and the Crimson Longsword combined could not defeat the horsetail whisk and the Crimson Longsword. But it did not make sense. 3 against 2, how could they lose? Could it be that someone had appeared to help the horsetail whisk and the Crimson Longsword? The Blood Hall Master looked up at the horsetail whisk and shouted, "Quickly kill them, don't leave a single one alive." However, the horsetail whisk was indifferent. What's going on? The Blood Hall Master looked at it in shock. Right now, other than me, no one can order it. Suddenly, a calm voice came from the Star River. Qin Feiyang. The Blood Hall Master was shocked. The Alliance Master and the others were overjoyed. Before he finished speaking, a bloody figure stepped out of the Star River and landed in the line of sight of the group of people. Who else could it be but Qin Feiyang? The Slaughter Zone was still there, and the Crimson Longsword was emitting a monstrous killing intent. However, the Ancient Castle and the Crimson Longsword were nowhere to be seen. He didn't die. What's going on? The Blood Hall Master was extremely shocked. Are you disappointed that I didn't die? Qin Feiyang took another step forward and landed in front of the Blood Hall Master, directly slashing at him. Don't kill me, the Blood Hall Master suddenly panicked and roared. The Crimson Longsword stopped above the Blood Hall Master's head. Qin Feiyang looked down at him coldly and said indifferently, "Give me a reason not to kill you." The Blood Hall Master thought for a moment, then suddenly gritted his teeth and roared, "I can serve you. I have mastered the law of time, and I have the supreme profound. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. Now that you mention it, you do have some value. Qin Feiyang nodded. Yes. I promise that I will be loyal to you. If you ask me to go east, I will never go west. Just give me a chance to be loyal to you. At this moment, the Blood Hall Master no longer had the arrogance and dignity he once had. He was like a pitiful old dog lying in the void and begging endlessly. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. The Blood Hall Master was overjoyed. However, you have to be controlled by the slave seal. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and a slave seal appeared. Looking at the slave seal, the Blood Hall Master's eyes flashed coldly. Qin Feiyang noticed it immediately and he sneered, "Even the horsetail whisk has submitted to me, and you still want to play tricks?" What? It has submitted to Qin Feiyang? The Blood Hall Master looked at the horsetail whisk floating in the air with a dazed expression. The Demon Hall Master and the others were also shocked. When they heard Qin Feiyang's words earlier, they thought so too. However, they did not dare to believe it. After all, this was a sovereign divine weapon. How could it submit to Qin Feiyang? Therefore, they thought that Qin Feiyang and the horsetail whisk had reached an agreement. In other words, it was a cooperative relationship. However, they did not expect it to submit to Qin Feiyang. How did he make a sovereign divine weapon submit to him? It was unbelievable. Qin Feiyang looked at the horsetail whisk and said with a faint smile, "Come down." The horsetail whisk fell and floated beside Qin Feiyang. Seeing that the horsetail whisk obeyed Qin Feiyang, the Blood Hall Master had no choice but to accept this terrible fact. His heart sank into the abyss of despair. Even the sovereign divine weapon had submitted to him. With his ability, what tricks could he play? Similarly, since the sovereign divine weapon had submitted to Qin Feiyang, would Qin Feiyang still care about him? Could he be more powerful than the sovereign divine weapon? He was already merciful enough to spare his life. If he still wanted to play tricks, wouldn't it be equivalent to a grave? All kinds of despair made him disheartened. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the slave seal immediately turned into a stream of light and entered the Blood Hall Master's head. If it were any other time, he would not dare to be so careless and directly control the Blood Hall Master. After all, the Blood Hall Master's cultivation was there. Although his sea of qi was destroyed, the strength of his divine soul was still there. If he resisted at the critical moment, he would definitely suffer a backlash. At least he would be seriously injured, and at worst he would die. However, in the current situation, he had already expected that this person would not dare to resist. Because not only the Blood Hall Master but anyone else would be the same. Even the sovereign divine weapon had submitted to him. He would definitely be shrouded in despair and his heart would be dead. As expected, the Blood Hall Master was paralyzed in the void. His eyes were dull and he did not even have the slightest consciousness to resist. The slave seal was successfully completed. The Blood Hall Master has submitted, and so has the sovereign divine weapon. The situation of the Sky Cloud realm is about to change greatly. The Alliance Master whispered. When the Demon Hall Master heard this, a strange light flashed in her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. However, the Deputy Alliance Master, the Hall of Famers, Elder Hua's eyes were full of gratification. Qin Feiyang was the Deputy Alliance Master's personal disciple. Seeing his disciple getting better and better, he would definitely be happy. Elder Hua was even more so. Although he was not Qin Feiyang's disciple, nor were they related by blood, they were the first to know each other. Furthermore, Elder Hua had been silently helping Qin Feiyang and the others all these years. He had taken care of them a lot. Could be said that, without Elder Hua's help, Qin Feiyang and the others would not have had such a smooth journey in the Eastern continent. At the beginning, it was undeniable that Elder Hua and Qin Feiyang and the others were indeed in a mutually beneficial relationship. The enemy of an enemy was a friend. However, after slowly getting along with them, he found that these juniors were indeed good. Therefore, he gradually regarded Qin Feiyang and the others as his own juniors without any selfishness. Therefore, like the Deputy Alliance Master, he was very gratified to see Qin Feiyang's current achievements. As for the Hall of Famers, he was a person with a simple temperament and had always admired Qin Feiyang. In addition, Frenzy was his personal disciple. As the saying goes, love the house and its crow. Therefore, he also hoped to see Qin Feiyang and the others become stronger and stronger. However, Chu Yun, Shin Mang and his wife, the 10 great elders of the Demon Hall. The thoughts of these people were somewhat thought-provoking. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang. After subduing the Blood Hall Master, his gaze fell on the 9 great deacons and the more than 5,000 secret guards. Huh? Don't tell me he wants to take these people under his command too? Chu Yun, Shen Mang and his wife, and the 10 great elders of the Demon Hall were shocked when they saw this scene. If that was the case, then the rise of Qin Feiyang and the others would really be unstoppable. Chapter 33-44. At the same time, the 9 deacons and the 5,000 dark guards looked at Qin Feiyang with pale faces and trembling. At this moment, in their eyes, Qin Feiyang was like a god that they could only look up to. The power of life and death was in his hands. Now that this person was looking at them, was he going to kill them? For a moment, fear and panic swept over, drowning their bodies and minds. They were extremely nervous. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent and shouted, "The sovereign divine weapon and the Blood Hall Master have already submitted, what are you waiting for?" The group of people were stunned. What did he mean? He didn't want to kill them but wanted them to submit as well? When they reacted, everyone immediately got up, either kneeled on the ground or in the air, and shouted in unison, "We are willing to submit, greetings young master." Qin Feiyang smiled. In this world there were quite a lot of people who knew what was good for them. Then, he formed a seal with both hands and slavery seals appeared one after another, continuously entering the top of their heads. Not a single person resisted. Putting aside the fact that the horsetail whisk, a sovereign divine weapon, was floating beside Qin Fengfiang, eyeing them covetously, just the blood-red longsword in Qin Feiyang's hand was enough to shatter their bones. Dare to resist? If they resisted they would die. At this stage of cultivation, especially the 9 deacons who had mastered the supreme mysteries, who would be willing to die. If there was a chance, it was better to live than to die. Besides, Qin Feiyang now had the castle and the horsetail whisk, 2 sovereign divine weapons, and the slaughter domain that was comparable to a sovereign divine weapon. Following him might not be a bad thing. It would still take some time to control thousands of people. Fortunately, there were no changes along the way. After a few hundred breaths, the control was completed. Qin Feiyang, congratulations, congratulations. The Alliance Master stepped forward and laughed. Congratulations. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The Demon Hall Master also stepped forward and said with a smile, "The Blood Hall Master, the 9 deacons, Wang Changyuan, and all the Dark Guards are now under your command. This is equivalent to taking over the Western continent. Shouldn't we congratulate you?" Taking over the Western continent? Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them in astonishment. Did these two think that he was going to rule the Western continent? He was not interested in this at all. The reason why he kept these people alive was to prepare for the battle with Ice Dragon and Small Beast in the future. Although he had only met one dragon so far, he could feel that the Ice Dragon and Small Beast had more power than this. Therefore it was necessary to prepare in advance. As for the Blood Hall Master and the others, they weren't weak to begin with, so there was no need to spend any effort to nurture them. They were all ready-made battle prowess, so it was naturally best to keep them alive. Of course, if he couldn't use it, he wouldn't force it. However, those who should be killed still had to be killed. For example, Pei Wanli. He couldn't let Pei Wanli go just because the Blood Hall Master had submitted to him. He wasn't that generous. Qin Feiyang didn't explain anything to the Devil Hall Master and the Alliance Master. He looked at the Blood Hall Master and the 9 deacons and asked, "Do you know where Old Hai is hiding?" Meanwhile, he secretly peeked into the minds of these people. "I don't know." The 10 of them looked at each other, sighed and shook their heads. At this point, what else could they do? They could only obey obediently. Qin Feiyang frowned. The 10 of them didn't lie and didn't know where Old Hai was. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy to find Old Hai. Now, he could only pray that Frenzy and the White-Eyed Wolf would be able to find something. "Quickly repair your Sea of Qi. There might be places where I need your help later." Qin Feiyang took out the sound transmission God Stone and sent a message to Frenzy. But, very soon, Frenzy's shadow appeared. Frenzy was slightly stunned and asked, "Has the battle over there ended?" "A complete victory." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Haha." Madman immediately laughed out loud and generously gave Qin Feiyang a thumbs up. "What about your side?" Qin Feiyang asked. "I haven't found Old Hai yet." Frenzy shook his head. "You haven't found him yet?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Frenzy nodded and then said, "But we already know where he went. He is hiding near the Blood Hall and we are searching for him now." Near the Blood Hall? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and immediately looked around. The Sky Cloud realm was so big that one could hide anywhere, but this person actually chose to hide near the Blood Hall. He was really treacherous. You don't have to look for him. Although he is said to be hiding near the Blood Hall, he definitely won't be around the Blood Hall. After all, the battle fluctuations are so strong. With his current state he won't be able to withstand it. Frenzy said. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded and curiously asked, then how did you know that he was hiding near the blood hall? One must know. Almost no one would have thought of doing something so contrary to the norm. We initially guessed that he might have gone to the eastern continent. After all, the eastern continent is the most dangerous place, but it is also the safest place. But we were lucky and actually caught a distant cousin of his. This person is called Li Qinghai. He was the one who took old Hai away from the blood hall. Frenzy briefly explained the situation at that time. I see. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and gave Frenzy a thumbs up without hesitation. He smiled and said, well done. Not only did they find out where old Hai went, but they also caught all the managers and disciples of the blood hall. It was not an exaggeration to say that this battle was a complete victory. Since the battle on your side is over, help us find him. We will surround him from the outside and you guys will surround him from the inside. Even if he grows wings, he won't be able to escape. Frenzy laughed. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded and turned off the sound transmission god stone. He glanced at the blood hall master and the others. Taking the Yuanhai divine pill to repair his qi seemed to be too slow. With a thought, the mermaid princess appeared and said with a smile, help him repair his qi and injuries. Okay. The mermaid princess nodded and activated her battle soul and life law at the same time. Life law. The blood hall master and the 9 deacons were stunned. They did not expect this person to have someone who mastered the life law by his side. Wait. She seems a little familiar? The blood hall master was stunned. He looked at the mermaid princess carefully and suddenly remembered. Wasn't she Qin Feiyang's lover? Although he did not go to the mortal world and did not see the mermaid princess with his own eyes, he had seen the mermaid princess image. One was the karma law, one was the life law, and one was the death law. And the Wolf King was even more ridiculous. He had mastered the death law and the time law at the same time. They were really a group of monsters. With the help of the mermaid princess and the primordial sea divine pill that they had consumed, the group of people's sea of qi and injuries were more or less healed in less than 5 breaths. You've worked hard. Looking at the pale mermaid princess, Qin Feiyang felt sorry for her. After all, there were so many people and all of them were perfect sovereigns. Therefore, helping them repair their qi and injuries would consume a lot of life law. I'm fine. The mermaid princess smiled. Then you go to the Black Tortoise realm to recuperate. I still have a lot of things to deal with. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. The mermaid princess nodded. She was gentle, considerate, and obedient. Many people envied her. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the mermaid princess to the Black Tortoise realm. Then he looked at the blood hall master and the others and shouted, now start a carpet search from the inside to the outside. Yes. The blood hall master and the 9 deacons bowed and replied. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something. He stretched out his hand and said, wait. The group was about to turn and leave. Hearing this, they could not help but turn to look at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and shook his head. No need to look. We'll just wait here. Wait here? Not only the blood hall master and the others, but the demon hall master and the others also looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Old Hai is hiding nearby. He must have sensed the battle here. When he notices that the battle here has disappeared, he will definitely come to check. How about this, Fu Whisk and you guys? Qin Feiyang looked at the Horsetail Whisk, Blood Hall's hallmaster and the others and said, just stand there and reveal that kind of joy of victory. When Old C comes to check and sees your expressions, he will think that you have won. Naturally, he will take the initiative to come out and look for you. As for us, Qin Feiyang looked at the Demon Hall Master and the others and said with a smile, let's go to the Black Tortoise realm and wait for this person to take the bait. Brilliant. The group of big shots shook their heads and sighed. What kind of brain did this person have? In such a short period of time, he actually came up with the best solution. If you went to search, not only would you not be able to find him, you might even alert the enemy. However, there was no loophole in waiting. Moreover, it would save time and effort. As the saying went, virtue is 1 foot tall, while the devil is 10 feet tall. This sentence was indeed reasonable. Old Hai thought that he was very smart and chose to hide near the blood hall. However, he did not know that there was someone smarter than him. No, Qin Feiyang was a cunning old fox. Don't play any tricks. I can see what you guys are thinking. Qin Feiyang looked at the Blood Hall Master and the others and said coldly. Then, he led the Demon Hall Master and the others and disappeared without a trace. Hall Master. The 9 deacons and the group of secret guards immediately looked at the Blood Hall Master. The Blood Hall Master glanced at them and then looked at Fu Whisk. Even if they wanted to betray him, they would need Fu Whisk's help. Otherwise, with their strength, they would not be enough to fill the gaps between Qin Feiyang's teeth. Don't look at me. I don't want to follow in the footsteps of the Ice Dragon's sacred sword. Fu Whisk said coldly. Follow in the footsteps of the Ice Dragon's sacred sword? What do you mean? The group was puzzled. Wait. They did not see the Ice Dragon's sacred sword, nor did they see the ancient castle and the Demon Hall's sovereign divine weapons. What was going on? Where were the 3 sovereign divine weapons? The Ice Dragon's sacred sword has fallen. The ancient castle and the Demon Hall's sovereign divine weapons have gone to the Black Tortoise realm to recuperate. As for how the Ice Dragon's sacred sword fell, at this point Fu Whisk's voice could not help but tremble. It was too terrifying. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying thing. What was even more ridiculous was that it was an oath that no one took seriously.